Het Achterhuis, the Dutch title of this book, refers to that part of the building which served as a hiding place for the two families who took shelter there between 1942 and 1944. Achter means behind or in back of, and huis is Dutch for house. In Amsterdam's old buildings, the apartments overlooking a garden or court may be divided from those overlooking the street, thus providing two separate suites within the same apartment. Het Achterhuis, or literally the house behind, is situated on the Prinsengracht, one of the city's canals. To simplify the English text, we have called that part of the house the secret annex, although it is not an annex in the proper sense of the word. Eleanor Roosevelt provided the introduction to this book. She writes, "This is a remarkable book, written by a young girl, and the young are not afraid of telling the truth. It is one of the wisest and most moving commentaries on war and its impact on human beings that I have ever read. Anne Frank's account of the changes wrought upon 8 people hiding out from the Nazis for 2 years during the occupation of Holland, living in constant fear and isolation, imprisoned not only by the terrible outward circumstances of war, but inwardly by themselves, made me intimately and shockingly aware of war's greatest evil, the degradation of the human spirit." At the same time, Anne's diary makes poignantly clear the ultimate shining nobility of that spirit. Despite the horror and the humiliation of their daily lives, these people never gave up. Anne herself, and most of all, it is her portrait which emerges so vividly and so appealingly from this book, matured very rapidly in these 2 years, the crucial years from 13 to 15, in which change is so swift and so difficult for every young girl. Sustained by her warmth and her wit, her intelligence, and the rich resources of her inner life, Anne wrote and thought much of the time about things which very sensitive and talented adolescents, without the threat of death, will write. Her relations with her parents, her developing self-awareness, the problems of growing up. These are the thoughts and expression of a young girl living under extraordinary conditions, and for this reason her diary tells us much about ourselves and about our own children. And for this reason, too, I felt how close we all are to Anne's experience, how very much involved we are in her short life and in the entire world. Anne's diary is an appropriate monument to her fine spirit and to the spirits of those who have worked and are working still for peace. Reading it is a rich and rewarding experience. Eleanor Roosevelt. And now, Anne Frank, Diary of a Young Girl.
I hope I shall be able to confide in you completely, as I have never been able to do in anyone before, and I hope that you will be a great support and comfort to me. Anne Frank, 12 June, 1942. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Sunday, 14 June, 1942. On Friday, June 12th, I woke up at 6 o'clock, and no wonder, it was my birthday. But of course I was not allowed to get up at that hour, so I had to control my curiosity until 6:45. Then I could bear it no longer, and went to the dining room, where I received a warm welcome from Murchi, the cat. Soon after 7, I went to Mummy and Daddy, and then to the sitting room to undo my presents. The first to greet me was you, possibly the nicest of all. Then, on the table, there were a bunch of roses, a plant, and some peonies, and more arrived during the day. I got masses of things from Mummy and Daddy, and was thoroughly spoiled by various friends. Among other things, I was given camera obscura, a party game, lots of sweets, chocolates, a puzzle, a brooch, Tales and Legends of the Netherlands by Joseph Cohen, Daisy's Mountain Holiday, a terrific book, and some money. Now I can buy the myths of Greece and Rome. Grand. Then Lise called for me, and we went to school. During recess, I treated everyone to sweet biscuits, and then we had to go back to our lessons. Now I must stop. Bye-bye. We're going to be great pals. Monday, 15 June, 1942. I had my birthday party on Sunday afternoon. We showed a film, The Lighthouse Keeper, with Rin Tin Tin, which my school friends thoroughly enjoyed. We had a lovely time. There were lots of girls and boys. Mummy always wants to know whom I'm going to marry. Little does she guess that it's Peter Vessel. One day I managed, without blushing or flickering an eyelid, to get that idea right out of her mind. For years, Lise Goossens and Sonny Hootman have been my best friends. Since then, I've got to know Joppie Duvall at the Jewish secondary school. We are together a lot, and she is now my best girlfriend. Lise is more friendly with another girl, and Sana goes to a different school, where she has made new friends. Saturday, 20 June, 1942. I haven't written for a few days, because I wanted first of all to think about my diary. It's an odd idea for someone like me to keep a diary, not only because I have never done so before, but because it seems to me that neither I, nor for that matter anyone else, will be interested in the unbosomings of a 13-year-old schoolgirl. Still, what does that matter? I want to write, but more than that, I want to bring out all kinds of things that lie buried deep in my heart. There is a saying that paper is more patient than man. It came back to me on one of my slightly melancholy days, while I sat chin in hand, feeling too bored and limp even to make up my mind whether to go out or stay at home. Yes, there is no doubt that paper is patient, and as I don't intend to show this cardboard-covered notebook bearing the proud name of diary to anyone, unless I find a real friend, boy or girl, probably nobody cares. And now I come to the root of the matter, the reason for my starting a diary. It is that I have no such real friend. Let me put it more clearly, since no one will believe that a girl of 13 feels herself quite alone in the world. Nor is it so. I have darling parents and a sister of 16. I know about 30 people whom one might call friends. I have strings of boyfriends anxious to catch a glimpse of me, and who, failing that, peep at me through mirrors in class. I have relations, aunts and uncles, who are darlings too, a good home. No, I don't seem to lack anything. But it's the same with all my friends, just fun and joking, nothing more. I can never bring myself to talk of anything outside the common round. We don't seem to be able to get any closer. That is the root of the trouble. Perhaps I lack confidence. But anyway, there it is. A stubborn fact, and I don't seem to be able to do anything about it. Hence this diary. In order to enhance in my mind's eye the picture of the friend for whom I have waited so long, I don't want to set down a series of bald facts in a diary like most people do, but I want this diary itself to be my friend, and I shall call my friend Kitty. Well, no one will grasp what I'm talking about if I begin my letters to Kitty just out of the blue, so, albeit unwillingly, I will start by sketching in brief the story of my life. My father was 36 when he married my mother, who was then 25. My sister, Margot, was born in 1926 in Frankfurt-on-Main. I followed on June 12, 1929, and as we are Jewish, we immigrated to Holland in 1933, where my father was appointed managing director of Travis N.V. This firm is in close relationship with the firm of Colin & Company in the same building, of which my father is a partner. The rest of our family, however, felt the full impact of Hitler's anti-Jewish laws, so life was filled with anxiety. In 1938, after the pogroms, my two uncles, my mother's brothers, escaped to the USA. My old grandmother came to us. She was then 73. After May 1940, good times rapidly fled. First the war, then the capitulation, followed by the arrival of the Germans, which is when the sufferings of us Jews really began. Anti-Jewish decrees followed each other in quick succession. Jews must wear a yellow star. Footnote: to distinguish them from others, all Jews were forced by the Germans to wear, prominently displayed, a yellow six-pointed star. Jews must hand in their bicycles. Jews are banned from trains and are forbidden to drive. Jews are only allowed to do their shopping between 3 and 5 o'clock, and then only in shops which bear the placard, Jewish shop. Jews must be indoors by 8 o'clock, and cannot even sit in their own gardens after that hour. Jews are forbidden to visit theaters, cinemas, and other places of entertainment. Jews may not take part in public sports. Swimming baths, tennis courts, hockey fields, and other sports grounds are all prohibited to them. Jews may not visit Christians. Jews must go to Jewish schools, and many more restrictions of a similar kind. So, we could not do this, and were forbidden to do that. But life went on in spite of it all. Yopi used to say to me, "You're scared to do anything because it may be forbidden." Our freedom was strictly limited, yet things were still bearable. Granny died in January 1942. No one will ever know how much she is present in my thoughts, and how much I love her still. In 1934, I went to school at the Montessori kindergarten and continued there. It was at the end of the school year, I was in Form 6B, when I had to say goodbye to Mrs. K. We both wept. It was very sad. In 1941, I went with my sister Margot to the Jewish secondary school, she into the 4th form, and I into the 1st. So far, everything is all right with the 4 of us, and here I come to the present day. Saturday, 20 June, 1942. Dear Kitty, I'll start straight away. It is so peaceful at the moment. Mummy and Daddy are out, and Margot has gone to play ping-pong with some friends. I've been playing ping-pong a lot myself lately. We ping-pongers are very partial to an ice cream, especially in summer when one gets warm at the game. So we usually finish up with a visit to the nearest ice cream shop, Delphi or Oasis, where Jews are allowed. We've given up scrounging for extra pocket money. Oasis is usually full, and among our large circle of friends, we always manage to find some kind-hearted gentleman or boyfriend who presents us with more ice cream than we could devour in a week. I expect you will be rather surprised at the fact that I should talk of boyfriends at my age. Alas, one simply can't seem to avoid it at our school. As soon as a boy asks if he may bicycle home with me, and we get into conversation, 9 out of 10 times I can be sure that he will fall head over heels in love immediately, and simply won't allow me out of his sight. After a while it cools down, of course, especially as I take little notice of ardent looks, and pedal blithely on. If it gets so far that they begin asking father, I swerve slightly on my bicycle, my satchel falls, the young man is bound to get off and hand it to me, by which time I have introduced a new topic of conversation. These are the most innocent types. You get some who blow kisses or try to get hold of your arm, but then they are definitely knocking at the wrong door. I get off my bicycle and refuse to go further in their company, or I pretend to be insulted and tell them in no uncertain terms to clear off. There, the foundation of our friendship is laid. Till tomorrow, yours, Anna. Sunday, 21 June 1942. Dear Kitty, our whole class B1 is trembling. The reason is that the teachers' meeting is to be held soon. There is much speculation as to who will move up and who will stay put. Miep de Jong and I are highly amused at Wim and Jacques, the 2 boys behind us. They won't have a florin left for the holidays. It will all be gone on betting. You'll move up, shan't, shall, from morning till night. Even Miep pleads for silence, and my angry outbursts don't calm them. According to me, a quarter of the class should stay where they are. There are some absolute cuckoos, but teachers are the greatest freaks on earth, so perhaps they will be freakish in the right way for once. I'm not afraid about my girlfriends and myself. We'll squeeze through somehow. though I'm not too certain about my math. Still, we can but wait patiently. Till then, we cheer each other along. I get along quite well with all my teachers, 9 in all, 7 masters and 2 mistresses. Mr. Keptor, the old math master, was very annoyed with me for a long time because I chatter so much. So I had to write a composition with a chatterbox as the subject. A chatterbox. Whatever could one write? However, deciding I would puzzle that out later, I wrote it in my notebook and tried to keep quiet. That evening, when I'd finished my other homework, my eyes fell on the title in my notebook. I pondered, while chewing the end of my fountain pen, that anyone can scribble some nonsense in large letters with the words well spaced, but the difficulty was to prove, beyond doubt, the necessity of talking. I thought, and then, suddenly having an idea, filled my 3 allotted sides and felt completely satisfied. My arguments were that talking is a feminine characteristic, and that I would do my best to keep it under control, but I should never be cured, for my mother talked as much as I, probably more, and what can one do about inherited qualities? Mr. Keptor had to laugh at my arguments, but when I continued to hold forth in the next lesson, another composition followed. This time it was Incurable Chatterbox. I handed this in, and Keptor made no complaints for 2 whole lessons. But in the 3rd lesson it was too much for him again. Anna, as punishment for talking, will do a composition entitled Quack, 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 says Mrs. Natterbeek. Shouts of laughter from the class. I had to laugh too, although I felt that my inventiveness on this subject was exhausted. I had to think of something else, something entirely original. I was in luck, as my friend Sana writes good poetry and offered to help by doing the whole composition in verse. I jumped for joy. Keptor wanted to make a fool of me with this absurd theme. I would get my own back and make him the laughing-stock of the whole class. The poem was finished and was perfect. It was about a mother duck and a father swan who had 3 baby ducklings. The baby ducklings were bitten to death by father because they chattered too much. Luckily, Keptor saw the joke. He read the poem out loud to the class with comments, and also to various other classes. Since then, I am allowed to talk, never get extra work. In fact, Keptor always jokes about it. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 24 June, 1942. Dear Kitty, it is boiling hot. We are all positively melting, and in this heat I have to walk everywhere. Now I can fully appreciate how nice a tram is. But that is a forbidden luxury for Jews. Shanksmere is good enough for us. I had to visit the dentist in the Jan Lukenstraat in the lunch hour yesterday. It is a long way from our school in the Stad Stimmertwenen. I nearly fell asleep in school that afternoon. Luckily, the dentist's assistant was very kind and gave me a drink. She's a good sort. We are allowed on the ferry, and that is about all. There is a little boat from the Joseph Israelskade. The man there took us at once when we asked him. It is not the Dutch people's fault that we are having such a miserable time. I do wish I didn't have to go to school, as my bicycle was stolen in the Easter holidays, and Daddy has given mummies to a Christian family for safekeeping. But, thank goodness, the holidays are nearly here. 1 more week and the agony is over. Something amusing happened yesterday. I was passing the bicycle sheds when someone called out to me. I looked around, and there was the nice-looking boy I met on the previous evening at my girlfriend Ava's home. He came shyly towards me and introduced himself as Harry Goldberg. I was rather surprised and wondered what he wanted, but I didn't have to wait long. He asked if I would allow him to accompany me to school. As you're going my way in any case, I will, I replied, and so we went together. Harry is 16 and can tell all kinds of amusing stories. He was waiting for me again this morning, and I expect he will from now on. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 30 June, 1942. Dear Kitty, I've not had a moment to write to you until today. I was with friends all day on Thursday. On Friday we had visitors, and so it went on until today. Harry and I have got to know each other well in a week, and he has told me a lot about his life. He came to Holland alone and is living with his grandparents. His parents are in Belgium. Harry had a girlfriend called Fanny. I know her, too, a very soft, dull creature. Now that he has met me, he realizes that he was just daydreaming in Fanny's presence. I seem to act as a stimulant to keep him awake. You see, we all have our uses, and queer ones, too, at times. Yopie slept here on Saturday night, but she went to Lee's on Sunday, and I was bored stiff. Harry was to have come in the evening, but he rang up at 6 p.m. I went to the telephone. He said, "Harry Goldberg here. Please, may I speak to Anna?" "Yes, Harry, Anna speaking." "Hello, Anna. How are you?" "Very well, thank you." "I'm terribly sorry I can't come this evening, but I would like to just speak to you. Is it all right if I come in 10 minutes? "Yes, that's fine. Goodbye." "Goodbye. I'll be with you soon." Receiver down. I quickly changed into another frock and smartened up my hair a bit. Then I stood nervously at the window watching for him. At last I saw him coming. It was a wonder I didn't dash down at once. Instead, I waited patiently until he rang. Then I went down, and he positively burst in when I opened the door. "Anna, my grandmother thinks you are too young to go out regularly with me, and that I should go to the Lures, but perhaps you know that I am not going out with Fanny any more." "No? Why is that? Have you quarreled?" "No, not at all. I told Fanny that we didn't get on well together, so it was better for us not to go out together any more. But she was always welcome in our home, and I hope I should be in hers. You see, I thought Fanny had been going out with another boy and treated her accordingly, but that was quite untrue. And now my uncle says I should apologize to Fanny, but of course I didn't want to do that, so I finished the whole affair. That was just one of the many reasons. My grandmother would rather I went with Fanny than you, but I shan't. Old people have such terribly old-fashioned ideas at times, but I just can't fall into line. I need my grandparents, but in a sense they need me too. From now on, I shall be free on Wednesday evenings. Officially, I go to wood-carving lessons to please my grandparents. In actual fact, I go to a meeting of the Zionist movement. I'm not supposed to because my grandparents are very much against the Zionists. I'm by no means a fanatic, but I have a leaning that way and find it interesting. But lately it has become such a mess there that I'm going to quit. So next Wednesday will be my last time. Then I shall be able to see you on Wednesday evenings, Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon, and perhaps more. But your grandparents are against it. You can't do it behind their backs. Love finds a way. Then we passed the bookshop on the corner, and there stood Peter Vessel with 2 other boys. He said hello. It's the first time he has spoken to me for ages. I was really pleased. Harry and I walked on, and the end of it all was that I should meet him at 5 minutes to 7 in the front of his house next evening. Yours, Anna. Friday, 3 July 1942. Dear Kitty, Harry visited us yesterday to meet my parents. I had bought a cream cake, sweets, tea, and fancy biscuits, quite a spread. But neither Harry nor I felt like sitting stiffly side by side indefinitely, so we went for a walk, and it was already 8:10 when he brought me home. Daddy was very cross, and thought it was very wrong of me because it is dangerous for Jews to be out after 8 o'clock, and I had to promise to be in by 10 to 8 in future. Tomorrow I've been invited to his house. My girlfriend Yopie teases me the whole time about Harry. I'm honestly not in love. Oh, no, I can surely have boyfriends. No one thinks anything of that. But one boyfriend, or beau, as Mother calls him, seems to be quite different. Harry went to see Ava one evening, and she told me that she asked him, "Who do you like best, Fanny or Anna?" He said, "It's nothing to do with you." But when he left, they hadn't chatted together any more the whole evening. "Now listen, it's Anna. So long, and don't tell a soul." And like a flash, she was gone. It's easy to see that Harry is in love with me. Rather fun for a change. Margot would say, "Harry is a decent lad." I agree, but he is more than that. Mummy is full of praise. A good-looking boy, a well-behaved, nice boy. I'm glad that the whole family approves of him. He likes them, too, but he thinks my girlfriends are very childish. And he's quite right. Yours, Anna. Sunday morning, 5 July 1942. Dear Kitty, our examination results were announced in the Jewish theater last Friday. I couldn't have hoped for better. My report is not at all bad. I had 1 Weeks Satis, a 5 for algebra, 2 6s, and the rest were all 7s or 8s. They were certainly pleased at home, although over the question of marks my parents are quite different from most. They don't care a bit whether my reports are good or bad, as long as I'm well and happy and not too cheeky. Then the rest will come by itself. I am just the opposite. I don't want to be a bad pupil. I should really have stayed in the 7th form in the Montessori school, but was accepted for the Jewish secondary. When all the Jewish children had to go to Jewish schools, the headmaster took Lise and me conditionally after a bit of persuasion. He relied on us to do our best, and I don't want to let him down. My sister Margot has her report, too. Brilliant, as usual. She would move up with cum laude if that existed at school. She is so brainy. Daddy has been at home a lot lately, as there is nothing for him to do at business. It must be rotten to feel so superfluous. Mr. Coupuis has taken over Travis, and Mr. Crawler the firm Colin & Company. When we walked across our little square together a few days ago, Daddy began to talk of us going into hiding. I asked him why on earth he was beginning to talk of that already. Yes, Anna, he said. You know that we have been taking food, clothes, furniture to other people for more than a year now. We don't want our belongings to be seized by the Germans, but we certainly don't want to fall into their clutches ourselves. So we shall disappear of our own accord and not wait until they come and fetch us. But, Daddy, when would it be? He spoke so seriously that I grew very anxious. Don't you worry about it. We shall arrange everything. Make the most of your carefree young life while you can. That was all. Oh, may the fulfillment of these somber words remain far distant yet. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 8 July, 1942. Dear Kitty, years seem to have passed between Sunday and now. So much has happened, it is just as if the whole world had turned upside down. But I'm still alive, Kitty, and that is the main thing, Daddy says. Yes, I'm still alive indeed, but don't ask where or how. You wouldn't understand a word, so I will begin by telling you what happened on Sunday afternoon. At 3 o'clock, Harry had just gone but was coming back later. Someone rang the front doorbell. I was lying lazily reading a book on the veranda in the sunshine, so I didn't hear it. A bit later, Margot appeared at the kitchen door looking very excited. "The SS have sent a call-up notice for Daddy," she whispered. "Mummy has gone to see Mr. Van Daan already." Van Daan is a friend who works with Daddy in the business. It was a great shock to me. A call-up. Everyone knows what that means. I picture concentration camps and lonely cells. Should we allow him to be doomed to this? "Of course he won't go," declared Margot while we waited together. "Mummy has gone to the Van Daans to discuss whether we should move into our hiding place tomorrow. The Van Daans are going with us, so we shall be 7 in all." Silence. We couldn't talk any more, thinking about Daddy, who, little knowing what was going on, was visiting some old people in the Yudzi Invalid. Waiting for Mummy, the heat and suspense all made us very overawed and silent. Suddenly, the bell rang again. "That is Harry," I said. "Don't open the door." Margot held me back, but it was not necessary, as we heard Mummy and Mr. Van Daan downstairs talking to Harry. Then they came in and closed the door behind them. Each time the bell went, Margot or I had to creep softly down to see if it was Daddy, not opening the door to anyone else. Margot and I were sent out of the room. Van Daan wanted to talk to Mommy alone. When we were alone together, in our bedroom, Margot told me that the call-up was not for Daddy, but for her. I was more frightened than ever and began to cry. Margot is 16. Would they really take girls of that age away alone? But thank goodness she won't go. Mummy said so herself. That must be what Daddy meant when he talked about us going into hiding. Into hiding? Where would we go? In a town or the country? In a house or a cottage? When? How? Where? These were questions I was not allowed to ask, but I couldn't get them out of my mind. Margot and I began to pack some of our most vital belongings into a school satchel. The first thing I put in was this diary. Then hair curlers, handkerchiefs, school books, a comb, old letters. I put in the craziest things with the idea that we were going into hiding. But I'm not sorry. Memories mean more to me than dresses. At 5 o'clock, Daddy finally arrived, and we phoned Mr. Coupuis to ask if he could come around in the evening. Fondant went and fetched Miep. Miep has been in the business with Daddy since 1933, and has become a close friend, likewise her brand-new husband, Hank. Miep came and took some shoes, dresses, coats, underwear, and stockings away in her bag, promising to return in the evening. Then silence fell on the house. Not one of us felt like eating anything. It was still hot, and everything was very strange. We let our large upstairs room to a certain Mr. Goodsmith, a divorced man in his 30s, who appeared to have nothing to do on this particular evening. We simply could not get rid of him without being rude. He hung about until 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Miep and Hank Van Santen arrived. Once again, shoes, stockings, books, and underclothes disappeared into Miep's bag and Hank's deep pockets. And at 11:30 they too disappeared. I was dog-tired, and although I knew that it would be my last night in my own bed, I fell asleep immediately and didn't wake up until Mummy called me at 5:30 the next morning. Luckily, it was not so hot as Sunday. Warm rain fell steadily all day. We put on heaps of clothes as if we were going to the North Pole, the sole reason being to take clothes with us. No Jew in our situation would have dreamed of going out with a suitcase full of clothing. I had on 2 vests, 3 pairs of pants, a dress, on top of that a skirt, jacket, summer coat, 2 pairs of stockings, lace-up shoes, woolly cap, scarf, and still more. I was nearly stifled before we started, but no one inquired about that. Margot filled her satchel with schoolbooks, fetched her bicycle, and rode off behind me up into the unknown, as far as I was concerned. You see, I still didn't know where our secret hiding place was to be. At 7:30 the door closed behind us. Murchi, my little cat, was the only creature to whom I said farewell. She would have a good home with the neighbors. This was all written in a letter addressed to Mr. Goodsmith. There was 1 pound of meat in the kitchen for the cat, breakfast things lying on the table, stripped beds, all giving the impression that we had left helter-skelter. But we didn't care about impressions. We only wanted to get away, only escape and arrive safely, nothing else. Continued tomorrow. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 9 July, 1942. Dear Kitty, so we walked in the pouring rain, Daddy, Mommy, and I, each with a school satchel and shopping bag filled to the brim with all kinds of things thrown together anyhow. We got sympathetic looks from people on their way to work. You could see by their faces how sorry they were they couldn't offer us a lift. The gaudy yellow star spoke for itself. Only when we were on the road did Mummy and Daddy begin to tell me bits and pieces about the plan. For months, as many of our goods and chattels and necessities of life as possible had been sent away, and they were sufficiently ready for us to have gone into hiding of our own accord on July 16th. The plan had had to be speeded up 10 days because of the call-up, so our quarters would not be so well organized, but we had to make the best of it. The hiding place itself would be in the building where Daddy has his office. It will be hard for outsiders to understand, but I shall explain that later on. Daddy didn't have many people working for him. Mr. Crawler, Coupuis, Miep, and Elie Vossen, a 23-year-old typist, who all knew of our arrival. Mr. Vossen, Ellie's father, and 2 boys worked in the warehouse. They had not been told. I will describe the building. There is a large warehouse on the ground floor which is used as a store. The front door to the house is next to the warehouse door, and inside the front door is a second doorway which leads to a staircase, A, There is another door at the top of the stairs with a frosted glass window in it, which has office written in black letters across it. That is the large main office, very big, very light, and very full. Ellie, Miep, and Coupuis work there in the daytime. A small dark room containing the safe, a wardrobe, and a large cupboard leads to a small, somewhat dark second office. Mr. Crawler and Mr. Van Daan used to sit here. Now it is only Mr. Crawler. One can reach Crawler's office from the passage, but only via a glass door which can be opened from the inside, but not easily from the outside. From Crawler's office, a long passage goes past the coal store, up 4 steps, and leads to the showroom of the whole building, the private office. Dark, dignified furniture, linoleum and carpets on the floor, radio, smart lamp, everything first class. Next door there is a roomy kitchen with a hot water faucet and a gas stove. Next door the WC. That is the first floor. A wooden staircase leads from the downstairs passage to the next floor, B. There is a small landing at the top, and there is a door at each end of the landing, the left one leading to a storeroom at the front of the house and to the attics. One of those really steep Dutch staircases runs from the side to the other door, opening onto the street, C. The right-hand door leads to our secret annex. No one would ever guess that there would be so many rooms hidden behind that plain gray door. There's a little step in front of the door, and then you are inside. There is a steep staircase immediately opposite the entrance, D. On the left, a tiny passage brings you into a room which was to become the Frank family's bed-sitting room. Next door, a smaller room, study, and bedroom for the 2 young ladies of the family. On the right, a little room without windows containing the wash basin and a small WC compartment, with another door leading to Margot's and my room. If you go up the next flight of stairs and open the door, you are simply amazed that there could be such a big, light room in such an old house by the canal. There is a gas stove in this room, thanks to the fact that it was used as a laboratory, and a sink. This is now the kitchen for the Van Daan couple, besides being general living room, dining room, and scullery. A tiny little corridor room will become Pater Van Daan's apartment. Then, just on the lower landing, there is a large attic. So, there you are. I've introduced you to the whole of our beautiful secret annex. Yours, Anna. Friday, 10 July, 1942. Dear Kitty, I expect I have thoroughly bored you with my long-winded descriptions of our dwelling, but still I think you should know where we've landed. But, to continue my story, you see I've not finished yet. When we arrived at the Prinsengracht, Miep took us quickly upstairs and into the secret annex. She closed the door behind us, and we were alone. Margot was already waiting for us, having come much faster on her bicycle. Our living room and all the other rooms were chock full of rubbish, indescribably so. All the cardboard boxes which had been sent to the office in the previous months lay piled on the floor and the beds. The little room was filled to the ceiling with bedclothes. We had to start clearing up immediately if we wished to sleep in decent beds that night. Mummy and Margot were not in a fit state to take part. They were tired and laid down on their beds. They were miserable, and lots more besides. But the 2 clearers-up of the family, Daddy and myself, wanted to start at once. The whole day long we unpacked boxes, filled cupboards, hammered and tidied, until we were dead beat. We sank into clean beds that night. We hadn't had a bit of anything warm the whole day, but we didn't care. Mummy and Margot were too tired and keyed up to eat, and Daddy and I were too busy. On Tuesday morning we went on where we left off the day before. Ellie and Miep collected our rations for us. Daddy improved the poor blackout. We scrubbed the kitchen floor, and were on the go the whole day long again. I hardly had time to think about the great change in my life until Wednesday. Then I had a chance, for the first time since our arrival, to tell you all about it, and at the same time to realize myself what had actually happened to me and what was still going to happen. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 11 July, 1942. Dear Kitty, Daddy, Mummy, and Margot can't get used to the sound of the Westertoren clock yet, which tells us the time every quarter of an hour. I can. I loved it from the start, and especially in the night it's like a faithful friend. I expect you'll be interested to hear what it feels like to disappear. Well, all I can say is that I don't know myself yet. I don't think I shall ever really feel at home in this house, but that does not mean that I loathe it here. It is more like being on vacation in a very peculiar boarding house. Rather a mad idea, perhaps, but that is how it strikes me. The secret annex is an ideal hiding place. Although it leans to one side and is damp, you'd never find such a comfortable hiding place anywhere in Amsterdam. No, perhaps not even in the whole of Holland. Our little room looked very bare at first, with nothing on the walls, but thanks to Daddy, who had brought my film star collection and picture postcards on beforehand, and with the aid of paste pot and brush, I have transformed the walls into one gigantic picture. This makes it look much more cheerful, and when the Van Dons come, we'll get some wood from the attic and make a few little cupboards for the walls and other odds and ends to make it look more lively. Margot and Mummy are a little bit better now. Mummy felt well enough to cook some soup for the first time yesterday, but then forgot all about it while she was downstairs talking, so the peas were burned to a cinder and utterly refused to leave the pan. Mr. Coupuis has brought me a book called Young People's Annual. The four of us went to the private office yesterday evening and turned on the radio. I was so terribly frightened that someone might hear it that I simply begged Daddy to come upstairs with me. Mummy understood how I felt and came too. We are very nervous in other ways, too, that the neighbors might hear us or see something going on. We made curtains straight away on the first day. Really, one can hardly call them curtains. They are just light, loose strips of material, all different shapes, quality, and pattern, which Daddy and I sewed together in a most unprofessional way. These works of art are fixed in position with drawing pins, not to come down until we emerge from here. There are some large business premises on the right of us, and on the left a furniture workshop. There is no one there after working hours, but even so, sounds could travel through the walls. We have forbidden Margot to cough at night, although she has a bad cold, and make her swallow large doses of codeine. I am looking for Tuesday when the Van Dons arrive. It will be much more fun and not so quiet. It is the silence that frightens me so in the evenings and at night. I wish like anything that one of our protectors could sleep here at night. I can't tell you how oppressive it is never to be able to go outdoors. Also, I'm very afraid that we shall be discovered and be shot. That is not exactly a pleasant prospect. We have to whisper and tread lightly during the day, otherwise the people in the warehouse might hear us. Someone is calling me. Yours, Anna. Friday, 14 August 1942. Dear Kitty, I have deserted you for a whole month, but honestly, there is so little news here that I can't find amusing things to tell you every day. The Van Dons arrived on July 13th. We thought they were coming on the 14th, but between the 13th and 16th of July, the Germans called up people right and left, which created more and more unrest. So they played for safety. Better a day too early than a day too late. At 9:30 in the morning, we were still having breakfast. Peter arrived, the Van Don's son. Not 16 yet, a rather soft, shy, gawky youth. Can't expect much from his company. He brought his cat, Mooshy, with him. Mr. and Mrs. Van Don arrived half an hour later, and to our great amusement, she had a large potty in her hat box. "I don't feel at home anywhere without my chamber," she declared. So it was the first thing to find its permanent resting place under her divan. Mr. Van Don did not bring his, but carried a folding tea-table under his arm. From the day they arrived, we all had meals cozily together, and after 3 days it was just as if we were one large family. Naturally, the Van Dons were able to tell us a lot about the extra week they had spent in the inhabited world. Among other things, we were very interested to hear what had happened to our house, and to Mr. Goudsmit. Mr. Van Don told us, "Mr. Goudsmit phoned at 9 o'clock on Monday morning and asked if I could come around. I went immediately and found G in a state of great agitation. He let me read a letter that the Franks had left behind, and wanted to take the cat to the neighbors as indicated in the letter, which pleased me. Mr. G was afraid that the house would be searched, so we went through all the rooms, tidied up a bit, and cleared away the breakfast things. Suddenly, I discovered a writing pad on Mrs. Frank's desk, with an address in Maastricht written on it. Although I knew this was done on purpose, I pretended to be very surprised and shocked, and urged Mr. G to tear up this unfortunate little piece of paper without delay. I went on pretending that I knew nothing of your disappearance all the time, but after seeing the paper, I got a brainwave. "Mr. Goudsmit," I said, "it suddenly dawns on me what this address may refer to. Now it all comes back to me. A high-ranking officer was in the office about 6 months ago. He appeared to be very friendly with Mr. Frank and offered to help him should the need arise. He was stationed in Maastricht. I think he must have kept his word and somehow or other managed to get them into Belgium and then on to Switzerland. I should tell this to any friends who may inquire. Don't, of course, mention Maastricht." With these words I left the house. Most of your friends know already, because I've been told myself several times by different people. We were highly amused at the story, and when Mr. Van Daan gave us further details, laughed still more at the way people can let their imaginations run away with them. One family had seen the pair of us pass on bicycles very early in the morning, and another lady knew quite definitely that we were fetched by a military car in the middle of the night. Yours, Anna. Friday, 21 August 1942. Dear Kitty, the entrance to our hiding place has now been properly concealed. Mr. Crawler thought it would be better to put a cupboard in front our door, because a lot of houses are being searched for hidden bicycles, but of course it had to be a movable cupboard that can open like a door. Mr. Vosen made the whole thing. We had already let him into the secret, and he can't do enough to help. If we want to go downstairs, we have to first bend down and then jump, because the step is gone. The first 3 days we were all going about with masses of lumps on our foreheads, because we all knocked ourselves against the low doorway. Now we have nailed a cloth filled with wood wool against the top of the door. Let's see if that helps. I'm not working much at present. I'm giving myself holidays until September. Then Daddy is going to give me lessons. It's shocking how much I've forgotten already. There is little change in our life here. Mr. Van Daan and I usually manage to upset each other. It's just the opposite with Margot, whom he likes very much. Mummy sometimes treats me just like a baby, which I can't bear. Otherwise, things are going better. I still don't like Pater any more. He is so boring. He flops lazily on his bed half the time, does a bit of carpentry, and then goes back for another snooze. What a fool. It is lovely weather, and in spite of everything, we make the most we can of it by lying on a camp bed in the attic, where the sun shines through an open window. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 2 September 1942. Dear Kitty, Mr. and Mrs. Van Daan have had a terrific quarrel. I've never seen anything quite like it before. Mummy and Daddy would never dream of shouting at each other. The cause was so trivial that the whole thing was a pure waste of breath. But still, everyone to his own liking. Naturally, it is very unpleasant for Pater, who has to stand by. No one takes him seriously. He is so frightfully touchy and lazy. Yesterday he was badly upset because he found that his tongue was blue instead of red. This unusual phenomenon of nature disappeared just as quickly as it had come. Today he is going about with a scarf on, as he has a stiff neck. In addition, Milord complains of lumbago. Pains around the heart, kidneys, and lungs are not unusual either. He is a real hypochondria. That's the word for such people, isn't it? It is not all honey between Mummy and Mrs. Van Daan. There is plenty of cause for unpleasantness. To give a small example, I will tell you that Mrs. Van Daan has taken all 3 of her sheets out of the common linen cupboard. She takes it for granted that Mummy's sheets will do for all of us. It will be a nasty surprise for her when she finds that Mummy has followed her good example. Also, she is thoroughly piqued that her dinner service and not ours is in use. She is always trying to find out where we have actually put our plates. They are closer than she thinks. They are in a cardboard box behind a lot of junk in the attic. Our plates are unget-atable as long as we are here, and a good thing, too. I always have bad luck. I smashed one of Mrs. Von Don's soup plates into 1,000 pieces yesterday. Oh, she cried angrily, couldn't you be more careful for once? That's the last one I've got. Mr. Von Don is all sugar to me nowadays. Long may it last. Mummy gave me another frightful sermon this morning. I can't bear them. Our ideas are completely opposite. Daddy is a darling, although he can sometimes be angry with me, for 5 minutes on end. Last week we had a little interruption in our monotonous life. It was over a book about women and Pater. First, I must tell you that Margot and Pater are allowed to read nearly all the books that Mr. Coupuis lends us. But the grown-ups held back this particular book on the subject of women. Pater's curiosity was aroused at once. What was it the two of them were not allowed to read in this book? He got hold of the book on the sly while his mother was downstairs talking, and disappeared with his booty to the attic. All went well for a few days. His mother knew what he was doing, but didn't tell tales until Father found out. He was very angry, took the book away, and thought that that would finish the whole business. However, he had not allowed for his son's curiosity, which waxed rather than waned because of his father's attitude. Pater, determined to finish it, thought of a way to get hold of this enthralling book. In the meantime, Mrs. Von Don had asked Mummy what she thought about it all. Mummy thought this particular book was not suitable for Margot, but she saw no harm in letting her read most books. "There's a great difference, Mrs. Von Don," said Mummy, "between Margot and Pater. In the first place, Margot is a girl, and girls are always more grown-up than boys. Secondly, Margot has read quite a lot of serious books, and does not go in search of things that are forbidden her. And thirdly, Margot is far more developed and intelligent, shown by the fact of her being in the 4th form at school." Mrs. Von Don agreed, but still thought it was wrong in principle to let children read books which were written for grown-ups. In the meantime, Pater had found a time of the day when no one bothered about him or the book, 7:30 in the evening. Then everyone was in the private office listening to the radio. That was when he took his treasure to the attic again. He should have been downstairs again by 8:30, but because the book was so thrilling he forgot the time, and was just coming downstairs as his father came into the room. You can imagine the consequences. With a slap and a snatch, the book lay on the table and Pater was in the attic. That's how matters stood as we sat down to table. Pater stayed upstairs, no one bothered about him, and he had to go to bed without any supper. We went on with the meal, chattering gaily, when suddenly we heard a piercing whistle. We all stopped eating and looked with pale, changed faces from one to another. Then we heard Pater's voice calling down the chimney, "I say, I'm not coming down anyway." Mr. Von Don sprang to his feet. His napkin fell to the floor, and scarlet in the face he shouted, "I've had enough of this." Daddy took his arm, afraid of what might happen, and the two men went together to the attic. After a good deal of resistance and stamping, Pater landed up in his room with the door closed, and we went on eating. Mrs. Von Don wanted to save one slice of bread for the dear boy, but his father stood firm. "If he doesn't apologize soon, he will have to sleep in the attic." Loud protests from the rest of us, as we thought missing supper was quite enough punishment. Besides, Pater might catch cold and we couldn't call a doctor. Pater did not apologize. He was already in the attic. Mr. Von Don did nothing more about it, but I noticed the next morning that Pater's bed had been slept in. Pater was back in the attic at 7 o'clock, but Daddy managed with a few friendly words to persuade him to come down again. Sour faces and obstinate silences for 3 days, and then everything went smoothly once more. Yours, Anna. Monday, 21 September 1942. Dear Kitty, today I'm going to tell you our general news. Mrs. Von Don is unbearable. I get nothing but blow-ups from her for my continuous chatter. She is always pestering us in some way or other. This is the latest. She doesn't want to wash up the pans if there is a fragment left. Instead of putting it into a glass dish, as we've always done until now, she leaves it in the pan to go bad. After the next meal, Margot sometimes has about 7 pans to wash up, and then Madame says, "Well, well, Margot, you have got a lot to do." I'm busy with Daddy working out his family tree. As we go along, he tells me little bits about everyone. It's terribly interesting. Mr. Coupuis brings a few special books for me every other week. I'm thrilled with the Huub de Huil series. I've enjoyed the whole of Sissy van Marksveld very much. And I've read In Zomerzeltide 4 times, and I still laugh about some of the ludicrous situations that arise. Term time has begun again. I'm working hard at my French, and manage to pump in 5 irregular verbs per day. Pater sighs and groans over his English. A few school books have just arrived. We have a good stock of exercise books, pencils, rubbers, and labels, as I brought these with me. I sometimes listen to the Dutch news from London. Heard Prince Bernard recently. He said that Princess Juliana is expecting a baby about next January. I think it is lovely. It surprises the others that I should be so keen on the royal family. I was being discussed, and they decided that I'm not completely stupid after all, which had the effect of making me work extra hard the next day. I certainly don't want to still be in the first form when I'm 14 or 15. Also, the fact that I'm hardly allowed to read any decent books was mentioned. Mummy is reading Herren, Vrouwen in Knickten now, which I'm not allowed. Margot is. First, I must be more developed like my talented sister. Then we talk about my ignorance of philosophy and psychology, about which I know nothing. Perhaps by next year I shall be wiser. I looked up these difficult words quickly in Können. I have just woken up to the disturbing fact that I have 1 long-sleeved dress and 3 cardigans for the winter. I've received permission from Daddy to knit a jumper of white sheep's wool. It is not very nice wool, but as long as it's warm, that's all that matters. We have some clothes deposited with friends, but unfortunately we shall not see them until after the war. That is, if they are still there then. I had just written something about Mrs. Von Don when she came in. Slap! I closed the book. Hey, Anna, can't I just have a look? I'm afraid not. Just the last page, then. No, I'm sorry. Naturally, it gave me a frightful shock, because there was an unflattering description of her on this particular page. Yours, Anna. Friday, 25 September 1942. Dear Kitty, yesterday evening I went upstairs and visited the Von Dons. I do so occasionally to have a chat. Sometimes it can be quite fun. Then we have some moth biscuits. The biscuit tin is kept in the wardrobe, which is full of mothballs, and drink lemonade. We talked about Pater. I told them how Pater often strokes my cheek, and that I wished he wouldn't, as I don't like being pawed by boys. In a typical way parents have, they asked if I couldn't get fond of Pater, because he certainly liked me very much. I thought, oh dear, and said, oh no, imagine it. I did say that I thought Pater rather awkward, but that it was probably shyness, as many boys who haven't had much to do with girls are like that. I must say that the Refuge Committee of the Secret Annex, male section, is very ingenious. I'll tell you what they've done now to get news of us through to Mr. Van Dyke, Travee's chief representative, and a friend who has surreptitiously hidden some of our things for us. They typed a letter to a chemist in South Zealand, who does business with our firm, in such a way that he has to send the enclosed reply back in an addressed envelope. Daddy addressed the envelope to the office. When this envelope arrives from Zealand, the enclosed letter is taken out and is replaced by a message in Daddy's handwriting as a sign of life. Like this, Van Dyke won't become suspicious when he reads the note. They specially chose Zealand because it is so close to Belgium, and the letter could have easily been smuggled over the border. In addition, no one is allowed into Zealand without a special permit, so if they thought we were there, he couldn't try and look us up. Yours, Anna. Sunday, 27 September 1942. Dear Kitty, just had a big bust-up with Mummy for the upteenth time. We simply don't get on together these days. And Margot and I don't hit it off any too well either. As a rule, we don't go in for such outbursts as this in our family. Still, it's by no means always pleasant for me. Margot's and Mummy's natures are completely strange to me. I can understand my friends better than my own mother. Too bad. We often discuss post-war problems. For example, how one ought to address servants. Mrs. Von Don had another tantrum. She is terribly moody. She keeps hiding more of her private belongings. Mummy ought to answer each Von Don disappearance with a Frank disappearance. How some people do adore bringing up other people's children in addition to their own. The Von Dons are that kind. Margot doesn't need it. She is such a goody-goody, perfection itself. But I seem to have enough mischief in me for the two of us put together. You should hear us at mealtimes, with reprimands and cheeky answers flying to and fro. Mummy and Daddy always defend me stoutly. I'll have to give up if it weren't for them. Although they do tell me that I mustn't talk so much, that I must be more retiring and not poke my nose into everything. Still, I seem doomed to failure. If Daddy wasn't so patient, I'd be afraid I was going to turn out to be a terrific disappointment to my parents. And they are plenty lenient with me. If I take a small helping of some vegetable I detest, and make up with potatoes, the Von Dons, and Mevrouw in particular, can't get over it, that any child should be so spoiled. "Come along, Anna, have a few more vegetables," she says straight away. "No, thank you, Mrs. Von Don," I answer. "I have plenty of potatoes." "Vegetables are good for you. Your mother says so, too. Have a few more," she says, pressing them on me until Daddy comes to my rescue. Then we have from Mrs. Von Don, "You ought to have been in our home. We were properly brought up. It's absurd that Anna's so frightfully spoiled. I wouldn't put up with it if Anna were my daughter." These are always her first and last words. If Anna were my daughter. Thank heavens I'm not. But to come back to this upbringing business, there was a deadly silence after Mrs. Von Don had finished speaking yesterday. Then Daddy said, "I think Anna is extremely well brought up. She has learned one thing anyway, and that is to make no reply to your long sermons. As to vegetables, look at your own plate." Mrs. Von Don was beaten, well and truly beaten. She had taken a minute helping of vegetables herself, but she is not spoiled. Oh, no, too many vegetables in the evening make her constipated. Why on earth doesn't she keep her mouth shut about me? Then she wouldn't need to make such feeble excuses. It's gorgeous the way Mrs. Von Don blushes. I don't, and that is just what she hates. Yours, Anna. Monday, 28 September 1942. Dear Kitty, I had to stop yesterday, long before I'd finished. I just must tell you about another quarrel, but before I start on that, something else. Why do grown-ups quarrel so easily, so much, and over the most idiotic things? Up till now I thought that only children squabbled, and that wore off as you grew up. Of course, there is sometimes a real reason for a quarrel, but this is just plain bickering. I suppose I should get used to it, but I can't, nor do I think I shall as long as I am the subject of nearly every discussion. They use the word discussion instead of quarrel. Nothing, I repeat, nothing about me is right. My general appearance, my character, my manners are discussed from A to Z. I'm expected, by order, to simply swallow all the harsh words and shouts in silence, and I am not used to this. In fact, I can't. I'm not going to take all these insults lying down. I'll show them that Anna Frank wasn't born yesterday. Then they'll be surprised, and perhaps they'll keep their mouths shut when I let them see that I am going to start educating them. Shall I take up that attitude? Plain barbarism. I'm simply amazed again and again over their awful manners, and especially stupidity, Mrs. Von Don's. But as soon as I get used to this, and it won't be long, then I'll give them some of their own back, and no half measures. Then they'll change their tune. Am I really so bad-mannered, conceited, headstrong, pushing, stupid, lazy, etc., as they all say? Oh, of course not. I have my faults just like everyone else, I know that. But they thoroughly exaggerate everything. Kitty, if you only knew how I sometimes boil under so many jibes and jeers. And I don't know how long I shall be able to stifle my rage. I shall just blow up one day. Still, no more of this. I've bored you long enough with all these quarrels. But I simply must tell you of one highly interesting discussion at the table. Somehow or other, we got on to the subject of Pim's, Daddy's nickname, extreme modesty. Even the most stupid people have to admit this about Daddy. Suddenly, Mrs. Von Don says, "I, too, have an unassuming nature, more so than my husband." Did you ever? This sentence in itself shows quite clearly how thoroughly forward and pushing she is. Mr. Van Daan thought he ought to give an explanation regarding the reference to himself. "I don't wish to be modest. In my experience, it does not pay." Then to me, "Take my advice, Anna. Don't be too unassuming. It doesn't get you anywhere." Mummy agreed with this, too. But Mrs. Van Daan had to add, as always, her ideas on the subject. Her next remark was addressed to Mummy and Daddy. "You have a strange outlook on life. Fancy saying such a thing to Anna. It was very different when I was young, and I feel sure that it still is, except in your modern home." This was a direct hit at the way Mummy brings up her daughters. Mrs. Van Daan was scarlet by this time. Mummy, calm and cool as a cucumber. People who blush get so hot and excited. It is quite a handicap in such a situation. Mummy, still entirely unruffled, but anxious to close the conversation as soon as possible, thought for a second, and then said, "I find, too, Mrs. Van Daan, that one gets on better in life if one is not over-modest. My husband now, and Margot and Peter are exceptionally modest, whereas your husband, Anna, you and I, though not exactly the opposite, don't allow ourselves to be completely pushed to one side." Mrs. Van Daan: "But, Mrs. Frank, I don't understand you. I'm so very modest and retiring. How can you think of calling me anything else?" Mummy: "I did not say you were exactly forward, but no one could say you had a retiring disposition." Mrs. Van Daan: "Let us get this matter cleared up once and for all. I'd like to know in what way I am pushing. I know one thing. If I didn't look after myself, I'd soon be starving." This absurd remark in self-defense just made Mummy rock with laughter. That irritated Mrs. Van Daan, who added a string of German, Dutch-German expressions until she became completely tongue-tied. Then she rose from her chair and was about to leave the room. Suddenly her eye fell on me. You should have seen her. Unfortunately, at the very moment that she turned round, I was shaking my head sorrowfully, not on purpose, but quite involuntarily, for I had been following the whole conversation so closely. Mrs. Van Daan turned round and began to reel off a lot of harsh German, common and ill-mannered, just like a coarse, red-faced fishwife. It was a marvelous sight. If I could draw, I'd have liked to catch her like this. It was a scream, such a stupid, foolish little person. Anyhow, I've learned one thing now. You only really get to know people when you've had a jolly good row with them. Then, and then only, can you judge their true characters. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 29 September 1942. Dear Kitty, extraordinary things can happen to people who go into hiding. Just imagine, as there is no bath, we use a washtub, and because there is hot water in the office, by which I always mean the whole of the lower floor, all 7 of us take it in turns to make use of this great luxury. But because we are all so different, and some are more modest than others, each member of the family has found his own place for carrying out the performance. Peter uses the kitchen in spite of its glass door. When he is going to have a bath, he goes to each one of us in turn and tells us that we must not walk past the kitchen for half an hour. He seems to think this is sufficient. Mr. Van Daan goes right upstairs. To him it is worth the bother of carrying hot water all the way, so as to have the seclusion of his own room. Mrs. Van Daan simply doesn't bathe at all at present. She is waiting to see which is the best place. Daddy has his bath in the private office, Mummy behind a fire guard in the kitchen. Margot and I have chosen the front office for our scrub. The curtains there are drawn on Saturday afternoons, so we wash ourselves in semi-darkness. However, I don't like this place any longer, and since last week I've been on the lookout for more comfortable quarters. Peter gave me an idea, and that was to try the large office WC. There I can sit down, have the light on, lock the door, pour my own bath water away, and I'm safe from prying eyes. I tried my beautiful bathroom on Sunday for the first time, and although it sounds mad, I think it is the best place of all. Last week, the plumber was at work downstairs to move the drains and water pipes from the office WC to the passage. This change is a precaution against frozen pipes, in case we should have a cold winter. The plumber's visit was far from pleasant for us. Not only were we unable to draw water the whole day, but we could not go to the WC either. Now, it is rather indecent to tell you what we did to overcome this difficulty. However, I'm not such a prude that I can't talk about these things. The day we arrived here, Daddy and I improvised a potty for ourselves. Not having a better receptacle, we sacrificed a glass preserving jar for this purpose. During the plumber's visit, nature's offerings were deposited in these jars in the sitting-room during the day. I don't think this was nearly as bad as having to sit still and not talk the whole day. You can't imagine what a trial that was for Miss Quack-Quack. I have to whisper on ordinary days, but not being able to speak or move was 10 times worse. After being flattened by 3 days of continuous sitting, my bottom was very stiff and painful. Some exercises at bedtime helped. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 1 October 1942. Dear Kitty, I got a terrible shock yesterday. Suddenly, at 8 o'clock, the bell rang loudly. Of course, I thought that someone had come, you'll guess who I mean. But I calmed down a bit when everyone said it must be some urchins or perhaps the postman. The days are becoming very quiet here. Levin, a small Jewish chemist and dispenser, works for Mr. Crawler in the kitchen. He knows the whole building well, and therefore we are always afraid that he'll take it into his head to have a peep in the old laboratory. We are as quiet as mice. Who, 3 months ago, would ever have guessed that Quicksilver Anna would have to sit still for hours? And what's more, could. The 29th was Mrs. Von Don's birthday. Although it could not be celebrated in a big way, we managed a little party in her honor, with a specially nice meal, and she received some small presents and flowers. Red carnations from her husband. That seems to be a family tradition. To pause for a moment on the subject of Mrs. Von Don, I must tell you that her attempts to flirt with Daddy are a source of continual irritation for me. She strokes his face and hair, pulls her skirt right up, and makes so-called witty remarks, trying in this way to attract Pim's attention. Pim, thank goodness, doesn't find her either attractive or funny, so he doesn't play ball. Mummy doesn't behave like that with Mr. Von Don. I've said that to Mrs. Von Don's face. Now and then Peter comes out of his shell and can be quite funny. We have one thing in common from which everyone usually gets a lot of amusement. We both love dressing up. He appeared in one of Mrs. Von Don's very narrow dresses, and I put on his suit. He wore a hat and I a cap. The grown-ups were doubled up with laughter, and we enjoyed ourselves as much as they did. Ellie has bought new skirts for Margot and me at Biencourt's. The material is rotten, just like sacking, and they cost 24 florins and 7.5 florins respectively. What a difference compared with before the war! Another nice thing I've been keeping up my sleeve. Ellie has written to some secretarial school or other, and ordered a correspondence course in shorthand for Margot, Peter, and me. You wait and see what perfect experts we shall be by next year. In any case, it's extremely important to be able to write in a code. Yours, Anna.
This ends Disc 1. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Disc 2.
Saturday, 3 October 1942. Dear Kitty, there was another dust-up yesterday. Mummy kicked up a frightful row and told Daddy just what she thought of me. Then she had an awful fit of tears, so of course off I went too. And I'd got such an awful headache anyway. Finally, I told Daddy that I'm much more fond of him than Mummy, to which he replied that I'd get over that. But I don't believe it. I have to simply force myself to stay calm with her. Daddy wishes that I would sometimes volunteer to help Mummy when she doesn't feel well or has a headache, but I shan't. I am working hard at my French and am now reading La Belle Nivernaise. Yours, Anna. Friday, 9 October 1942. Dear Kitty, I've only got dismal and depressing news for you today. Our many Jewish friends are being taken away by the dozen. These people are treated by the Gestapo without a shred of decency, being loaded into cattle trucks and sent to Westerbork, the big Jewish camp in Drenthe. Westerbork sounds terrible. Only one washing cubicle for 100 people, and not nearly enough lavatories. There is no separate accommodations. Men, women, children all sleep together. One hears of frightful immorality because of this, and a lot of the women, and even girls who stay there any length of time, are expecting babies. It is impossible to escape. Most of the people in the camp are branded as inmates by their shaven heads, and many also by their Jewish appearance. If it is as bad as this in Holland, whatever will it be like in the distant and barbarous regions they are sent to? We assume that most of them are murdered. The English radio speaks of their being gassed. Perhaps that is the quickest way to die. I feel terribly upset. I couldn't tear myself away when Miep told these dreadful stories, and she herself was equally wound up for that matter. Just recently, for instance, a poor old crippled Jewess was sitting on her doorstep. She had been told to wait there by the Gestapo, who had gone to fetch a car to take her away. The poor old thing was terrified by the guns that were shooting at English planes overhead, and by the glaring beams of the searchlights. But Miep did not dare take her in. No one would undergo such a risk. The Germans strike without the slightest mercy. Ellie, too, is very quiet. Her boyfriend has got to go to Germany. She is afraid that the airmen who fly over her home will drop their bombs, often weighing 1,000,000 kilos, on Dirk's head. Jokes such as, "He's not likely to get 1,000,000, and it only takes one bomb," are in rather bad taste. And Dirk is certainly not the only one who has to go. Trainloads of boys leave daily. If they stop at a small station en route, sometimes some of them manage to get out unnoticed and escape. Perhaps a few manage it. This, however, is not the end of my bad news. Have you ever heard of hostages? That's the latest thing in penalties for sabotage. Can you imagine anything so dreadful? Prominent citizens, innocent people, are thrown into prison to await their fate. If the saboteur can't be traced, the Gestapo simply puts about 5 hostages against the wall. Announcements of their deaths appear in the papers frequently. These outrages are described as fatal accidents. Nice people, the Germans. To think that I was once one of them, too. No, Hitler took away our nationality long ago. In fact, Germans and Jews are the greatest enemies in the world. Yours, Anna. Friday, 16 October 1942. Dear Kitty, I'm terribly busy. I've just translated a chapter out of La Belle Nivernaise and made notes of new words. Then a perfectly foul math problem and 3 pages of French grammar. I flatly refuse to do these math problems every day. Daddy agrees that they're vile. I'm almost better at them than he is, though neither of us are much good, and we often have to fetch Margot. I'm the furthest on of the 3 of us in shorthand. Yesterday I finished The Assault. It's quite amusing, but doesn't touch Joop de Hill. As a matter of fact, I think Sissy van Marksveld is a first-rate writer. I shall definitely let my children read her books. Mummy, Margot, and I are as thick as thieves again. It's really much better. Margot and I got in the same bed together last evening. It was a frightful squash, but that was just the fun of it. She asked if she could read my diary. I said yes, at least bits of it. Then I asked if I could read hers, and she said yes. Then we got on to the subject of the future. I asked her what she wanted to be, but she wouldn't say and made a great secret of it. I gathered something about teaching. I'm not sure if I'm right, but I think so. Really, I shouldn't be so curious. This morning I was lying on Peter's bed, having chased him off at first. He was furious with me, not that I cared very much. He might be a bit more friendly with me for once. After all, I did give him an apple yesterday. I asked Margot if she thought I was very ugly. She said that I was quite attractive, and that I had nice eyes. Rather vague, don't you think? Till next time, yours, Anna. Tuesday, 20 October 1942. Dear Kitty, my hand still shakes, although it's 2 hours since we had the shock. I should explain that there are 5 fire extinguishers in the house. We knew that someone was coming to fill them, but no one had warned us when the carpenter, or whatever you call him, was coming. The result was that we weren't making any attempt to keep quiet, until I heard hammering outside on the landing opposite our cupboard door. I thought of the carpenter at once and warned Ellie, who was having a meal with us, that she shouldn't go downstairs. Daddy and I posted ourselves at the door so as to hear when the man left. After he'd been working for a quarter of an hour, He laid his hammer and tools down on top of our cupboard, as we thought, and knocked at our door. We turned absolutely white. Perhaps he had heard something after all and wanted to investigate our secret den. It seemed like that. The knocking, pulling, pushing, and wrenching went on. I nearly fainted at the thought that this utter stranger might discover our beautiful secret hiding place. And just as I thought my last hour was at hand, I heard Mr. Coupouis say, "Open the door, it's only me." We opened it immediately. The hook that holds the cupboard, which can be undone by people who know the secret, had got jammed. That was why no one had been able to warn us about the carpenter. The man had now gone downstairs, and Coupouis wanted to fetch Ellie, but couldn't open the cupboard again. In my imagination, the man who I thought was trying to get in had been growing and growing in size, until in the end he appeared to be a giant, and the greatest fascist that ever walked the earth. Well, luckily everything was okay this time. Meanwhile, we had great fun on Monday. Miep and Hank spent the night here. Margot and I went in Mummy and Daddy's room for the night, so that the Von Santums could have our room. The meal tasted divine. There was one small interruption. Daddy's lamp blew a fuse, and all of a sudden we were sitting in darkness. What was to be done? There was some fuse wire in the house, but the fuse box is right at the very back of the dark storeroom. Not such a nice job after dark. Still, the men ventured forth, and after 10 minutes we were able to put the candles away again. I got up early this morning. Hank had to leave at 8:30. After a cozy breakfast, Miep went downstairs. It was pouring, and she was glad not to have to cycle to the office. Next week, Ellie is coming to stay for a night. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 29 October 1942. Dear Kitty, I am awfully worried. Daddy is ill. He has a high temperature and a red rash. It looks like measles. Think of it. We can't even call a doctor. Mummy is letting him have a good sweat. Perhaps that will send his temperature down. This morning, Miep told us that all the furniture has been removed from the Von Don's home. We haven't told Mrs. Von Don yet. She's such a bundle of nerves already, and we don't feel like listening to another moan over all the lovely china and beautiful chairs that she left at home. We had to leave almost all our nice things behind, so what's the good of grumbling about it now? I'm allowed to read more grown-up books lately. I'm now reading Ava's Youth by Nico van Zuchtelen. I can't see much difference between this and the schoolgirl love stories. It is true that there are bits about women selling themselves to unknown men in back streets. They ask a packet of money for it. I'd die of shame if anything like that happened to me. Also, it says that Ava has a monthly period. Oh, I'm so longing to have it too. It seems so important. Daddy has brought the plays of Goethe and Schiller from the big cupboard. He's going to read to me every evening. We've started with Don Carlos. Following Daddy's good example, Mummy has pressed her prayer book into my hand. For decency's sake, I read some of the prayers in German. They are certainly beautiful, but they don't convey much to me. Why does she force me to be pious just to oblige her? Tomorrow we are going to light the fire for the first time. I expect we shall be suffocated with smoke. The chimney hasn't been swept for ages. Let's hope the thing draws. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 7 November 1942. Dear Kitty, Mummy is frightfully irritable, and that always seems to herald unpleasantness for me. Is it just a chance that Daddy and Mummy never rebuke Margot, and that they always drop on me for everything? Yesterday evening, for instance, Margot was reading a book with lovely drawings in it. She got up and went upstairs, put the book down ready to go on with it later. I wasn't doing anything, so picked up the book and started looking at the pictures. Margot came back, saw her book in my hands, wrinkled her forehead, and asked for the book back. Just because I wanted to look a little further on, Margot got more and more angry. Then Mummy joined in. "Give the book to Margot. She was reading it," she said. Daddy came into the room. He didn't even know what it was all about, but saw the injured look on Margot's face and promptly dropped on me. "I'd like to see what you'd say if Margot ever started looking at one of your books." I gave way at once, laid the book down, and left the room, offended as they thought. It so happened I was neither offended nor cross, just miserable. It wasn't right of Daddy to judge without knowing what the squabble was about. I would have given Margot the book myself, and much more quickly, if Mummy and Daddy hadn't interfered. They took Margot's part at once, as though she were the victim of some great injustice. It's obvious that Mummy would stick up for Margot. She and Margot always do back each other up. I'm so used to that I'm utterly indifferent to both Mummy's jawing and Margot's moods. I love them, but only because they are Mummy and Margot. With Daddy it's different. If he holds Margot up as an example, approves of what she does, praises and caresses her, then something gnaws at me inside, because I adore Daddy. He is the one I look up to. I don't love anyone in the world but him. He doesn't notice that he treats Margot differently from me. Now, Margot is just the prettiest, sweetest, most beautiful girl in the world, but all the same, I feel I have some right to be taken seriously, too. I've always been the dunce, the ne'er-do-well of the family. I've always had to pay double for my deeds, first with the scolding, and then again because of the way my feelings are hurt. Now, I'm not satisfied with this apparent favoritism any more. I want something from Daddy that he is not able to give me. I'm not jealous of Margot, never have been. I don't envy her good looks or her beauty. It is only that I long for Daddy's real love, not only as his child, but for me, Anna. I cling to Daddy because it is only through him that I am able to retain the remnant of family feeling. Daddy doesn't understand that I need to give vent to my feelings over Mummy sometimes. He doesn't want to talk about it. He simply avoids anything which might lead to remarks about Mummy's failings. Just the same, Mummy and her failings are something I find harder to bear than anything else. I don't know how to keep it all to myself. I can't always be drawing attention to her untidiness, her sarcasm, and her lack of sweetness. Neither can I believe that I'm always in the wrong. We are exact opposites in everything, so naturally we are bound to run up against each other. I don't pronounce judgment on Mummy's character, for that is something I can't judge. I only look at her as a mother, and she just doesn't succeed in being that to me. I have to be my own mother. I've drawn myself apart from them all. I am my own skipper, and later on I shall see where I come to land. All this comes about particularly because I have in my mind's eye an image of what a perfect mother and wife should be. And in her, whom I must call mother, I find no trace of that image. I am always making resolutions not to notice Mummy's bad example. I want to see only the good side of her, and to seek in myself what I cannot find in her. But it doesn't work. And the worst of it is neither Daddy nor Mummy understands this gap in my life, and I blame them for it. I wonder if anyone can ever succeed in making their children absolutely content. Sometimes I believe that God wants to try me, both now and later on. I must become good through my own efforts, without examples and without good advice. Then later on I shall be all the stronger. Who besides me will ever read these letters? From whom but myself shall I get comfort? As I need comforting often, I frequently feel weak and dissatisfied with myself. My shortcomings are too great. I know this, and every day I try to improve myself again and again. My treatment varies so much. One day Anna is so sensible and is allowed to know everything, and the next day I hear that Anna is just a silly little goat who doesn't know anything at all and imagines that she's learned a wonderful lot from books. I'm not a baby or a spoiled darling any more to be laughed at, whatever she does. I have my own views, plans, and ideas, though I can't put them into words yet. Oh, so many things bubble up inside me as I lie in bed, having to put up with people I'm fed up with, who always misinterpret my intentions. That's why, in the end, I always come back to my diary. That is where I start and finish, because Kitty is always patient. I'll promise her that I shall persevere, in spite of everything, and find my own way through it all, and swallow my tears. I only wish I could see the results already, or occasionally receive encouragement from someone who loves me. Don't condemn me. Remember rather that sometimes I too can reach the bursting point. Yours, Anna. Monday, 9 November 1942. Dear Kitty, yesterday was Peter's birthday. He was 16. He had some nice presents. Among other things, a game of Monopoly, a razor, and a lighter. Not that he smokes much, it's really just for show. The biggest surprise came from Mr. Van Daan when at 1 o'clock he announced that the British had landed in Tunis, Algiers, Casablanca, and Oran. This is the beginning of the end, everyone was saying. But Churchill, the British Prime Minister, who had probably heard the same thing in England, said, "This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning." Do you see the difference? There is certainly reason for optimism. Stalingrad, the Russian town which they've already been defending for 3 months, still hasn't fallen into German hands. But to return to affairs in our secret den, I must tell you something about our food supply. As you know, we have some real greedy pigs on the top floor. We get our bread from a nice baker, a friend of Coupuis. We don't get so much as we used to at home, naturally, but it's sufficient. 4 ration cards have also been bought illegally. Their price is going up all the time. It has now gone up from 27 florins to 33. And all that for a little slip of printed paper. In order to have something in the house that will keep, apart from our 150 tins of vegetables, we have bought 270 pounds of dried peas and beans. They are not all for us, some are for the office people. They are in sacks which hang on hooks in our little passage, inside the hidden door. Owing to the weight of the contents, a few stitches in the sacks burst open, so we decided it would be better to put our winter store in the attic, and Peter was given the job of dragging it all up there. He had managed to get 5 of the 6 sacks upstairs intact, and he was just busy pulling up number 6 when the bottom seam of the sack split, and a shower, no, a positive hailstorm of brown beans came pouring down and rattled down the stairs. There were about 50 pounds in the sack, and the noise was enough to waken the dead. Downstairs they thought the old house with all its contents was coming down on them. Thank God there were no strangers in the house. It gave Peter a moment's fright, but he was soon roaring with laughter, especially when he saw me standing at the bottom of the stairs like a little island in the middle of a sea of beans. I was entirely surrounded up to my ankles in beans. Quickly we started to pick them up, but beans are so slippery and small that they seem to roll into all the possible and impossible corners and holes. Now, every time anyone goes downstairs, they bend down once or twice in order to be able to present Mrs. Van Daan with a handful of beans. Oh, I'd almost forgotten to mention that Daddy is quite better again. Yours, Anna. P.S. The news has just come over the radio that Algiers has fallen. Morocco, Casablanca, and Oran have been in British hands for several days. Now we're waiting for Tunis. Tuesday, 10 November 1942. Dear Kitty, great news! We want to take in an 8th person. Yes, really. We've always thought that there was quite enough room and food for one more. We were only afraid of giving Coupuis and Crawler more trouble. But now that the appalling stories we hear about Jews are getting even worse, Daddy got hold of the 2 people who had to decide, and they thought it was an excellent plan. It is just as dangerous for 7 as for 8, they said, and quite rightly. When this was settled, we ran through our circle of friends, trying to think of a single person who would fit in well with our family. It wasn't difficult to hit on someone. After Daddy had refused all members of the Van Daan family, we chose a dentist called Albert Dussel, whose wife was fortunate enough to be out of the country when war broke out. He is known to be quiet, and so far as we and Mr. Van Daan can judge from a superficial acquaintance, both families think he is a congenial person. Miep knows him too, so she will be able to make arrangements for him to join us. If he comes, he will have to sleep in my room instead of Margot, who will use the camp bed. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 12 November 1942. Dear Kitty, Dussel was awfully pleased when Miep told him that she had got a hiding place for him. She urged him to come as soon as possible, preferably Saturday. He thought that this was rather doubtful, since he had to bring his card index up to date first, see to a couple of patients, and settle his accounts. Miep came to us with this news this morning. We thought it was unwise of him to put it off. All these preparations entail explanations to a number of people, whom we would rather keep out of it. Miep is going to ask if he can't manage to come on Saturday after all. Dussel said no. Now he is coming on Monday. I must say I think it's pretty crazy that he doesn't jump at the proposal, whatever it is. If he were to get picked up outside, would he still be able to do his card index, settle his finances, and see to his patients? Why delay, then? I think it's stupid of Daddy to have given in. No other news. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 17 November, 1942. Dear Kitty, Dussel has arrived. All went well. Miep had told him that he must be at a special place in front of the post office at 11 o'clock, where a man would meet him. Dussel was standing at the rendezvous dead on time. Mr. Coupuis, who knows Dussel too, went up to him and told him that the said gentleman could not come, but asked whether he would just go to Miep at the office. Coupuis got onto a tram and went back to the office, while Dussel walked in the same direction. At 11:20, Dussel tapped at the office door. Miep helped him off with his coat so that the yellow star would not be seen, and took him to the private office, where Coupuis engaged him in conversation until the charwoman had gone. Then Miep went upstairs with Dussel, under the pretext that the private office was needed for something, opened the swinging cupboard, and stepped inside before the eyes of the dumbfounded Dussel. We all sat around the table upstairs, waiting with coffee and cognac to greet the newcomer. Miep showed him into our sitting-room first. He recognized our furniture at once, and had not the remotest idea that we were there, above his head. When Miep told him, he nearly passed out with surprise. But luckily Miep didn't give him time and took him straight upstairs. Dussel sank into a chair, speechless, and looked at us all for a while as if he had to really take it all in first. After a while he stuttered. "But, aber, sind you not in Belgium, then? Ist der Militär nicht come? Das Auto? The escape is nicht successful?" We explained everything to him, that we had spread the story about the soldiers in the car on purpose, to put people, and especially the Germans, on the wrong track, should they try to find us. Dussel was again struck dumb by such ingenuity, and when he had explored further our super-practical, exquisite little secret annex, he could do nothing but gaze about him in astonishment. We all had lunch together. Then he had a little nap and joined us for tea, tidied up his things a bit — Miep had brought them beforehand — and began to feel more at home, especially when he received the following typed Secret Annex Rules, Van Daan product. Prospectus and Guide to the Secret Annex. Special institution as temporary residence for Jews and such like. Open all the year round, beautiful, quiet, free from woodland surroundings, in the heart of Amsterdam. Can be reached by trams 13 and 17, also by car or bicycle. In special cases also on foot, if the Germans prevent the use of transport. Board and lodging, free. Special fat-free diet. Running water in the bathroom, alas, no bath, and down various inside and outside walls. Ample storage room for all types of goods. Own radio center. Direct communication with London, New York, Tel Aviv, and numerous other stations. This appliance is only for residents' use after 6 o'clock in the evening. No stations are forbidden, on the understanding that German stations are only listened to in special cases, such as classical music and the like. Rest hours. 10 o'clock in the evening until 7:30 in the morning, 10:15 on Sundays. Residents may rest during the day, conditions permitting, as the directors indicate. For reasons of public security, rest hours must be strictly observed. Holidays, outside the home, postponed indefinitely. Use of language. Speak softly at all times by order. All civilized languages are permitted, therefore no German. Lessons. 1 written shorthand lesson per week. English, French, mathematics, and history at all times. Small pets. Special department. Permit is necessary. Good treatment available. Vermin accepted. Meal times. Breakfast every day except Sunday and bank holidays, 9 a.m., Sundays and bank holidays, 11:30 a.m., approximately. Lunch, not very big, 1:15 p.m. to 1:45 p.m. Dinner, cold and or hot, no fixed time, depending on the news broadcast. Duties, residents must always be ready to help with office work. Baths. The wash tub is available for all residents from 9 a.m. on Sundays. The WC, kitchen, private office, or main office, whichever preferred, are available. Alcoholic beverages, only with doctor's prescription. End. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 19 November 1942. Dear Kitty, Dussel is a very nice man, just as we had all imagined. Of course, he thought it was all right to share my little room. Quite honestly, I'm not so keen that a stranger should use my things, but one must be prepared to make some sacrifices for a good cause, so I shall make my little offering with a good will. If we can save someone, then everything else is of secondary importance, says Daddy. And he's absolutely right. The first day that Dussel was here, he immediately asked me all sorts of questions. When does the charwoman come? When can one use the bathroom? When is one allowed to use the lavatory? You may laugh, but these things are not so simple in a hiding place. During the day we mustn't make any noise that might be heard downstairs, and if there is some stranger, such as the charwoman, for example, then we have to be extra careful. I explained all this carefully to Dussel, but one thing amazed me. He is very slow on the uptake. He asks everything twice over and still doesn't seem to remember. Perhaps that will wear off in time, and it's only that he's thoroughly upset by the sudden change. Apart from that, all goes well. Dussel has told us a lot about the outside world, which we have missed for so long now. He had very sad news. Countless friends and acquaintances have gone to a terrible fate. Evening after evening, the green and gray army lorries trundle past. The Germans ring at every door to inquire if there are any Jews living in the house. If there are, then the whole family has to go at once. If they don't find any, they go on to the next house. No one has a chance of evading them unless one goes into hiding. Often they go around with lists, and only ring when they know they can get a good haul. Sometimes they let them off for cash, so much per head. It seems like the slave hunts of olden times, but it's certainly no joke. It's much too tragic for that. In the evenings, when it's dark, I often see rows of good, innocent people, accompanied by crying children, walking on in charge of a couple of these chaps, bullied and knocked about until they almost drop. No one is spared. Old people, babies, expectant mothers, the sick, each and all join in the march of death. How fortunate we are here, so well cared for and undisturbed. We wouldn't have to worry about all this misery were it not that we are so anxious about all those dear to us whom we can no longer help. I feel wicked sleeping in a warm bed, while my dearest friends have been knocked down or have fallen into a gutter somewhere, out in a cold night. I get frightened when I think of close friends who have now been delivered into the hands of the cruelest brutes that walk the earth, and all because they are Jews. Yours, Anna. Friday, 20 November 1942. Dear Kitty, none of us really knows how to take it all. The news about the Jews had not really penetrated through to us until now, and we thought it best to remain as cheerful as possible. Every now and then, when Miep lets out something about what has happened to a friend, Mummy and Mrs. Von Don always begin to cry, so Miep thinks it better not to tell us any more. But Dussel was immediately plied with questions from all sides, and the stories he told us were so gruesome and dreadful that one can't get them out of one's mind. Yet we shall have our jokes and tease each other when these horrors have faded a bit in our minds. It won't do us any good, or help those outside to go on being as gloomy as we are at the moment. And what would be the object of making our secret annex into a secret annex of gloom? Must I keep thinking about those other people, whatever I am doing? And if I want to laugh about something, should I stop myself quickly and feel ashamed that I am cheerful? Ought I then to cry the whole day long? No, That I can't do. Besides, in time this gloom will wear off. Added to this misery, there is another, but of a purely personal kind, and it pales into insignificance besides all the wretchedness I've just told you about. Still, I can't refrain from telling you that lately I have begun to feel deserted. I am surrounded by too great a void. I never used to feel like this. My fun and amusements and my girlfriends completely filled my thoughts. Now I either think about unhappy things or about myself, and at long last I have made the discovery that Daddy, although he's such a darling, still cannot take the place of my entire little world of bygone days. But why do I bother you with such foolish things? I'm very ungrateful, Kitty, I know that. But it often makes my head swim if I'm jumped upon too much, and then on top of that have to think about all those other miseries. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 28 November, 1942. Dear Kitty, we have used too much electricity, more than our ration. Result, the utmost economy, and the prospect of having it cut off. No light for a fortnight. A pleasant thought, that. But who knows? Perhaps it won't happen after all. It's too dark to read in the afternoons after 4 or half-past. We pass the time in all sorts of crazy ways, asking riddles, physical training in the dark, talking English and French, criticizing books. But it all begins to pall in the end. Yesterday evening I discovered something new. To peer through a powerful pair of field glasses into the lighted rooms of the houses at the back. In the daytime we can't allow even as much as a centimeter's chink to appear between our curtains, but it can't do any harm after dark. I never knew before that neighbors could be such interesting people. At any rate, ours are. I found one couple having a meal, one family was in the act of taking a home movie, and the dentist opposite was just attending to an old lady who was awfully scared. It was always said about Mr. Dussel that he could get on wonderfully with children, and that he loved them all. Now he shows himself in his true colors, a stodgy, old-fashioned disciplinarian, and preacher of long, drawn-out sermons on manners. As I have unusual good fortune to share my bedroom, alas, a small one, with his lordship, and as I'm generally considered to be the most badly behaved of the 3 young people, I have a lot to put up with, and have to pretend to be deaf in order to escape the old, much-repeated tickings off and warnings. All this wouldn't be too bad if he wasn't such a frightful sneak, and he didn't pick on Mummy, of all people, to sneak to every time. When I've already just had a dose from him, Mummy goes over it all again, so I get a gale aft as well as fore. Then, if I'm really lucky, I'm called on to give an account of myself to Mrs. Von Don, and then I get a veritable hurricane. Honestly, you needn't think it's easy to be the badly brought-up, central figure of a hypercritical family in hiding. When I lie in bed at night and think over the many sins and shortcomings attributed to me, I get so confused by it all that I either laugh or cry. It depends what sort of mood I am in. Then I fall asleep with a stupid feeling of wishing to be different from what I am, or from what I want to be. Perhaps to behave differently from the way I want to behave, or do behave. Oh, heavens above, now I'm getting you in a muddle, too. Forgive me, but I don't like crossing things out, and in these days of paper shortage we are not allowed to throw paper away. Therefore I can only advise you not to read the last sentence again, and certainly not to try to understand it, because you won't succeed anyhow. Yours, Anna. Monday, 7 December, 1942. Dear Kitty, Hanukkah and St. Nicholas Day came almost together this year, just 1 day's difference. We didn't make much fuss about Hanukkah. We just gave each other a few little presents, and then we had the candles. Because of the shortage of candles, we only had them alight for 10 minutes. But it is all right as long as you have the song. Mr. Von Don has made a wooden candlestick, so that too was all properly arranged. Saturday, the evening of St. Nicholas Day, was much more fun. Miep and Ellie had made us very inquisitive by whispering all the time with Daddy, so naturally we guessed that something was on. And so it was. At 8 o'clock we all filed down the wooden staircase, through the passage in pitch darkness. It made me shudder and wish that I was safely upstairs again, into the little dark room. There, as there are no windows, we were able to turn on a light. When that was done, Daddy opened the big cupboard. "Oh, how lovely!" we all cried. A large basket decorated with St. Nicholas paper stood in the corner, and on top there was a mask of Black Peter. We quickly took the basket upstairs with us. There was a nice little present for everyone, with a suitable poem attached. I got a doll, whose skirt is a bag for odds and ends. Daddy got bookends, and so on. In any case, it was a nice idea. And as none of us had ever celebrated St. Nicholas, it was a good way of starting. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 10 December, 1942. Dear Kitty, Mr. Von Don used to be in the meat, sausage, and spice business. It was because of his knowledge of this trade that he was taken on in Daddy's business. Now he is showing the sausagey side of himself, which for us is by no means disagreeable. We had ordered a lot of meat, under the counter, of course, for preserving in case we should come upon hard times. It was fun to watch. First the way the pieces of meat went through the mincer 2 or 3 times, then how all the accompanying ingredients were mixed with the minced meat, and then how the intestine was filled by means of a spout to make the sausages. We fried the sausage meat and ate it with sauerkraut for supper that evening, but the Gelderland sausages had to be thoroughly dried first, so we hung them over a stick tied to the ceiling with string. Everyone who came into the room began to laugh when they caught a glimpse of the row of sausages on show. They looked terribly funny. The room was in a glorious mess. Mr. Von Don was wearing one of his wife's aprons, swathed around his substantial person — he looked fatter than he is — and was busy with the meat. Hands smothered in blood, red face, and the soiled apron made him look like a butcher. Mrs. Von Don was trying to do everything at once, learning Dutch from a book, stirring the soup, watching the meat being done, sighing and complaining about her injured rib. That's what happens to elderly ladies who do such idiotic exercises to reduce their large behinds. Dussel had inflammation in one eye, and was bathing it in chamomile tea by the fire. Pim, who was sitting on a chair in a beam of sunlight that shone through the window, kept being pushed from one side to the other. In addition, I think his rheumatism was bothering him, because he sat rather hunched up with a miserable look on his face, watching Mr. Von Don at work. He looked exactly like some shriveled-up old man from an old people's home. Peter was doing acrobatics around the room with his cat. Mummy, Margot, and I were peeling potatoes, and, of course, all of us were doing everything wrong because we were so busy watching Mr. Von Don. Dussel has opened his dental practice. For the fun of it, I must tell you about his first patient. Mummy was ironing, and Mrs. Von Don was the first to face the ordeal. She went and sat on a chair in the middle of the room. Dussel began to unpack his case in an awfully important way, asked for some eau de cologne as a disinfectant and Vaseline to take the place of wax. He looked in Mrs. Von Don's mouth and found 2 teeth which, when touched, just made her crumple up as if she was going to pass out, uttering incoherent cries of pain. After a lengthy examination, in Mrs. Von Don's case lasting in actual fact not more than 2 minutes, Dussel began to scrape away at one of the holes. But no fear, it was out of the question. The patient flung her arms and legs about wildly in all directions, until at one point Dussel let go of the scraper. That remained stuck in Mrs. Von Don's tooth. Then the fat was really in the fire. She cried, as far as it was possible with such an instrument in one's mouth, tried to pull the thing out of her mouth, and only succeeded in pushing it further in. Mr. Dussel stood with his hands against his sides, calmly watching the little comedy. The rest of the audience lost all control and roared with laughter. It was rotten of us, because I, for one, am quite sure that I should have screamed even louder. After much turning, kicking, screaming, and calling out, she got the instrument free at last, and Mr. Dussel went on with his work as if nothing had happened. This he did so quickly that Mrs. Von Don didn't have time to start any fresh tricks, but he had never had so much help in all his life before. 2 assistants are pretty useful. Von Don and I performed our duties well. The whole scene looked like a picture from the Middle Ages entitled "A Quack at Work." In the meantime, however, the patient hadn't much patience. She had to keep an eye on her soup and her meal. One thing is certain, Mrs. Von Don won't be in such a hurry to allow herself to be treated again. Yours, Anna. Sunday, 13 December 1942. Dear Kitty, I'm sitting cozily in the main office, looking outside through a slit in the curtain. It is dusk, but still just light enough to write to you. It is a very queer sight as I watch the people walking by. It looks just as if they are all in a terrible hurry and nearly trip over their own toes. With cyclists now, one simply can't keep pace with their speed. I can't even see what sort of person is riding on the machine. The people in this neighborhood don't look very attractive. The children especially are so dirty you wouldn't want to touch them with a barge pole. Real slum kids with running noses. I can hardly understand a word they say. Yesterday afternoon, Margot and I were having a bath here, and I said, "Supposing we were to take the children who are walking past, one by one, hoist them up with a fishing rod, give them each a bath, wash and mend their clothes, and then let them go again. Then—" Margot interrupted me. "By tomorrow they will look just as filthy and ragged as before." But I'm just talking nonsense. Besides, there are other things to see. Cars, boats, and rain. I like particularly the screech of the trams as they go by. There is no more variety in our thoughts than there is for ourselves. They go round and round like a roundabout, from Jews to food and from food to politics. By the way, talking of Jews, I saw 2 Jews through the curtain yesterday. I could hardly believe my eyes. It was a horrible feeling, just as if I had betrayed them, and was now watching them in their misery. There's a houseboat immediately opposite, where a bargeman lives with his family. He has a small yapping dog. We only know the little dog by his bark and his tail, which we can see when he runs around the deck. Ugh! Now it's started to rain, and most of the people are hidden under umbrellas. I see nothing but raincoats and occasionally the back of someone's hat. Really, I don't need to see more. I'm gradually getting to know all the women at a glance, blown out with potatoes, wearing a red or a green coat, trodden down heels, and with a bag under their arms. Their faces either look grim or kind, depending on their husbands' dispositions. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 22 December, 1942. Dear Kitty, the Secret Annex has heard the joyful news that each person will receive an extra quarter of a pound of butter for Christmas. It says half a pound in the newspapers, but that's only for the lucky mortals who get their ration books from the government, not for Jews who have gone into hiding, who can only afford to buy 4 illegal ration books instead of 8. We are all going to bake something with our butter. I made some biscuits and 2 cakes this morning. Everyone is very busy upstairs, and Mummy has told me I must not go there to work or read until the household jobs are done. Mrs. Von Don is in bed with her bruised rib, complains the whole day long, allows herself to be given fresh dressings all the time, and isn't satisfied with anything. I shall be glad when she's on her feet again, and tidies up her own things, because I must say this for her, she's exceptionally industrious and tidy, all the while she is healthy in mind and body. She is cheerful, too. Just as if I didn't hear enough shh, shh during the day for making too much noise, my gentleman bedroom companion now repeatedly calls out shh, shh to me at night, too. According to him, I am not even allowed to turn over. I refuse to take the slightest notice of him, and shall go shh, shh back at him the next time. He makes me furious, on Sundays especially, when he turns the lights on early to do his exercises. It seems to take simply hours, while I, poor tormented creature, feel the chairs which are placed at the head of my bed to lengthen it, slide backwards and forwards continually under my sleepy head. When he has ended with a couple of violent arm-waving exercises to loosen his muscles, his lordship begins his toilet. His pants are hanging up, so to and fro he must go to collect them. But he forgets his tie, which is lying on the table. Therefore, once more he pushes and bumps the chairs to get it. But I won't bore you any longer on the subject of old men. It won't make things any better, and all my plans of revenge, such as disconnecting the lamp, shutting the door, hiding his clothes, must be abandoned in order to keep the peace. Oh, I'm becoming so sensible. One must apply one's reason to everything here. learning to obey, to hold your tongue, to help, to be good, to give in, and I don't know what else. I'm afraid I shall use up all my brains too quickly, and I haven't got so very many. Then I shall not have any left for when the war is over. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 13 January, 1943. Dear Kitty, everything has upset me again this morning, so I wasn't able to finish a single thing properly. It is terrible outside. Day and night more of those poor, miserable people are being dragged off, with nothing but a rucksack and a little money. On the way they are deprived even of these possessions. Families are torn apart, the men, women, and children all being separated. Children coming home from school find that their parents have disappeared. Women returning from shopping to find their homes shut up and their families gone. The Dutch people are anxious, too. Their sons are being sent to Germany. Everyone is afraid. And every night, hundreds of planes fly over Holland and go to German towns, where the earth is so plowed up by their bombs. And every hour, hundreds and thousands of people are killed in Russia and Africa. No one is able to keep out of it. The whole globe is waging war. And although it is going better for the Allies, the end is not yet in sight. And as for us, we are fortunate. Yes, we are luckier than millions of people. It is quiet and safe here, and we are, so to speak, living on capital. We are even so selfish as to talk about after the war, brighten up at the thought of having new clothes and new shoes, whereas we really ought to save every penny to help other people, and save what is left from the wreckage after the war. The children here run about in just a thin blouse and clogs, no coat, no hat, no stockings, and no one helps them. Their tummies are empty. They chew an old carrot to stay the pangs, go from their cold homes out into the cold street, and when they get to school, find themselves in an even colder classroom. Yes, it has got even so bad in Holland that countless children stop the passers-by and beg for a piece of bread. I could go on for hours about all the suffering the war has brought, but then I would only make myself more dejected. There is nothing we can do but wait as calmly as we can till the misery comes to an end. Jews and Christians wait, the whole earth waits, and there are many who wait for death. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 30 January, 1943. Dear Kitty, I'm boiling with rage, and yet I mustn't show it. I'd like to stamp my feet, scream, give Mummy a good shaking, cry, and I don't know what else, because of the horrible words, mocking looks, and accusations which are leveled at me repeatedly every day, and find their mark like shafts from a tightly strung bow, and which are just as hard to draw from my body. I would like to shout to Margot, Van Daan, Dussel, and Daddy too, "Leave me in peace. Let me sleep one night at least without my pillow being wet with tears, my eyes burning and my head throbbing. Let me get away from it all, preferably away from the world. But I can't do that. They mustn't know my despair. I couldn't bear their sympathy and their kind-hearted jokes. It would only make me want to scream all the more. If I talk, everyone thinks I'm showing off. When I'm silent, they think I'm ridiculous, rude if I answer, sly if I get a good idea, lazy if I'm tired, selfish if I eat a mouthful more than I should, stupid, cowardly, crafty, etc., etc. The whole day long I hear nothing else but that I'm an insufferable baby. And although I do laugh about it and pretend not to take any notice, I do mind. I would like to ask God to give me a different nature so that I didn't put everyone's back up. But that can't be done. I've got the nature that has been given to me, and I'm sure it can't be bad. I do my very best to please everybody, far more than they'd ever guess. I try to laugh it all off, because I don't want to let them see my trouble. More than once, after a whole string of undeserved rebukes, I have flared up at Mummy. "I don't care what you say anyhow. Leave me alone, I'm a hopeless case anyway." Naturally, I was then told I was rude and was virtually ignored for 2 days. And then, all at once, it was quite forgotten, and I was treated like everyone else again. It is impossible for me to be all sugar one day and spit venom the next. I'd rather choose the golden mean, which is not so golden. keep my thoughts to myself, and try for once to be just as disdainful to them as they are to me. Oh, if only I could. Yours, Anna. Friday, 5 February 1943. Dear Kitty, although I haven't written anything about our rows for a long time, there still isn't any change. The discord, long accepted by us, struck Mr. Dussel as a calamity at first, but he is getting used to it now, and tries not to think about it. Margot and Pater aren't a bit what you would call young. They are both staid and quiet. I show up terribly against them, and am always hearing, "You don't find Margot and Pater doing that. Why don't you follow their example?" I simply loathe it. I might tell you I don't want to be in the least like Margot. She's much too soft and passive for my liking, and allows everyone to talk her around, and gives in about everything. I want to be a stronger character. But I keep such ideas to myself. They would only laugh at me if I came along with this as an explanation of my attitude. The atmosphere at table is usually strained, though luckily the outbursts are sometimes checked by the soup-eaters. The soup-eaters are the people from the office who come in and are served with a cup of soup. This afternoon Mr. Van Daan was talking about Margot eating so little again. "I suppose you do it to keep slim," he added, teasing her. Mummy, who always defends Margot, said loudly, "I can't bear your stupid chatter any longer." Mr. Van Daan turned scarlet, looked straight in front of him, and said nothing. We often laugh about things. Just recently Mrs. Van Daan came out with some perfect nonsense. She was recalling the past, how well she and her father got on together, and what a flirt she was. "And do you know," she went on, "if a man gets a bit aggressive, my father used to say, 'Then you must say to him, Mr. So-and-so, remember, I am a lady,' and he will know what you mean." We thought that was a good joke and burst out laughing. Pater, too, although usually so quiet, sometimes gives cause for mirth. He is blessed with a passion for foreign words, although he does not always know their meaning. One afternoon we couldn't go to the lavatory because there were visitors in the office. However, Pater had to pay an urgent call, so he didn't pull the plug. He put a notice upon the lavatory door to warn us, with SVP gas on it. Of course he meant to put beware of gas, but he thought the other looked more genteel. He hadn't got the faintest notion it meant, "if you please." Yours, Anna. Saturday, 27 February 1943. Dear Kitty, Pym is expecting the invasion any day. Churchill has had pneumonia, but is improving slowly. The freedom-loving Gandhi of India is holding his umpteenth fast. Mrs. Van Daan claims to be fatalistic, but who is the most scared when the guns go off? No one else but Petronella. Hank brought a copy of the bishop's letter to churchgoers for us to read. It was very fine and inspiring. "Do not rest, people of the Netherlands. Everyone is fighting with his own weapons to free the country, the people, and their religion. Give help, be generous, and do not dismay," is what they cry from the pulpit, just like that. Will it help? It won't help the people of our religion. You'd never guess what has happened to us now. The owner of these premises has sold the house without informing Crawler or Coupuis. One morning the new owner arrived with an architect to have a look at the house. Luckily, Mr. Coupuis was present, and showed the gentleman everything except the secret annex. He professed to have forgotten the key of the communicating door. The new owner didn't question any further. It will be all right as long as he doesn't come back and want to see the secret annex, because then it won't look too good for us. Daddy has emptied a card index box for Margot and me, and put cards in it. It is to be a book card system. Then we both write down which books we have read, who they are by, etc. I have procured another little notebook for foreign words. Lately, Mummy and I have been getting on better together, but we still never confide in each other. Margot is more catty than ever, and Daddy has got something he is keeping to himself, but he remains the same darling. You butter and margarine rationing at table. Each person has their little bit of fat put on their plate. In my opinion, the Van Daans don't divide it at all fairly. However, my parents are much too afraid of a row to say anything about it. pity. I think you should always give people like them tit for tat. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 10 March, 1943. Dear Kitty, we had a short circuit last evening, and on top of that the guns kept banging away all the time. I still haven't got over my fear of everything connected with shooting and planes, and I creep into Daddy's bed nearly every night for comfort. I know it's very childish, but you don't know what it is like. The AA guns roar so loudly that you can't hear yourself speak. Mrs. Von Don, the fatalist, was nearly crying, and said in a very timid little voice, "Oh, it is so unpleasant. They are shooting so hard," by which she really means, "I'm so frightened." It didn't seem nearly so bad by candlelight as in the dark. I was shivering, just as if I had a temperature, and begged Daddy to light the candle again. He was relentless. The light remained off. Suddenly there was a burst of machine-gun fire, and that is 10 times worse than guns. Mummy jumped out of bed, and to Pim's annoyance lit the candle. When he complained, her answer was firm. After all, Anna's not exactly a veteran soldier, and that was the end of it. Have I already told you about Mrs. Von Don's other fears? I don't think so. If I am to keep you informed of all that happens in the secret annex, you must know about this, too. One night, Mrs. Von Don thought she heard burglars in the attic. She heard loud footsteps and was so frightened that she woke her husband. Just at that moment, the burglars disappeared, and the only sounds that Mr. Von Don could hear were the heartbeats of the frightened fatalist herself. "Oh, Putty," Mr. Von Don's nickname, "they are sure to have taken the sausages and all our peas and beans. And Pater, I wonder if he's still safely in bed." "They certainly won't have stolen Pater. Listen, don't worry and let me go to sleep." But nothing came of that. A few nights after that, the whole Von Don family was woken by ghostly sounds. Pater went up to the attic with a torch, and scamper, scamper, what do you think it was running away? A swarm of enormous rats. When we knew who the thieves were, we let Moushy sleep in the attic, and the uninvited guests didn't come back again, at least not during the night. Pater went up to the loft a couple of evenings ago to fetch some old newspapers. He had to hold the trap-door firmly to get down the steps. He put his hand down without looking, and went tumbling down the ladder from the sudden shock and pain. Without knowing it, he had put his hand on a large rat, and it had bitten him hard. By the time he reached us, as white as a sheet and with his knees knocking, the blood had soaked through his pajamas. And no wonder. It's not very pleasant to stroke a large rat, and to get bitten into the bargain is really dreadful. Yours, Anna. Friday, 12 March, 1943. Dear Kitty, may I introduce someone to you? Mama Frank, champion of youth. Extra butter for the young, the problems of modern youth. Mummy defends youth in everything, and after a certain amount of squabbling she always gets her way. A bottle of preserved sole has gone bad. Gala dinner for Moushy and Boche. Oh, you haven't met Boche yet, although she was here before we went into hiding. She is the warehouse and office cat, and keeps down the rats in the storerooms. Her odd political name requires an explanation. For some time the firm had 2 cats, one for the warehouse and one for the attic. Now, it occasionally happened that the 2 cats met, and the result was always a terrific fight. The aggressor was always the warehouse cat, yet it was always the attic cat who managed to win, just like among nations. So the storehouse cat was named the German, or Boche, and the attic cat the English, or Tommy. Tommy was got rid of later. We are all entertained by Boche when we go downstairs. We have eaten so many kidney beans and haricot beans that I can't bear the sight of them any more. The mere thought of them makes me feel quite sick. Bread is no longer served in the evenings now. Daddy has just said that he doesn't feel in a good mood. His eyes look so sad again, poor soul. I can't drag myself away from a book called The Knock at the Door by Ina Boudier-Bakker. The story of the family is exceptionally well written. Apart from that, it is about war, writers, the emancipation of women, and quite honestly, I'm not awfully interested. Horrible air raids on Germany. Mr. Von Don is in a bad mood. The cause? Cigarette shortage. Discussions over the question of whether we should or should not use our canned vegetables ended in our favor. I can't get into a single pair of shoes anymore, except ski boots, which are not much use about the house. A pair of rush sandals costing 6.5 florins lasted me just 1 week, after which they were out of action. Perhaps Miep will scrounge something under the counter. I must cut Daddy's hair. Pim maintains that he will never have another barber after the war, as I do the job so well. If only I didn't snip his ears so often. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 18 March, 1943. Dear Kitty, Turkey is in the war. Great excitement. Waiting in suspense for the news. Yours, Anna. Friday, 19 March, 1943. Dear Kitty, an hour later, joy was followed by disappointment. Turkey is not in the war yet. It was only a cabinet minister talking about them soon giving up their neutrality. A newspaper in the Dom was crying, "Turkey on England's side." Footnote: the Dom is a square in front of the royal palace. The newspapers were torn out of his hands. This is how the joyful news reached us, too. 500 and 1,000 guilder notes have been declared no longer valid. It is a trap for black marketeers and such like, but even for people who have got other kinds of black money, and for people in hiding. If you wish to hand in a 1,000 guilder note, you must be able to declare and prove exactly how you got it. They may still be used to pay taxes, but only until next week. Dussel has received an old-fashioned foot-operated dentist drill. I expect he'll soon give me a thorough check-over. The Führer Alle Germanen has been talking to wounded soldiers. Listening in to it was pitiful. Question and answer went something like this. My name is Heinrich Scheppel. Wounded where? Near Stalingrad. What kind of wound? 2 feet frozen off and a broken joint in the left arm. This is exactly what the frightful puppet show on the radio was like. The wounded seemed to be proud of their wounds, the more the better. One of them felt so moved at being able to shake hands with the Führer, that is, if he still had a hand, that he could hardly get the words out of his mouth. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 25 March, 1943. Dear Kitty, yesterday, Mummy, Daddy, Margot, and I were sitting pleasantly together, when suddenly Peter came in and whispered something in Daddy's ear. I heard something about a barrel fallen over in the warehouse, and someone fumbling about at the door. Margot had heard it too, but when Daddy and Peter went off immediately, she tried to calm me down a bit because I was naturally as white as a sheet and very jittery. The 3 of us waited in suspense. A minute or 2 later, Mrs. Von Don came upstairs. She'd been listening to the wireless in the private office. She told us that Pim had asked her to turn off the wireless and go softly upstairs. But you know what it's like. If you want to be extra quiet, then each step of the old stairs creaks twice as loudly. 5 minutes later, Pim and Peter appeared again, white to the roots of their hair, and told us their experience. They had hidden themselves under the stairs and waited, with no result at first. But suddenly, yes, I must tell you, they heard 2 loud bumps, just as if 2 doors were banged here in the house. Pim was upstairs in 1 leap. Peter warned Dussel first, who finally landed upstairs with a lot of fuss and noise. Then we all went up in stockinged feet to the Von Dons on the next floor. Mr. Von Don had a bad cold and had already gone to bed, so we all drew up closely around his bed and whispered our suspicions to him. Each time Mr. Von Don coughed loudly, Mrs. Von Don and I were so scared that we thought we were going to have a fit. That went on until one of us got the bright idea of giving him some codeine, which soothed the cough at once. Again we waited and waited, but we heard no more, and finally we all came to the conclusion that the thieves had taken to their heels when they heard footsteps in the house, which was otherwise so silent. Now, it was unfortunate that the wireless downstairs was still tuned to England, and that the chairs were neatly arranged around it. If the door had been forced, and the air raid wardens had noticed and warned the police, then the results might have been very unpleasant. So Mr. Von Don got up and put on his coat and hat, and followed Daddy cautiously downstairs. Peter took up the rear, armed with a large hammer in case of emergencies. The ladies upstairs, including Margot and me, waited in suspense, until the gentleman reappeared 5 minutes later and told us that all was quiet in the house. We arranged that we would not draw any water or pull the plug in the lavatory, but as the excitement had affected most of our tummies, you can imagine what the atmosphere was like when we had each paid a visit in succession. When something like that happens, heaps of other things seem to come at the same time as now. Number one was that the clock at the vestibule, which I always find so reassuring, did not strike. Number two was that Mr. Vosen having left earlier than usual the previous evening, we didn't know definitely whether Ellie had been able to get hold of the key and had perhaps forgotten to shut the door. It was still evening, and we were still in a state of uncertainty, although we certainly did feel a bit reassured by the fact that from about 8 o'clock, when the burglar had alarmed the house, until 10:30, we had not heard a sound. On further reflection, it also seemed very unlikely to us that a thief would have forced open a door so early in the evening, while there were still people about in the street. Moreover, one of us got the idea that it was possible that the caretaker of the warehouse next door was still at work, since in the excitement and with the thin walls, one can easily imagine a mistake, and what's more, one's imagination can play a big part at such critical moments. So we all went to bed, but none of us could get to sleep. Daddy, as well as Mummy and Mr. Juicer, were awake, and without much exaggeration I can say that I hardly slept a wink. This morning the men went downstairs to see whether the outside door was still shut, and everything turned out to be quite safe. We gave everyone a detailed description of the nerve-wracking event. They all made fun of it, but it is easy to laugh at such things afterwards. Ellie was the only one who took us seriously. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 27 March 1943. Dear Kitty, we have finished our shorthand course. Now we are beginning to practice speed. Aren't we getting clever? I must tell you more about my time-killing subjects. I call them such because we have got nothing else to do but make the days go by as quickly as possible, so that the end of our time here comes more quickly. I'm mad on mythology, and especially the gods of Greece and Rome. They think here that it is just a passing craze. They've never heard of an adolescent kid of my age being interested in mythology. Well, then, I shall be the first. Mr. Von Don has a cold, or rather he has a little tickle in his throat. He makes a tremendous fuss about it, gargling with chamomile tea, painting his throat with tincture of myrrh, rubbing eucalyptus all over his chest, nose, teeth, and tongue, and then getting into an evil mood on top of it all. Rauter, one of the German big shots, has made a speech. All Jews must be out of the German-occupied countries before July 1. Between April 1 and May 1, the province of Utrecht must be cleaned out, as if the Jews were cockroaches. Between May 1 and June 1, the provinces of North and South Holland. These wretched people are sent to filthy slaughterhouses like a herd of sick, neglected cattle. But I won't talk about it. I only get nightmares from such thoughts. One good little piece of news is that the German Department of the Labor Exchange has been set on fire by saboteurs. A few days after, the registrar's office went the same way. Men in German police uniforms gagged the guards and managed to destroy important papers. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 1 April 1943. Dear Kitty, I'm really not April fooling, see the date, but the opposite. Today I can easily quote the saying, misfortunes never come singly. To begin with, Mr. Coupuis, the one who always cheers us up, has had hemorrhage of the stomach and has got to stay in bed for at least 3 weeks. Secondly, Ellie has flu. Thirdly, Mr. Vosen is going to the hospital next week. He has probably got an abdominal ulcer. And fourthly, some important business conferences, the main points of which Daddy had discussed in detail with Mr. Coupuis, were due to be held, but now there isn't time to explain everything thoroughly to Mr. Crawler. The gentlemen who had been expected duly arrived. Even before they came, Daddy was trembling with anxiety as to how the talks would go. If only I could be there, if only I was downstairs, he cried. Why don't you go and lie with one ear pressed against the floor? Then you'll be able to hear everything. Daddy's face cleared, and at 10:30 yesterday morning, Margot and Pim, 2 ears are better than one, took up their positions on the floor. The talks were not finished in the morning, but by the afternoon Daddy was not in a fit state to continue the listening campaign. He was half paralyzed from remaining in so unusual and uncomfortable a position. I took his place at 2:30, as soon as we heard voices in the passage. Margot kept me company. The talk at times was so long-winded and boring that quite suddenly I fell asleep on the cold, hard linoleum floor. Margot did not dare to touch me for fear they might hear us, and talking was out of the question. I slept for a good half-hour and then woke with a shock, having forgotten every word of the important discussions. Luckily, Margot had paid more attention. Yours, Anna.
This ends Disc 2. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl, Disc 3.
Friday, 2 April 1943. Dear Kitty, oh dear, I've got another terrible black mark against my name. I was lying in bed yesterday evening, waiting for Daddy to come and say my prayers with me and wish me good night, when Mummy came into my room, sat on my bed, and asked very nicely, "Anna, Daddy can't come yet. Shall I say your prayers with you tonight?" "No, Mummy," I answered. Mummy got up, paused by my bed for a moment, and walked slowly towards the door. Suddenly she turned around, and with a distorted look on her face said, "I don't want to be cross. Love cannot be forced." There were tears in her eyes as she left the room. I lay still in bed, feeling at once that I had been horrible to push her away so rudely. But I knew, too, that I couldn't have answered differently. It simply wouldn't work. I felt sorry for Mummy, very, very sorry, because I had seen for the first time in my life that she minds my coldness. I saw the look of sorrow on her face when she spoke of love not being forced. It is hard to speak the truth, and yet it is the truth. She herself has pushed me away. Her tactless remarks and her crude jokes, which I don't find at all funny, have now made me insensitive to any love from her side. Just as I shrink at her hard words, so her heart, when she realized that the love between us was gone. She cried half the night and hardly slept at all. Daddy doesn't look at me, and if he does for a second, then I read in his eyes the words, "How can you be so unkind? How can you bring yourself to cause your mother such sorrow?" They expect me to apologize, but this is something I can't apologize for because I spoke the truth, and Mummy will have to know it sooner or later anyway. I seem, and indeed am, indifferent both to Mummy's tears and Daddy's looks, because for the first time they are both aware of something which I have always felt. I can only feel sorry for Mummy, who has now had to discover that I have adopted her own attitude. For myself, I remain silent and aloof, and I shall not shrink from the truth any longer, because the longer it is put off, the more difficult it will be for them when they do hear it. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 27 April 1943. Dear Kitty, such quarrels that the whole house thunders. Mummy and I, the Van Dons and Daddy, Mummy and Mrs. Van Don, everyone is angry with everyone else. Nice atmosphere, isn't it? Anna's usual list of failings has been brought out again and fully ventilated. Mr. Vossen is already in the Binnengastuis hospital. Mr. Coupuis is up again, the hemorrhage having stopped sooner than usual. He told us that the registrar's office received additional damage from the fire service, who, instead of just quenching the flames, soaked the whole place with water. I'm glad. The Carlton Hotel is smashed to bits. 2 British planes, loaded with incendiary bombs, fell right on top of the Offizierheim. Footnote: German Officers' Club. The whole Viezelstraat-Sengel corner is burned down. The air raids on German towns are growing in strength every day. We don't have a single quiet night. I've got dark rings under my eyes from lack of sleep. Our food is miserable. Dry bread and coffee substitute for breakfast. Dinner, spinach or lettuce for a fortnight on end. Potatoes 20 centimeters long and tasting sweet and rotten. Whoever wants to follow a slimming course should stay in the secret annex. They complain bitterly upstairs, but we don't regard it as such a tragedy. All the men who fought in 1940 or were mobilized have been called up to work for the Führer as prisoners of war. Suppose they're doing that as a precaution against invasion. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 1 May 1943. Dear Kitty, if I just think of how we live here, I usually come to the conclusion that it is a paradise compared with how other Jews who are not in hiding must be living. Even so, later on, when everything is normal again, I shall be amazed to think that we, who were so spick and span at home, should have sunk to such a low level. By this I mean that our manners have declined. For instance, ever since we have been here, we have had one oilcloth on our table, which, owing to so much use, is not one of the cleanest. Admittedly, I often try to clean it with a dirty dishcloth, which is more hole than cloth. The table doesn't do us much credit either, in spite of hard scrubbing. The Van Dons have been sleeping on the same flannelette sheet the whole winter. One can't wash it here because the soap powder we get on the ration isn't sufficient, and besides, it's not good enough. Daddy goes about in frayed trousers, and his tie is beginning to show signs of wear, too. Mummy's corsets have split today and are too old to be repaired, while Margot goes about in a brassiere 2 sizes too small for her. Mummy and Margot have managed the whole winter with 3 vests between them, and mine are so small that they don't even reach my tummy. Certainly these are all things which can be overcome. Still, I sometimes realize with a shock, how are we now, going about in worn-out things, from my pants down to Daddy's shaving brush, ever going to get back to our pre-war standards? They were banging away so much last night that 4 times I gathered all my belongings together. Today I have packed a suitcase with the most necessary things for an escape. But Mummy quite rightly says, "Where will you escape to?" The whole of Holland is being punished for the strikes which have been going on in many parts of the country. Therefore a state of siege has been declared, and everyone gets 1 butter coupon less. What naughty little children. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 18 May, 1943. Dear Kitty, I witnessed a terrific air battle between German and British planes. Unfortunately, a couple of the Allies had to jump from burning machines. Our milkman, who lives in Hofweg, saw 4 Canadians sitting by the roadside. One of them spoke fluent Dutch. He asked the milkman to give him a light for a cigarette, and told him that the crew had consisted of 6 men. The pilot was burned to death, and their 5th man had hidden himself somewhere. The German police came and fetched the 4 perfectly fit men. I wonder how they managed to have such clear brains after that terrifying parachute trip. Although it is fairly warm, we have to light our fires every other day in order to burn vegetable peelings and refuse. We can't put anything in the garbage pails, because one must always think of the warehouse boy. How easily one could be betrayed by being a little careless. All students who wish either to get their degrees this year or continue their studies are compelled to sign that they are in sympathy with the Germans and approve of the new order. 80% have refused to go against their consciences. Naturally, they had to bear the consequences. All the students who do not sign have to go to a labor camp in Germany. What will be left of the youth of the country if they have all got to do hard labor in Germany? Mummy shut the window last night because of all the banging. I was in Pim's bed. Suddenly, Mrs. Van Don jumped out of the bed above us, just as if Mushi had bitten her. A loud clap followed immediately. It sounded just as if an incendiary bomb had fallen beside my bed. I shrieked out, "Light! Light!" Pim turned on the lamp. I expected nothing less than to see the room ablaze within a few minutes. Nothing happened. We all hurried upstairs to see what was going on. Mr. and Mrs. Van Don had seen a red glow through the open window. He thought that there was a fire in the neighborhood, and she thought that our house had caught fire. When the clap came, Mrs. Van Don was already on her feet with her knees knocking. But nothing more happened, and we all crept back into our beds. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, the shooting started up again. Mrs. Van Don sat bolt upright at once, and then went downstairs to Mr. Dussel's room, seeking there the rest which she could not find with her spouse. Dussel received her with the words, "Come into my bed, my child," which sent us off into uncontrollable laughter. The gunfire troubled us no longer. Our fears were banished. Yours, Anna. Sunday, 13 June, 1943. Dear Kitty, my birthday poem from Daddy is too good to keep from you. As Pim usually writes verses in German, Margot volunteered to translate it. Judge for yourself whether Margot didn't do it brilliantly. After the usual summary of the events of the year, this is how it ran. Though youngest here, you are no longer small, but life is very hard since one and all aspire to be your teacher. Thus and thus, we have experience, take a tip from us, we know because we did it long ago. Elders are always better, you must know. At least that's been the rule since life began. Our personal faults are much too small to scan. This makes it easier to criticize the faults of others, which seem double size. Please bear with us, your parents, for we try to judge you fairly and with sympathy. Corrections sometimes take against your will, though it's like swallowing a bitter pill, which must be done if we're to keep the peace, while time goes by till all this suffering cease. You read and study nearly all the day, who might have lived in such a different way. You're never bored, and bring us all fresh air. Your only moan is this: what can I wear? I have no knickers, all my clothes are small, my vest might be a loincloth, that is all. To put on shoes would mean to cut off toes. Oh dear, I'm worried by so many woes. There was also a bit about food that Margot could not translate into rhyme, so I shall have to leave it out. Don't you think my birthday poem is good? I have been thoroughly spoiled in other ways, and received a lot of lovely things. Among other things, a fat book on my pet subject, the mythology of Greece and Rome. I can't complain of a shortage of sweets either. Everyone has broken into their last reserves. As the Benjamin of the family in hiding, I am really more honored than I deserve. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 15 June, 1943. Dear Kitty, lots of things have happened, but I often think that all my uninteresting chatter bores you very much, and that you are glad not to receive too many letters. So I shall give you the news in brief. Mr. Vosen has not been operated on for his duodenal ulcer. When he was on the operating table, and they had opened him up, the doctors saw that he had cancer, which was far too advanced to operate. So they stitched him up again, kept him in bed for 3 weeks, and gave him good food and finally sent him home again. I do pity him terribly, and think it is rotten that we can't go out, otherwise I should certainly visit him frequently to cheer him up. It is a disaster for us that good old Vosen won't be able to keep us in touch with all that goes on, and all he hears in the warehouse. He was our best helper and security adviser. We miss him very much indeed. It will be our turn to hand in our radio next month. Coupuis has a clandestine baby set at home that he will let us have to take the place of our big Phillips. It certainly is a shame to have to hand in our lovely set, but in a house where people are hiding, one daren't, under any circumstances, take wanton risks, and so draw the attention of the authorities. We shall have the little radio upstairs. On top of hidden Jews, clandestine money, and clandestine buying, we can add a clandestine radio. Everyone is trying to get hold of an old set, and to hand that in instead of their source of courage. It is really true that as the news from outside gets worse, so the radio, with its miraculous voice, helps us to keep up our morale and to say again, "Chins up, stick it out, better times will come." Yours, Anna. Sunday, 11 July, 1943. Dear Kitty, to return to the upbringing theme for the umpteenth time, I must tell you that I am really trying to be helpful, friendly, and good, and to do everything I can so that the rain of rebukes dies down to a light summer drizzle. It is mighty difficult to be on such model behavior with people you can't bear, especially when you don't mean a word of it. But I do really see that I get on better by shamming a bit, instead of my old habit of telling everyone exactly what I think, although no one ever asked my opinion or attached the slightest importance to it. I often lose my cue and simply can't swallow my rage at some injustice, so that for 4 long weeks we hear nothing but an everlasting chatter about the cheekiest and most shameless girl on earth. Don't you think that I'm sometimes a cause for complaint? It's a good thing I'm not a grouser, because then I might get sour and bad-tempered. I have decided to let my shorthand go a bit, firstly to give me more time for my other subjects, and secondly because of my eyes. I'm so miserable and wretched, as I've become very short-sighted, and ought to have had glasses for a long time already. Phew, what an owl I should look! But you know, of course, in hiding one cannot. Yesterday everyone talked of nothing but Anna's eyes, because Mummy had suggested sending me to the oculist with Mrs. Coupuis. I shook in my shoes somewhat at this announcement, for it is no small thing to do. Go out of doors. Imagine it, in the street. Doesn't bear thinking about. I was petrified at first, then glad. But it doesn't go as easily as that, because all the people who would have to approve such a step could not reach an agreement quickly. All the difficulties and risks had first to be carefully weighed, although Miep would have gone with me straight away. In the meantime, I got out my gray coat from the cupboard, but it was so small that it looked as if it belonged to my younger sister. I am really curious to know what will come of it all, but I don't think the plan will come off because the British have landed in Sicily now, and Daddy's once again hoping for a quick finish. Ellie gives Margot and me a lot of office work. It makes us both feel quite important, and it is a great help to her. Anyone can file away correspondence and write in the sales book, but we take special pains. Miep is just like a pack mule. She fetches and carries so much. Almost every day she manages to get hold of some vegetables for us and brings everything in shopping bags on her bicycle. We always long for Saturdays when our books come, just like little children receiving a present. Ordinary people simply don't know what books mean to us, shut up here. Reading, learning, and the radio are our amusements. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 13 July, 1943. Dear Kitty, yesterday afternoon, with Daddy's permission, I asked Dussel whether he would please be so good, being really very polite, as to allow me to use the little table in our room twice a week in the afternoons, from 4 o'clock till 5:30. I sit there every day from 2:30 till 4 while Dussel sleeps, but otherwise the room plus table are out of bounds. Inside, in our common room, there is much too much going on. It is impossible to work there. And besides, Daddy likes to sit at the writing table and work too sometimes. So it was quite a reasonable request, and the question was put very politely. Now, honestly, what do you think the very learned Dussel replied? No. Just plain no. I was indignant, and refused to be put off like that. So I asked him the reason for his no, but I was sent away with a flea in my ear. This was the barrage which followed. I have to work too. And if I can't work in the afternoons, then there is no time left for me at all. I must finish my task, otherwise I've started it all for nothing. Anyway, you don't work seriously at anything. Your mythology, now just what kind of work is that? Knitting and reading are not work either. I am at the table and shall stay there. My reply was, Mr. Dussel, I do work seriously, and there is nowhere else for me to work in the afternoons. I beg of you to kindly reconsider my request. With these words, the offended Anna turned her back on the very learned doctor, ignoring him completely. I was seething with rage, and thought Dussel frightfully rude, which he certainly was, and myself very friendly. In the evening, when I could get hold of Pym, I told him how it had gone off and discussed what I should do next, because I was not going to give in and preferred to clear it up myself. Pym told me how I ought to tackle the problem, but warned me that it would be better to leave it till the next day, as I was so het up. I let this advice go to the winds, and waited for Dussel after the dishes were done. Pym sat in the room next to us, which had a calming influence on me. I began. Mr. Dussel, I don't suppose you see any point in discussing the matter any more, but I must ask you to do so. Dussel then remarked with his sweetest smile, I am always and at all times prepared to discuss this matter, but it has already been settled. I went on talking, though continually interrupted by Dussel. When you first came here, we arranged that this room should be for both of us. If we were to divide it fairly, you would have the morning, and I all the afternoon. But I don't even ask that much, and I think that my 2 afternoons are really perfectly reasonable. At this, Dussel jumped up as if someone had stuck a needle into him. You can't talk about your rights here at all. And where am I to go, then? I shall ask Mr. Von Don whether he will build a small compartment in the attic. Then I can go and sit there. I simply can't work anywhere. With you one always gets trouble. If your sister Margot, who after all has more reason to ask such a thing, would have come to me with the same questions, I should not think of refusing. But you— Then followed the business about the mythology and the knitting, and Anna was insulted again. However, she did not show it and let Jussel finish speaking. But you— one simply can't talk to you. You are so outrageously selfish. As long as you get what you want, you don't mind pushing everyone else to one side. I've never seen such a child. But after all, I suppose I shall be obliged to give you your own way, because otherwise I shall be told later on that Anna Frank failed her exam because Mr. Jussel would not give up the table for her. It went on, and finally it was such a torrent I could hardly keep pace with it. At one moment I thought, in a minute I'll give him such a smack in the face that he'll fly up to the ceiling together with his lies. But the next moment I said to myself, keep calm. Such a fellow isn't worth getting worked up about. After giving final vent to his fury, Master Jussel left the room with an expression of mixed wrath and triumph, his coat stuffed with food. I dashed to Daddy and told him all that he had not already heard of the story. Pym decided to talk to Jussel the same evening, which he did. They talked for over half an hour. The theme of the conversation was something like this. First of all, they talked about whether Anna should sit at the table, yes or no. Daddy said that he and Jussel had already discussed the subject once before, when he had professed to agree with Jussel, in order not to put him in the wrong in front of the young. But Daddy had not thought it fair then. Jussel thought that I should not speak as if he was an intruder who tried to monopolize everything, but Daddy stuck up for me firmly over that, because he had heard for himself that I had not breathed a word of such a thing. To and fro it went, Daddy defending my selfishness and my trifling work, Jussel grumbling continually. Finally, Jussel had to give in after all, and I had the opportunity of working undisturbed until 5 o'clock for 2 afternoons a week. Jussel looked down his nose very much, didn't speak to me for 2 days, and still had to go and sit at the table from 5 till past. Frightfully childish. A person of 54 who is still so pedantic and small-minded must be so by nature, and will never improve. Yours, Anna. Friday, 16 July, 1943. Dear Kitty, burglars again, but real this time. This morning Pater went to the warehouse at 7 o'clock, as usual, and at once noticed that both the warehouse door and the door opening onto the street were ajar. He told Pym, who tuned the radio in the private office to Germany, and locked the door. Then they went upstairs together. The standing orders for such times were observed as usual. No taps to be turned on, therefore no washing, silence, everything to be finished by 8 o'clock, and no lavatory. We were all very glad that we had slept so well and had not heard anything. Not until 11:30 did we learn from Mr. Coupuis that the burglars had pushed in the outer door with a crowbar and had forced the warehouse door. However, they did not find much to steal, so they tried their luck upstairs. They stole 2 cash boxes containing 40 florins, postal orders, and check-books, and then, worst of all the coupons for 150 kilos of sugar. Mr. Coupuis thinks that they belong to the same gang as the ones who tried all 3 doors 6 weeks ago. They were unsuccessful then. It has caused rather a stir in the building, but the secret annex can't seem to go on without sensations like this. We were very glad that the typewriters and money in our wardrobe, where they are brought upstairs every evening, were safe. Yours, Anna. Monday, 19 July, 1943. Dear Kitty, North Amsterdam was very heavily bombed on Sunday. The destruction seems to be terrible. Whole streets lie in ruins, and it will take a long time before all the people are dug out. Up till now there are 200 dead and countless wounded. The hospitals are crammed. You hear of children lost in the smoldering ruins looking for their parents. I shudder when I recall the dull, droning rumble in the distance, which for us marked the approaching destruction. Yours, Anna. Friday, 23 July, 1943. Dear Kitty, just for fun, I'm going to tell you each person's first wish when we are allowed to go outside again. Margot and Mr. Van Don long more than anything for a hot bath filled to overflowing, and want to stay in it for half an hour. Mrs. Van Don wants to go and eat cream cakes immediately. Dussel thinks of nothing but seeing Lotcha, his wife. Mummy of her cup of coffee. Daddy is going to visit Mr. Volson first. Pater, the town and a cinema, while I should find it so blissful I should know where to start. But most of all, I long for a home of our own, to be able to move freely and to have some help with my work again at last. In other words, school. Ellie has offered to get us some fruit. It costs next to nothing. Grapes, 5 florins per kilo. Gooseberries, 0.7 florins per pound. 1 peach, a half a florin. 1 kilo melon, 1½ florins. Footnote: equivalent prices in order would be approximately $1.40, 21 cents, 14 cents, and 42 cents. Then you see in the newspapers every evening in bold letters, "Play fair and keep prices down." Yours, Anna. Monday, 26 July, 1943. Dear Kitty, nothing but tumult and uproar yesterday. We are still very het up about it all. You might really ask, does a day go by without some excitement? We had the first warning siren while we were at breakfast, but we don't give a hoot about that. It only means that the planes are crossing the coast. After breakfast, I went and lay down for an hour, as I had a bad headache. Then I went downstairs. It was about 2 o'clock. Margot had finished her office work at 2:30. She had not packed her things together when the sirens began to wail, so upstairs I went again with her. It was high time, for we had not been upstairs 5 minutes when they began shooting hard, so much so that we went and stood in the passage. And yes, the house rumbled and shook, and down came the bombs. I clasped my escape bag close to me, more because I wanted to have something to hold than with the idea of escaping, because there's nowhere we can go. If ever we come to the extremity of fleeing from here, the street would be just as dangerous as an air raid. This one subsided after half an hour, but the activity in the house increased. Pater came down from his lookout post in the attic. Dussel was in the main office. Mrs. Von Don felt safe in the private office. Mr. Von Don had been watching from the loft, and we on the landing dispersed ourselves too. I went upstairs to see rising above the harbor the columns of smoke Mr. Von Don had told us about. Before long you could smell burning, and outside it looked as if a thick mist hung everywhere. Although such a big fire is not a pleasant sight, luckily for us it was all over, and we went about our respective tasks. That evening at dinner, another air raid alarm. It was a nice meal, but my hunger vanished, simply at the sound of the alarm. Nothing happened, and 3/4 of an hour later it was all clear. The dishes were stacked, ready to be done. Air raid warning. Ack fire, an awful lot of planes. Oh, dear me, twice in one day, that's too much, we all thought. But that didn't help at all. Once again the bombs rained down, the other side this time, on Schiphol, according to the British. Footnote: Schiphol is the Amsterdam airport. The planes dived and climbed. We heard the hum of their engines, and it was very gruesome. Each moment I thought, one's falling now, here it comes. I can assure you that when I went to bed at 9 o'clock, I couldn't hold my legs still. I woke up at the stroke of 12. Planes. Dussel was undressing. I didn't let that put me off, and at the first shot I leaped out of bed wide awake. 2 hours with Daddy, and still they kept coming. Then they ceased firing, and I was able to go to bed. I fell asleep at 2:30. 7 o'clock. I sat up in bed with a start. Mr. Von Don was with Daddy. Burglars was my first thought. I heard Mr. Von Don say everything. I thought that everything had been stolen. But no, this time it was wonderful news, such as we have not heard for months, perhaps in all the war years. Mussolini has resigned. The King of Italy has taken over the government. We jumped for joy. After the terrible day yesterday, at last something good again. And hope. Hope for it to end. Hope for peace. Crawler called in and told us that Fokkers has been badly damaged. Meanwhile, we had another air raid alarm with planes overhead, and one more warning siren. I'm just about choked with alarms, very tired, and don't feel a bit like work. But now the suspense over Italy will awaken the hope that it will soon end, perhaps even this year. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 29 July, 1943. Dear Kitty, Mrs. Von Don, Dussel, and I were doing the dishes, and I was extraordinarily quiet, which hardly ever happens, so they would have been sure to notice. In order to avoid questions, I quickly sought a fairly neutral topic, and thought that the book Henry from the Other Side would meet the need. But I had made a mistake. If Mrs. Von Don doesn't pounce on me, then Mr. Dussel does. This is what it came to. Mr. Dussel had specially recommended us this book as being excellent. Margot and I thought it was anything but excellent. The boy's character was certainly well drawn, but the rest— I had better gloss over that. I said something to that effect while we were washing the dishes, but that brought me a packet of trouble. How can you understand the psychology of a man? Of a child is not so difficult. You are much too young for a book like that. Why, even a man of 20 would not be able to grasp it. Why did he so especially recommend this book to Margot and me? Now Dussel and Mrs. Von Don continued together. You know much too much about things that are unsuitable for you. You've been brought up all wrong. Later on, when you are older, you won't enjoy anything. Then you'll say, I read that in books 20 years ago. You had better make haste if you want to get a husband or fall in love, or everything is sure to be a disappointment to you. You are already proficient in the theory. It's only the practice that you still lack. I suppose it's their idea of a good upbringing to always try to set me against my parents, because that is what they often do. And to tell a girl of my age nothing about grown-up subjects is an equally fine method. I see the results of that kind of upbringing frequently, and all too clearly. I could have slapped both their faces at that moment, as they stood there making a fool of me. I was beside myself with rage, and I'm just counting the days until I'm rid of those people. Mrs. Von Don is a nice one. She sets a fine example. She certainly sets one, a bad one. She is well known as being very pushing, selfish, cunning, calculating, and is never content. I can also add vanity and coquetry to the list. There is no question about it. She is an unspeakably disagreeable person. I could write whole chapters about Madame. And who knows, perhaps I will some day. Anyone can put on a fine coat of varnish outside. Mrs. Von Don is friendly to strangers, and especially men, so it is easy to make a mistake when you have only known her for a short time. Mummy thinks she is too stupid to waste words over, Margot too unimportant, Pym too ugly, literally and figuratively. And I, after long observation, for I was never prejudiced from the start, have come to the conclusion that she is all three and a lot more. She has so many bad qualities, why should I even begin about one of them? Yours, Anna. P.S. Will the reader take into consideration that when this story was written, the writer had not cooled down from her fury? Tuesday, 3 August, 1943. Dear Kitty, political news excellent. In Italy, the fascist party has been banned. The people are fighting the fascists in many places. Even the army is actually taking part in the battle. Can a country like that wage war against England? We've just had a third air raid. I clenched my teeth together to make myself feel courageous. Mrs. Von Don, who has always said, "A terrible end is better than no end at all," is the greatest coward of us all now. She was shaking like a leaf this morning, and even burst into tears. When her husband, with whom she has just made it up after a week's squabbling, comforted her, the expression on her face alone almost made me feel sentimental. Mouchy has proved that keeping cats has disadvantages as well as advantages. The whole house is full of fleas, and the plague gets worse every day. Mr. Coupuis has scattered yellow powder in every nook and corner, but the fleas don't seem to mind a bit. It's making us all quite nervous. One keeps imagining an itch on one's arms, legs, and various parts of the body, which is why quite a lot of us are doing gymnastics, so as to be able to look at the back of our necks or legs while standing up. Now we're being paid back for not being more supple. We're too stiff to even turn our heads properly. We gave up real gymnastics long ago. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 4 August, 1943. Dear Kitty, now that we have been in the secret annex for over a year, You know something of our lives, but some of it is quite indescribable. There is so much to tell. Everything is so different from ordinary times and from ordinary people's lives. But still, to give you a closer look into our lives, now and again I intend to give you a description of an ordinary day. Today I'm beginning with the evening and night. 9 o'clock in the evening. The bustle of going to bed in the secret annex begins, and it is always really quite a business. Chairs are shoved about, beds are pulled down, blankets unfolded. Nothing remains where it is during the day. I sleep on the little divan, which is not more than 1½ meters long, so chairs have to be used to lengthen it. An eiderdown, sheets, pillows, blankets, are all fetched from Dusel's bed, where they remain during the day. One hears terrible creaking in the next room, Margot's concertina bed being pulled out. Again, divan, blankets, and pillows, everything is done to make the wooden slats a bit more comfortable. It sounds like thunder above, but it is only Mrs. Von Don's bed. This is shifted to the window, you see, in order to give Her Majesty in the pink bed-jacket fresh air to tickle her dainty nostrils. After Pater's finished, I step into the washing cubicle, where I give myself a thorough wash and general toilet. It occasionally happens, only in the hot weeks or months, that there is a tiny flea floating in the water. Then teeth-cleaning, hair-curling, manicure, and my cotton wool pads with hydrogen peroxide, to bleach black mustache hairs, all this under half an hour. 9:30. Quickly into dressing-gown, soap in one hand, potty, hairpins, pants, curlers, and cotton wool in the other, I hurry out of the bathroom. But usually I'm called back once for the various hairs which decorate the wash-basin in graceful curves, but which are not approved of by the next person. 10 o'clock. Put up the blackout. Good night. For at least a quarter of an hour there is creaking of beds and a sighing of broken springs. Then all is quiet. At least, that is, if our neighbors upstairs don't quarrel in bed. 11:30. The bathroom door creaks. A narrow strip of light falls into the room. A squeak of shoes, a large coat, even larger than the man inside it. Dusel returns from his night work in Crawler's office. Shuffling on the floor for 10 minutes, crackle of paper, that is the food which has to be stowed away, and a bed is made. Then the form disappears again, and one only hears suspicious noises from the lavatory from time to time. 3 o'clock. I have to get up for a little job in the metal pot under my bed, which is on a rubber mat for safety's sake, in case of leakage. When this has to take place, I always hold my breath, as it clatters into the tin like a brook from a mountain. When the pot is returned to its place, and the figure in the white nightgown, which evokes the sane cry from Margot every evening, "Oh, that indecent night-dress!" steps back into bed. Then a certain person lies awake for about a quarter of an hour, listening to the sounds of the night, firstly to whether there might not be a burglar downstairs, then to the various beds, above, next door, and in my room, from which one is usually able to make out how the various members of the household are sleeping, or how they pass the night in wakefulness. The latter is certainly not pleasant, especially when it concerns a member of the family by the name of Dusel. First, I hear a sound like a fish gasping for breath. This is repeated 9 of 10 times. Then, with much ado and interchanged with little smacking sounds, the lips are moistened, followed by a lengthy twisting and turning in bed and rearranging of pillows. 5 minutes perfect peace, and then the same sequence of events unfolds itself at least 3 times more, after the doctor has soothed himself to sleep again for a little while. It can also happen that we get a bit of shooting in the night, varying between 1 o'clock and 4. I never really realize it, until from habit I am already standing at my bedside. Sometimes I'm so busy dreaming that I'm thinking about French irregular verbs or a quarrel upstairs. It is some time before I begin to realize that guns are firing, and that I am still in the room. But it usually happens as described above. I quickly grab a pillow and handkerchief, put on my dressing-gown and slippers, and scamper to Daddy, like Margot wrote in this birthday poem. The first shot sounds at dead of night. Hush! Look! A door creaks open wide. A little girl glides into sight, clasping a pillow to her side. Once landed in the big bed, the worst is over, except if the firing gets very bad. 7:15. Brrr! The alarm clock that raises its voice at any hour of the day, if one asks for it, and sometimes when one doesn't. Crack, ping, Mrs. Van Daan has turned it off. Creak. Mr. Van Daan gets up, puts on water, and then full speed to the bathroom. 7:15. The door creaks again. Dussel can go to the bathroom. Once alone, I take down the blackout, and a new day in the secret annex has begun. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 5 August, 1943. Dear Kitty, today I am going to take lunchtime. It is 12:30. The whole mixed crowd breathes again. The warehouse boys have gone home now. Above, one can hear the noise of Mrs. Van Daan's vacuum cleaner on her beautiful and only carpet. Margot goes with a few books under her arm for her Dutch lesson, for children who make no progress, because that's Dussel's attitude. Pim goes into a corner with his inseparable Dickens to try and find peace somewhere. Mummy hurries upstairs to help the industrious housewife, and I go to the bathroom to tidy it up a bit, and myself at the same time. 1:45. The place is filling up. First Mr. Van Santen, then Coupuis or Crawler, Ellie, and sometimes Miep as well. 1 o'clock. We're all sitting listening to the BBC, seated around the baby wireless. These are the only times when the members of the secret annex do not interrupt each other, because now someone is speaking whom even Mr. Van Daan can't interrupt. 1:15. The great share-out. Everyone from below gets a cup of soup, and if there is ever a pudding, some of that as well. Mr. Van Santen is happy, and goes to sit on the divan or lean against the writing-table. Newspaper, cup, and usually the cat beside him. If one of the three is missing, he's sure to protest. Coupuis tells us the latest news from town. He is certainly an excellent source of information. Crawler comes helter-skelter upstairs, a short, firm knock on the door, and in he comes rubbing his hands, according to his mood, in a good temper and talkative, or bad-tempered and quiet. 1:45. Everyone rises from the table and goes about his own business. Margot and Mummy to the dishes, Mr. and Mrs. Van Daan to their divan, Peter up to the attic, Daddy to the divan downstairs, Dussel to his bed, and Anna to her work. Then follows the most peaceful hour. Everyone is asleep, no one is disturbed. Dussel dreams of lovely food. The expression on his face gives this away. But I don't look long, because the time goes so fast, and at 4 o'clock the pedantic doctor is standing, clock in hand, because I'm 1 minute late in clearing the table for him. Yours, Anna. Monday, 9 August, 1943. Dear Kitty, to continue the secret annex daily timetable, I shall now describe the evening meal. Mr. Van Daan begins. He is first to be served, takes a lot of everything if it is what he likes, usually talks at the same time, always gives his opinion as the only one worth listening to, and once he has spoken it, it is irrevocable. Because if anyone dares to question it, then he flares up at once. Oh, he can spit like a cat. I'd rather not argue, I can tell you. If you've once tried, you don't try again. He has the best opinion. He knows the most about everything. All right, then, he has got brains, but self-satisfaction has reached a high grade with this gentleman. Madame. Really, I should remain silent. Some days, especially if there is a bad mood coming on, you can't look at her face. On closer examination, she is the guilty one in all the arguments, not the subject. Oh, no, everyone prefers to remain aloof over that. But one could perhaps call her the kindler. Stirring up trouble, that's fun. Mrs. Frank against Anna, Margot against Daddy, doesn't go quite so easily. But now at the table, Mrs. Van Daan doesn't go short, although she thinks so at times. The tiniest potatoes, the sweetest mouthful, the best of everything, picking over is her system. The others will get their turn as long as I have the best. Then talking. Whether anyone is interested, whether they are listening or not, that doesn't seem to matter. I suppose she thinks everyone is interested in what Mrs. Van Daan says. Coquettish smiles, behaving as if one knew everything, giving everyone a bit of advice and encouragement that's sure to make a good impression. But if you look longer, then the good soon wears off. 1, she is industrious. 2, gay. 3, a coquette. And occasionally pretty. This is Petronella Van Daan. The third table companion. One doesn't hear much from him. Young Mr. Van Daan is very quiet and doesn't draw much attention to himself. As for appetite, a Danaidean vessel, which is never full, and after the heartiest meal declares quite calmly that he could have eaten double. Number 4, Margot. Eats like a little mouse and doesn't talk at all. The only things that go down are vegetables and fruit. Spoiled is the Van Daan's judgment. Not enough fresh air and games, our opinion. Beside her, Mummy. Good appetite, very talkative. No one has the impression, as Mrs. Van Daan, this is the housewife. What is the difference? Well, Mrs. Van Daan does the cooking, and Mummy washes up and polishes. Number 6 and 7. I won't say much about Daddy and me. The former is the most unassuming of all at table. He looks first to see if everyone else has something. He needs nothing himself, for the best things are for the children. He is the perfect example, and sitting beside him, the secret annex's bundle of nerves. Dr. Dussel helps himself, never looks up, eats and doesn't talk. And if one must talk, then for heaven's sake let it be about food. You don't quarrel about it, you only brag. Enormous helpings go down, and the word no is never heard, never when the food is gone, and not often when it's bad. Trousers wrapping his chest, red coat, black bedroom slippers, and horn-rimmed spectacles. That is how one sees him at the little table, always working, alternated only by his afternoon nap, food, and his favorite spot, the lavatory. 3, 4, 5 times a day someone stands impatiently in front of the door and wriggles, hopping from one foot to the other, hardly able to contain himself. Does it disturb him? Not a bit. From 7:15 till 12:30, from 12:30 till 1 o'clock, from 2 till 15:15, from 4 till 15:15, from 6 till 15:15, and from 11:30 until 12. One can make a note of it. These are the regular sitting times. He won't come off or pay any heed to an imploring voice at the door, giving warning of approaching disaster. Number 9 isn't a member of the secret annex family, but rather a companion in the house and at table. Ellie has a healthy appetite, leaves nothing on her plate, and is not picky and choosy. She is easy to please, and that is just what gives us pleasure. Cheerful and good-tempered, willing and good-natured, these are her characteristics. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 10 August 1943. Dear Kitty, new idea. I talk more to myself than to the others at mealtimes, which is to be recommended for 2 reasons. Firstly, because everyone is happy if I don't chatter the whole time, and secondly, I needn't get annoyed about other people's opinions. I don't think my opinions are stupid, and the others do, so it is better to keep them to myself. I do just the same if I have to eat something that I simply can't stand. I put my plate in front of me, pretend that it is something delicious, look at it as little as possible, and before I know where I am, it is gone. When I get up in the morning, also a very unpleasant process, I jump out of bed thinking to myself, you'll be back in a second. Go to the window, take down the blackout, sniff at the crack of the window until I feel a bit of fresh air, and I'm awake. The bed is turned down as quickly as possible, and then the temptation is removed. Do you know what Mummy calls this sort of thing? The art of living. That's an odd expression. For the last week we've all been in a bit of a muddle about time, because our dear and beloved vestrytorian clock bell has apparently been taken away for war purposes, so that neither by day nor night do we ever know the exact time. I still have some hope that they will think up a substitute, tin, copper, or some such thing, to remind the neighborhood of the clock. Whether I'm upstairs or down, or wherever I am, my feet are the admiration of all, glittering in a pair of, for these days, exceptionally fine shoes. Miette managed to get hold of them second-hand for 27.5 florins, wine-colored suede leather with fairly high-wedge heels, I feel as if I'm on stilts and look much taller than I am. Dussel has indirectly endangered our lives. He actually let me bring a forbidden book for him, one which abuses Mussolini and Hitler. On the way, she happened to be run into by an SS car. She lost her temper and shouted, "Miserable wretches!" and rode on. It is better not to think of what might have happened if she had had to go to their headquarters. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 18 August, 1943. Dear Kitty, the title for this piece is "The Communal Task of the Day, Potato Peeling." One person fetches the newspapers, another the knives, keeping the best for himself, of course, a third potatoes, and the fourth a pan of water. Mr. Dussel begins, does not always scrape well, but scrapes incessantly, glancing right and left. Does everyone do it the way he does? No. Anna, look here. I take the knife in my hand like this, scrape from the top downwards. No, not like that, like this. I get on better like this, Mr. Dussel, I remarked timidly. But still, this is the best way. But you can't take this from me. Naturally, I don't care a bit. Aber you must know for yourself. We scrape on. I look slyly once in my neighbor's direction. He shakes his head thoughtfully once more, over me, I suppose, but is silent. I scrape on again. Now I look to the other side, where Daddy is sitting. For him, scraping potatoes is not just a little odd job, but a piece of precision work. When he reads, he has a deep wrinkle at the back of his head. But if he helps prepare potatoes, beans, or any other vegetables, then it seems as if nothing else penetrates. Then he has on his potato face, and he would never hand over an imperfectly scraped potato. It's out of the question when he makes that face. I work on again, and then just look up for a second. I know it already. Mrs. Von Don is trying to attract Dussel's attention. First she looks in his direction, and Dussel appears not to notice anything. Then she winks an eye. Dussel works on. Then she laughs. Dussel doesn't look up. Then Mummy laughs too. Dussel takes no notice. Mrs. Von Don has not achieved anything, so she has to think of something else. A pause, and then, "Pooty, do put on an apron. Tomorrow I shall have to get all the spots out of your suit." "I'm not getting myself dirty." Another moment's silence. "Pooty, why don't you sit down?" "I'm comfortable standing up and prefer it." Pause. "Pooty, look. Du spots schon. You are making a mess." "Yes, Mammy, I'm being careful." Mrs. Von Don searches for another subject. "I say, Pooty, why aren't there any English air raids now?" "Because the weather is bad, Carolee." "But it was lovely yesterday. They didn't fly them either." "Let's not talk about it." "Why, surely one can talk about it or give one's opinion." "No." "Why ever not?" "Do be quiet, Mummychen." "Mr. Frank always answers his wife, doesn't he?" Mr. Von Don wrestles with himself. This is his tender spot. It's something he can't take, and Mrs. Von begins again. "The invasion seems as if it will never come." Mr. Von Don goes white. When Mrs. Von Don sees this, she turns red, but goes on again. "The British do nothing." The bomb explodes. "And now hold your tongue, Donnerwetter noch einmal." Mummy can hardly hold back her laughter. I look straight in front of me. This sort of thing happens nearly every day, unless they have just had a very bad quarrel, because then they both keep their mouths shut. I have to go up to the attic to fetch some potatoes. Peter is busy there delousing the cat. He looks up. The cat notices. Pop! He has disappeared through the open window into the gutter. Peter swears. I laugh and disappear. Yours, Anna. Friday, 20 August, 1943. Dear Kitty, the men in the warehouse go home sharp at 5:30, and then we are free. 5:30. Ellie comes in to give us our evening freedom. Immediately we begin to make some headway with our work. First, I go upstairs with Ellie, where she usually begins by having a bite from our second course. Before Ellie is seated, Mrs. Von Don begins thinking of things she wants. It soon comes out. "Oh, Ellie, I have only one little wish." Ellie winks at me. Whoever comes upstairs, Mrs. Von Don never misses a single opportunity of letting them know what she wants. That must be one of the reasons why none of them like coming upstairs. 6:15. Ellie departs. I go 2 floors down to have a look around, first to the kitchen, then to the private office, after that the coal hole to open the trap door for Mushi. After a long tour of inspection, I land up in Crawler's room. Von Don is looking in all the drawers and portfolios to find the day's post. Peter is fetching the warehouse key, and Bosch. Pim is hauling the typewriters upstairs. Margot is looking for a quiet spot to do her office work. Mrs. Von Don puts a kettle on the gas ring. Mummy is coming downstairs with a pan of potatoes. Each one knows his own job. Peter soon returns from the warehouse. The first question is bread. This is always put in the kitchen cupboard by the ladies, but it is not there. Forgotten? Peter offers to look in the main office. He crouches in front of the door to make himself as small as possible, and crawls toward the steel lockers on hands and knees, so as not to be seen from outside, gets the bread, which had been put there, and disappears. At least he wants to disappear, but before he quite realizes what has happened, Mushi has jumped over him and gone and sat right under the writing table. Peter looks all around. Aha! He sees him there. He crawls into the office again and pulls the animal by its tail. Mushi spits. Peter sighs. What has he achieved? Now Mushi is sitting right up by the window cleaning himself, very pleased to have escaped Peter. Now Peter is holding a piece of bread under the cat's nose as a last decoy. Mushi will not be tempted, and the door closes. I stood and watched it all through the crack at the door. We work on. Rat-tat-tat. 3 taps means a meal. Yours, Anna. Monday, 23 August 1943. Dear Kitty, continuation of the Secret Annex daily timetable. As the clock strikes 8:30 in the morning, Margot and Mummy are jittery. Shh! Daddy, quiet! Otto, shh! Pim! It is 8:30. Come back here. You can't run any more water. Walk quietly. These are the various cries to Daddy in the bathroom. As the clock strikes 8:30, he has to be in the living room. Not a drop of water, no lavatory, no walking about. Everything quiet. As long as none of the office staff are there, everything can be heard in the warehouse. The door is opened upstairs at 8:20, and shortly after there are 3 taps on the floor. Anna's porridge. I climb upstairs and fetch my puppy dog plate. Down in my room again, everything goes at terrific speed. Do my hair, put away my noisy tin potty, bed in place. Hush! The clock strikes. Upstairs, Mrs. Von Don has changed her shoes and is shuffling about in bedroom slippers. Mr. Von Don, too. All is quiet. Now we have a little bit of real family life. I want to read or work, Margot as well, also Daddy and Mummy. Daddy is sitting, with Dickens and the dictionary, naturally, on the edge of the sagging, squeaky bed, where there aren't even any decent mattresses. 2 bolsters on top of each other will also serve the purpose. Then he thinks, mustn't have them, then I'll manage without. Once he's reading, he doesn't look up or about him, laughs every now and then, takes awful trouble to get Mummy interested in a little story. Answer, I haven't got time now. Looks disappointed for just a second, then reads on again. A little later, when he comes to something extra amusing, he tries it again. You must read this, Mummy. Mummy sits on the up-clap bed, reads, sews, knits, or works, whatever she feels like. Footnote. Up-clap. Dutch type of bed which folds against the wall to look like a bookcase, with curtains hanging before it. She suddenly thinks of something, just says it quickly. Anna, do you know... Margot, just jot down. After a while, peace returns once more. Margot closes her book with a clap. Daddy raises his eyebrows into a funny curve, his reading wrinkle deepens again, and he is lost in his book once more. Mummy begins to chatter with Margot. I become curious and listen too. Pim is drawn into the discussion. 9 o'clock. Breakfast. Yours, Anna. Friday, 10 September 1943. Dear Kitty, Every time I write to you, something special seems to have happened, but they are more often unpleasant than pleasant things. However, now there is something wonderful going on. Last Wednesday evening, 8 September, we sat around listening to the 7 o'clock news, and the first thing we heard was, "Here follows the best news of the whole war. Italy has capitulated." Italy's unconditional surrender. The Dutch program from England began at 8:15. Listeners, an hour ago I had just finished writing the chronicle of the day, when the wonderful news of Italy's capitulation came in. I can tell you that I have never deposited my notes in the waste-paper basket with such joy. God Save the King, the American national anthem, the Internationale were played. As always, the Dutch program was uplifting, but not too optimistic. Still, we have troubles, too. It's about Mr. Coupuis. As you know, we are all very fond of him. He is always cheerful and amazingly brave, although he is never well, has a lot of pain, and is not allowed to eat much or do much walking. When Mr. Coupuis enters, the sun begins to shine, Mummy said just recently, and she is quite right. Now he has had to go into the hospital for a very unpleasant abdominal operation, and will have to stay there for at least 4 weeks. You really ought to have seen how he said goodbye to us, just as usual. He might have simply been going out to do a bit of shopping. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 16 September, 1943. Dear Kitty, relations between us here are getting worse all the time. At mealtimes no one dares to open their mouths, except to allow a mouthful of food to slip in, because whatever is said you either annoy someone or it is misunderstood. I swallow valerian pills every day against worry and depression, but it doesn't prevent me from being even more miserable the next day. A good, hearty laugh would help more than 10 valerian pills, but we've almost forgotten how to laugh. I feel afraid sometimes that from having to be so serious, I'll grow a long face and my mouth will droop at the corners. The others don't get any better either. Everyone looks with fear and misgivings towards that great terror, winter. Another thing that does not cheer us up is the fact that the warehouseman, VM, is becoming suspicious about the secret annex. We really wouldn't mind what VM thought of the situation if he wasn't so exceptionally inquisitive, difficult to fob off, and, moreover, not to be trusted. One day, Crawler wanted to be extra careful, put on his coat at 10 minutes to 1, and went to the chemist round the corner. He was back in less than 5 minutes, and sneaked like a thief up the steep stairs that led straight to us. At 1:15 he wanted to go again, but Ellie came to warn him that VM was in the office. He did a right-about turn and sat with us until 1:30. Then he took off his shoes and went in stockinged feet to the front attic door, went downstairs step by step, and after balancing there for a quarter of an hour to avoid creaking, he landed safely in the office, having entered from the outside. Ellie had been freed of VM in the meantime, and came up to us to fetch Crawler, but he had already been gone a long time. He was still on the staircase with his shoes off. Whatever would the people in the street have thought if they had seen the manager putting on his shoes outside? Gosh, the manager in his socks. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 29 September, 1943. Dear Kitty, it is Mrs. Fondon's birthday. We gave her a pot of jam, as well as coupons for cheese, meat, and bread. From her husband, Dussel, and our protectors, she received things to eat and flowers. Such are the times we live in. Ellie had a fit of nerves this week. She had been sent out so often. Time and again she had been asked to go and fetch something quickly, which met yet another errand, or made her feel that she had done something wrong. If you just think that she still has to finish her office work downstairs, that Coupuis is ill, Miep at home with a cold, and that she herself has a sprained ankle, love worries, and a grumbling father, then it's no wonder she's at her wit's end. We comforted her, and said that if she puts her foot down once or twice, and says she has no time, then the shopping lists will automatically get shorter. There's something wrong with Mr. Fondon again. I can see it coming on already. Daddy is very angry for some reason or other. Oh, what kind of explosion is hanging over us now? If only I wasn't mixed up so much with all these rows. If I could only get away. They'll drive us crazy before long. Yours, Anna. Sunday, 17 October 1943. Dear Kitty, Coupouis is back again, thank goodness. He still looks rather pale, but in spite of this sets out cheerfully to sell clothes for Vendôme. It is an unpleasant fact that the Vendômes have run right out of money. Mrs. Vendôme won't part with a thing from her pile of coats, dresses, and shoes. Mr. Vendôme's suit isn't easily disposed of because he wants too much for it. The end of the story is not yet in sight. Mrs. Vendôme will certainly have to part with her fur coat. They've had a terrific row upstairs about it, and now the reconciliation period of "Oh, darling Pooty" and "Precious Curly" has set in. I am dazed by all the abusive exchanges that have taken place in this virtuous house during the past month. Daddy goes about with his lips tightly pursed, and when anyone speaks to him he looks up startled, as if he is afraid he will have to patch up some tricky relationship again. Mummy has red patches on her cheeks from excitement. Margot complains of headaches. Juicel can't sleep. Mrs. Vendôme grouses the whole day, and I'm going completely crazy. Quite honestly, I sometimes forget who we are quarreling with, and with whom we've made it up. The only way to take one's mind off it all is to study, and I do a lot of that. Yours, Anna. Friday, 29 October 1943. Dear Kitty, there have been resounding rows again between Mr. and Mrs. Vendôme. It came about like this. As I have already told you, the Vendômes are at the end of their money. One day, some time ago now, Coupouis spoke about a furrier with whom he was on good terms. This gave Vendôme the idea of selling his wife's fur coat. It's a fur coat made from rabbit skins, and she has worn it 17 years. He got 325 florins for it, an enormous sum. However, Mrs. Vendôme wanted to keep the money to buy new clothes after the war, and it took some doing before Mr. Vendôme made it clear to her that the money was urgently needed for the household. The yells and screams, stamping and abuse, you can't possibly imagine it. It was frightening. My family stood at the bottom of the stairs, holding their breath, ready, if necessary, to drag them apart. All the shouting and weeping and nervous tension are so unsettling, and such a strain, that in the evening I drop into my bed crying, thanking heaven that I sometimes have half an hour to myself. Mr. Coupouis is away again. His stomach gives him no peace. He doesn't even know whether it has stopped bleeding yet. For the first time he was very down when he told us that he didn't feel well and was going home. All goes well with me on the whole, except that I have no appetite. I keep being told, "You don't look at all well." I must say that they are doing their very best to keep me up to the mark. Grape sugar, cod liver oil, yeast tablets, and calcium have all been lined up. My nerves often get the better of me. It is especially on Sundays that I feel rotten. The atmosphere is so oppressive and sleepy and as heavy as lead. You don't hear a single bird singing outside, and a deadly close silence hangs everywhere, catching hold of me as if it will drag me down deep into an underworld. At such times Daddy, Mummy, and Margot leave me cold. I wander from one room to another, downstairs and up again, feeling like a songbird whose wings have been clipped, and who is hurling himself in utter darkness against the bars of his cage. "Go outside, laugh, and take a breath of fresh air," a voice cries within me. But I don't even feel a response any more. I go and lie on the divan and sleep, to make the time pass more quickly, and the stillness, and the terrible fear because there is no way of killing them. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 3 November 1943. Dear Kitty, in order to give us something to do, which is also educational, Daddy applied for a prospectus from the Teachers' Institute in Leiden. Margot nosed through the thick book at least 3 times without finding anything to her liking or to suit her purse. Daddy was quicker, and wants a letter written to the Institute asking for a trial lesson in elementary Latin. To give me something new to begin as well, Daddy asked Coupouis for a children's Bible, so that I could find out something about the New Testament at last. "Do you want to give Anna a Bible for Hanukkah?" asked Margot, somewhat perturbed. "Yes, I think St. Nicholas Day is a better occasion," answered Daddy. "Jesus just doesn't go with Hanukkah." Yours, Anna.
This ends Disc 3. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl, Disc 4.
Monday evening, 8 November 1943. Dear Kitty, if you were to read my pile of letters one after another, you would certainly be struck by the many different moods in which they are written. It annoys me that I am so dependent on the atmosphere here, but I'm certainly not the only one. We all find it the same. If I read a book that impresses me, I have to take myself firmly in hand before I mix with other people. Otherwise, they would think my mind rather queer. At the moment, as you've probably noticed, I'm going through a spell of being depressed. I really couldn't tell you why it is, but I believe it's just because I'm a coward. And that's what I keep bumping up against. This evening, while Ellie was still here, there was a long, loud, penetrating ring at the door. I turned white at once, got a tummy ache and heart palpitations, all from fear. At night, when I'm in bed, I see myself alone in a dungeon, without Mummy or Daddy. Sometimes I wander by the roadside, or our secret annex is on fire, or they come and take us away at night. I see everything as if it is actually taking place, and this gives me the feeling that it may all happen to me very soon. Miep often says she envies us for possessing such tranquility here. That may be true, but she is not thinking about all our fears. I simply can't imagine that the world will ever be normal for us again. I do talk about after the war, but then it is only a castle in the air, something that will never really happen. If I think back to our old house, my girlfriends, the fun at school, it is just as if another person lived it all, not me. I see the 8 of us with our secret annex as if we were a little piece of blue heaven, surrounded by heavy black rain clouds. The round, clearly defined spot where we stand is still safe, but the clouds gather more closely about us, and the circle which separates us from the approaching danger closes more and more tightly. Now we are so surrounded by danger and darkness that we bump against each other as we search desperately for a means of escape. We all look down below, where people are fighting each other. We look above, where it is quiet and beautiful. And meanwhile we are cut off by the great dark mass, which will not let us go upwards, but which stands before us as an impenetrable wall. It tries to crush us, but cannot do so yet. I can only cry and implore, oh, if only the black circle would recede and open the way for us. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 11 November 1943. Dear Kitty, I have a good title for this chapter. Ode to my fountain pen in memoriam. My fountain pen has always been one of my most priceless possessions. I value it highly, especially for its thick nib, for I can only really write neatly with a thick nib. My fountain pen has had a very long and interesting pen life, which I will briefly tell you about. When I was 9, my fountain pen arrived in a packet, wrapped in cotton wool, as sample without value, all the way from Aachen, where my grandmother, the kind donor, used to live. I was in bed with flu, while February winds howled round the house. The glorious fountain pen had a red leather case, and was at once shown around to all my friends. I, Anna Frank, the proud owner of a fountain pen. When I was 10, I was allowed to take the pen to school, and the mistress went so far as to permit me to write with it. When I was 11, however, my treasure had to be put away again, because the mistress in the 6th form only allowed us to use school pens and inkpots. When I was 12 and went to the Jewish Lyceum, footnote, a type of secondary school specializing in the classics, common in most continental countries, my fountain pen received a new case in honor of the great occasion. It could take a pencil as well, and as it closed with a zipper looked much more impressive. At 13, the fountain pen came with us to the secret annex, where it has raced through countless diaries and compositions for me. Now I am 14. We have spent our last year together. It was on a Friday afternoon after 5 o'clock. I had come out of my room and wanted to go and sit at the table to write, when I was roughly pushed on one side and had to make room for Margot and Daddy, who wanted to practice their Latin. The fountain pen remained on the table unused while, with a sigh, its owner contented herself with a tiny little corner of the table and started rubbing beans. Bean rubbing is making moldy beans decent again. I swept the floor at 5:45 and threw the dirt together with the bad beans into a newspaper and into the stove. A terrific flame leaped out, and I thought it was grand that the fire should burn up so well when it was practically out. All was quiet again. The Latinites had finished, and I went and sat at the table to clear up my writing things. But look as I might, there was not a trace of the thing. Perhaps it fell into the stove together with the beans, Margot suggested. Oh, no, of course not, I answered. When my fountain pen didn't turn up that evening, however, we all took it that it had been burned, all the more as celluloid is terribly inflammable. And so it was. Our unhappy fears were confirmed. When Daddy did the stove the following morning, the clip used for fastening was found among the ashes. Not a trace of the gold nib was found. It must have melted and stuck to some stone or other, Daddy thought. I have one consolation, although a slender one. My fountain pen has been cremated, just what I want later. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 17 November, 1943. Dear Kitty, shattering things are happening. Diphtheria reigns in Ellie's home, so she is not allowed to come into contact with us for 6 weeks. It makes it very awkward over food and shopping, not to mention missing her companionship. Coupuis is still in bed and has had nothing but porridge and milk for 3 weeks. Crawler is frantically busy. The Latin lessons Margot sends in are corrected by a teacher and returned, Margot writing in Ellie's name. The teacher is very nice and witty, too. I expect he is glad to have such a clever pupil. Dussel is very put out. None of us knows why. It began by his keeping his mouth closed upstairs. He didn't utter a word to either Mr. or Mrs. Von Don. Everyone was struck by it, and when it lasted a couple of days, Mummy took the opportunity of warning him about Mrs. Von Don, who, if he went on like this, could make things very disagreeable for him. Dussel said that Mr. Von Don started the silence, so he was not going to be the one to break it. Now I must tell you that yesterday was the 16th of November, the day he had exactly been 1 year in the secret annex. Mummy received a plant in honor of the occasion, but Mrs. Von Don, who for weeks beforehand had made no bones about the fact that she thought Dussel should treat us to something, received nothing. Instead of expressing for the first time his thanks for our unselfishness in taking him in, he didn't say a word. And when I asked him on the morning of the 16th whether I should congratulate or condole, he answered that it didn't matter to him. Mummy, who wanted to act as peacemaker, didn't get one step further, and finally the situation remained as it was. Der Mann hat einen großen Geist, und ist so klein von Taten. Footnote. The spirit of the man is great, how puny are his deeds. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 27 November, 1943. Dear Kitty, yesterday evening, before I fell asleep, who should suddenly appear before my eyes but Lise? I saw her in front of me, clothed in rags, her face thin and worn. Her eyes were very big, and she looked so sadly and reproachfully at me that I could read in her eyes, "Oh, Anna, why have you deserted me? Help! Oh, help me! Rescue me from this hell!" And I cannot help her. I can only look on how others suffer and die, and can only pray to God to send her back to us. I just saw Lise, no one else, and now I understand. I misjudged her and was too young to understand her difficulties. She was attached to a new girlfriend, and to her it seemed as though I wanted to take her away. What the poor girl must have felt like, I know. I know the feeling so well myself. Sometimes, in a flash, I saw something of her life, but a moment later I was selfishly absorbed again in my own pleasures and problems. It was horrid of me to treat her as I did, and now she looked at me, oh, so helplessly, with her pale face and imploring eyes. If only I could help her. Oh, God, that I should have all I could wish for, and that she should be seized by such a terrible fate. I am not more virtuous than she. She, too, wanted to do what was right. Why should I be chosen to live, and she probably to die? What was the difference between us? Why are we so far from each other now? Quite honestly, I haven't thought about her for months. Yes, almost a year. Not completely forgotten her, but still I had never thought about her like this, until I saw her before me in all her misery. Oh, Lise, I hope that if you live until the end of the war, you will come back to us, and that I shall be able to take you in and do something to make up for the wrong I did you. But when I am able to help her again, then she will not need my help so badly as now. I wonder if she ever thinks of me. If so, what would she feel? Good Lord, defend her so that at least she is not alone. Oh, if only you could tell her that I think lovingly of her, and with sympathy, perhaps that would give her greater endurance. I must not go on thinking about it, because I don't get any further. I only keep seeing her great big eyes, and cannot free myself from them. I wonder if Lise has real faith in herself, and not only what has been thrust upon her. I don't even know. I never took the trouble to ask her. Lise, Lise, if only I could take you away, if only I could let you share all the things I enjoy. It is too late now. I can't help, or repair the wrong I have done. But I shall never forget her again, and I shall always pray for her. Yours, Anna. Monday, 6 November 1943. Dear Kitty, when St. Nicholas Day approached, none of us could help thinking of the prettily decorated basket we had last year, and I especially thought it would be very dull to do nothing at all this year. I thought a long time about it, until I invented something funny. I consulted Pym, and a week ago we started composing a little poem for each person. On Sunday evening at 7:45, we appeared upstairs with a large laundry basket between us, decorated with little figures and bows of pink and blue carbon copy paper. The basket was covered with a large piece of brown paper on which a letter was pinned. Everyone was rather astonished at the size of the surprise package. I took the letter from the paper and read, Santa Claus has come once more, though not quite as he came before. We can't celebrate his day in last year's fine and pleasant way, for then our hopes were high and bright. All the optimists seemed right, none supposing that this year we would welcome Santa here. Still, we'll make his spirit live, and since we've nothing left to give, we've thought of something else to do. Each please look inside his shoe. As each owner took his shoe from the basket, there was a resounding peal of laughter. A little paper package lay in each shoe with the address of the shoe's owner on it. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 22 December 1943. Dear Kitty, a bad attack of flu has prevented me from writing you until today. It's wretched to be ill here. When I wanted to cough, 1, 2, 3, I crawled under the blankets and tried to stifle the noise. Usually the only result was that the tickle wouldn't go away at all, and milk and honey, sugar or lozenges had to be brought into operation. It makes me dizzy to think of all the cures that were tried on me. Sweating, compresses, wet cloths on my chest, dry cloths on my chest, hot drinks, gargling, throat painting, lying still, cushion for extra warmth, hot water bottles, lemon squashes, and, in addition, the thermometer every 2 hours. Can anyone really get better like this? The worst moment of all was certainly when Mr. Dussel thought he'd play doctor, and came and lay on my naked chest with his greasy head in order to listen to the sounds within. Not only did his hair tickle unbearably, but I was embarrassed, in spite of the fact that he once, 30 years ago, studied medicine and has the title of doctor. Why should the fellow come and lie on my heart? He's not my lover, after all. For that matter, he wouldn't hear whether it's healthy or unhealthy inside me anyway. His ears need syringing first, as he's becoming alarmingly hard of hearing. But that is enough about illness. I'm as fit as a fiddle again, 1 centimeter taller, 2 pounds heavier, pale and with a real appetite for learning. There's not much news to tell you. We are all getting on well together for a change. There's no quarreling. We haven't had such peace in the home for at least half a year. Ellie is still parted from us. We received extra oil for Christmas, sweets and syrup. The chief present is a brooch made out of a 2.5-cent piece and shining beautifully. Anyway, lovely but indescribable. Mr. Dussel gave Mummy and Mrs. Von Don a lovely cake which she had asked me up to bake for him. With all her work she has to do that as well. I have also something for Miep and Ellie. For at least 2 months I have saved the sugar from my porridge, you see, and with Mr. Coupuy's help I'll have it made into fondants. It is drizzly weather. The stove smells, the food lies heavily on everyone's tummy, causing thunderous noises on all sides. The war at a standstill, morale rotten. Yours, Anna. Friday, 24 December 1943. Dear Kitty, I have previously written about how much we are affected by atmospheres here, and I think that in my own case this trouble is getting much worse lately. Himmel hoch jauchzend und zum Tode betrübt certainly fits here. Footnote: a famous line from Goethe, on top of the world or in the depths of despair. I am himmelhoch jauchzend, if I only think how lucky we are here compared with other Jewish children, and zum Tode betrübt comes over me when, as it happened yesterday, for example, Mrs. Coupuis comes and tells us about her daughter Corey's hockey club, canoe trips, theatrical performances, and friends. I don't think I'm jealous of Corey, but I couldn't help feeling a great longing to have lots of fun myself for once, and to laugh until my tummy ached. Especially at this time of the year, with all the holidays for Christmas and the New Year, we are stuck here like outcasts. Still, I really ought not to write this, because it seems ungrateful, and I've certainly been exaggerating. But still, whatever you think of me, I can't keep everything to myself, so I'll remind you of my opening words. Paper is patient. When someone comes in from outside, with the wind in their clothes and the cold on their faces, then I could bury my head in the blankets to stop myself thinking, when will we be granted the privilege of smelling fresh air? And because I must not bury my head in the blankets, but the reverse, I must keep my head high and be brave. The thoughts will come not once, but oh, countless times. Believe me, if you have been shut up for a year and a half, it can get too much for you some days. In spite of all justice and thankfulness, you can't crush your feelings. Cycling, dancing, whistling, looking out into the world, feeling young, to know that I'm free, that's what I long for. Still, I mustn't show it, because I sometimes think if all 8 of us began to pity ourselves, or went about with discontented faces, where would it lead us? I sometimes ask myself, would anyone, either Jew or non-Jew, understand this about me, that I am simply a young girl badly in need of some rollicking fun? I don't know, and I couldn't talk about it to anyone, because then I know I should cry. Crying can bring such relief. In spite of all my theories, and however much trouble I take, each day I miss having a real mother who understands me. That is why with everything I do and write, I think of the mumsy that I want to be for my children later on. The mumsy who doesn't take everything that is said in general conversation so seriously, but who does take what I say seriously. I have noticed, though I can't explain how, that the word mumsy tells you everything. Do you know what I found? To give me the feeling of calling Mummy something which sounds like Mumsy, I often call her Mum. Then from that comes Mums, the incomplete Mumsy, as it were, whom I would so love to honor with the extra I-E, and yet who does not realize it. It's a good thing, because it would only make her unhappy. That's enough about that. Writing has made my zum Tode betrübt go off a bit. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 25 December 1943. Dear Kitty, during these days, now that Christmas is here, I find myself thinking all the time about Pim and what he told me about the love of his youth. Last year I didn't understand the meaning of his words as well as I do now. If he'd only talk about it again, perhaps I would be able to show him that I understand. I believe that Pim talked about it because he who knows the secrets of so many other hearts had to express his own feelings for once, because otherwise Pim never says a word about himself, and I don't think Margot has any idea of all Pim has had to go through. Poor Pim, he can't make me think that he has forgotten everything. He will never forget this. He has become very tolerant. I hope that I shall grow a bit like him without having to go through all that. Yours, Anna. Monday, 27 December 1943. Dear Kitty, on Friday evening, for the first time in my life, I received something for Christmas. Coupuis, Crawler, and the girls had prepared a lovely surprise again. Miep has made a lovely Christmas cake, on which was written Peace 1944. Ellie had provided a pound of sweet biscuits of pre-war quality. For Peter, Margot, and me, a bottle of yogurt and a bottle of beer for each of the grown-ups. Everything was so nicely done up, and there were pictures stuck on the different packages. Otherwise, Christmas passed by quickly for us. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 29 December, 1943. Dear Kitty, I was very unhappy again last evening. Granny and Lise came into my mind. Granny, oh darling Granny, how little we understood of what she suffered, or how sweet she was. And besides all this, she knew a terrible secret which she carefully kept to herself the whole time. Footnote, a severe internal disease. How faithful and good Granny always was. She would never have let one of us down. Whatever it was, however naughty I'd been, Granny always stuck up for me. Granny, did you love me, or didn't you understand me either? I don't know. No one ever talked about themselves to Granny. How lonely Granny must have been, how lonely in spite of us. A person can be lonely even if he is loved by many people, because he is still not the one and only to anyone. And Lise, is she still alive? What is she doing? Oh, God, protect her and bring her back to us. Lise, I see in you all the time what my lot might have been. I keep seeing myself in your place. Why, then, should I often be unhappy over what happens here? Shouldn't I always be glad, contented, and happy, except when I think about her and her companions in distress? I am selfish and cowardly. Why do I always dream and think of the most terrible things? My fear makes me want to scream out loud sometimes, because still, in spite of everything, I have not enough faith in God. He has given me so much, which I certainly do not deserve, and I still do much that is wrong every day. If you think of your fellow creatures, then you only want to cry. You could really cry the whole day long. The only thing to do is to pray that God will perform a miracle and save some of them, and I hope that I am doing that enough. Yours, Anna. Sunday, 2 January, 1944. Dear Kitty, this morning when I had nothing to do, I turned over some of the pages of my diary, and several times I came across letters dealing with the subject Mummy in such a hot-headed way that I was quite shocked, and asked myself, Anna, is it really you who mentioned hate? Oh, Anna, how could you? I remained sitting with the open page in my hand, and thought about it, and how it came about that I should have been so brimful of rage and really so filled with such a thing as hate that I had to confide it all in you. I had been trying to understand the Anna of a year ago, and to excuse her, because my conscience isn't clear as long as I have to leave you with these accusations, without being able to explain, on looking back, how it happened. I suffer now, and suffered then, from moods which kept my head under water, so to speak, and only allowed me to see the things subjectively, without enabling me to consider quietly the words of the other side, and to answer them as the words of one whom I, with my hot-headed temperament, had offended or made unhappy. I hid myself within myself. I only considered myself, and quietly wrote down all my joys, sorrows, and contempt in my diary. This diary is of great value to me, because it has become a book of memoirs in many places, but on a good many pages I could certainly put past and done with. I used to be furious with Mummy, and still am sometimes. It's true that she doesn't understand me, but I don't understand her either. She did love me very much, and she was tender, but as she landed in so many unpleasant situations through me, and was nervous and irritable because of other worries and difficulties, it is certainly understandable that she snapped at me. I took it much too seriously, was offended, and was rude and aggravating to Mummy, which in turn made her unhappy. So it was really a matter of unpleasantness and misery rebounding all the time. It wasn't nice for either of us, but it is passing. I just didn't want to see all this, and pitied myself very much, but that too is understandable. Those violent outbursts on paper were only giving vent to anger which, in a normal life, could have been worked off by stamping my feet a couple of times in a locked room, or calling Mummy names behind her back. The period when I caused Mummy to shed tears is over. I have grown wiser, and Mummy's nerves are not so much on edge. I usually keep my mouth shut if I get annoyed, and so does she, so we appear to get on much better together. I can't really love Mummy in a dependent, childlike way. I just don't have that feeling. I soothe my conscience now with the thought that it is better for hard words to be on paper than that Mummy should carry them in her heart. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 5 January 1944. Dear Kitty, I have 2 things to confess to you today, which will take a long time, but I must tell someone, and you are the best one to tell, as I know that, come what may, you always keep a secret. The first is about Mummy. You know that I've grumbled a lot about Mummy, yet still tried to be nice to her again. Now it is suddenly clear to me what she lacks. Mummy herself has told us that she looked upon us more as her friends than her daughters. Now that is all very fine, but still a friend can't take a mother's place. I need my mother as an example which I can follow. I want to be able to respect her. I have the feeling that Margot thinks differently about these things and would never be able to understand what I've just told you, and Daddy avoids all arguments about Mummy. I imagine a mother as a woman who, in the first place, shows great tact, especially toward her children when they reach our age, and who does not laugh at me if I cry about something, not pain, but other things, like Mom's does. One thing, which perhaps may seem rather fatuous, I have never forgiven her. It was on a day that I had to go to the dentist. Mummy and Margot were going to come with me, and agreed that I should take my bicycle. When we had finished at the dentist and were outside again, Margot and Mummy told me that they were going into the town to look at something or buy something. I don't remember exactly what. I wanted to go too, but was not allowed to, as I had my bicycle with me. Tears of rage sprang into my eyes, and Mummy and Margot began laughing at me. Then I became so furious that I stuck my tongue out at them in the street, just as an old woman happened to pass by, who looked very shocked. I rode home on my bicycle, and I know I cried for a long time. It is queer that the wound that Mummy made then still burns when I think of how angry I was that afternoon. The second is something that is very difficult to tell you because it is about myself. Yesterday, I read an article about blushing by Sis Heister. This article might have been addressed to me personally. Although I don't blush very easily, the other things in it certainly all fit me. She writes roughly something like this, that a girl in the years of puberty becomes quiet within and begins to think about the wonders that are happening to her body. I experienced that too, and that is why I get the feeling lately of being embarrassed about Margot, Mummy, and Daddy. Funnily enough, Margot, who is much more shy than I am, isn't at all embarrassed. I think what is happening to me is so wonderful, and not only what can be seen on my body, but all that is taking place inside. I never discuss myself or any of these things with anybody. That is why I have to talk to myself about them. Each time I have a period, and that has only been 3 times, I have the feeling that in spite of all the pain, unpleasantness, and nastiness, I have a sweet secret, and that is why, although it is nothing but a nuisance to me in a way, I always long for the time that I shall feel that secret within me again. Sis Heister also writes that girls of this age don't feel quite certain of themselves, and discover that they themselves are individuals with ideas, thoughts, and habits. After I came here, when I was just 14, I began to think about myself sooner than most girls, and to know that I am a person. Sometimes when I lie in bed at night, I have a terrible desire to feel my breasts and to listen to the quiet rhythmic beat of my heart. I already had these kinds of feelings subconsciously before I came here, because I remember that once when I slept with a girlfriend, I had a strong desire to kiss her, and that I did so. I could not help being terribly inquisitive over her body, for she had always kept it hidden from me. I asked her whether, as proof of our friendship, we should feel one another's breasts, but she refused. I go into ecstasies every time I see the naked figure of a woman, such as Venus, for example. It strikes me as so wonderful and exquisite that I have difficulty in stopping the tears rolling down my cheeks. If only I had a girlfriend. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 6 January 1944. Dear Kitty, My longing to talk to someone became so intense that somehow or other I took it into my head to choose Pater. Sometimes, if I've been upstairs into Pater's room during the day, it always struck me as very snug, but because Pater is so retiring, and one would never turn anyone out who became a nuisance, I never dared stay long, because I was afraid he might think me a bore. I tried to think of an excuse to stay in his room and get him talking without it being too noticeable, and my chance came yesterday. Pater has a mania for crossword puzzles at the moment, and hardly does anything else. I helped him with them, and we soon sat opposite each other at his little table, he on the chair and me on the divan. It gave me a queer feeling each time I looked into his deep blue eyes, and he sat there with that mysterious laugh playing round his lips. I was able to read his inward thoughts. I could see on his face that look of helplessness and uncertainty as how to behave, and at the same time a trace of his sense of manhood. I noticed his shy manner, and it made me feel very gentle. I couldn't refrain from meeting those dark eyes again and again, and with my whole heart I almost beseeched him, "Oh, tell me what is going on inside you. Oh, can't you look beyond this ridiculous chatter?" But the evening passed, and nothing happened, except that I told him about blushing, naturally not what I have written, but just so that he would become more sure of himself as he grew older. When I lay in bed and thought over the whole situation, I found it far from encouraging, and the idea that I should beg for Pater's patronage was simply repellent. One can do a lot to satisfy one's longings, which certainly sticks out in my case, for I have made up my mind to go and sit with Pater more often, and to get him talking somehow or other. Whatever you do, don't think I'm in love with Pater, not a bit of it. If the Von Dons had had a daughter instead of a son, I should have tried to make friends with her, too. I woke at about 5 to 7 this morning, and knew at once, quite positively, what I had dreamed. I sat on a chair, and opposite me sat Pater, Wessel. We were looking together at a book of drawings by Mary Boss. The dream was so vivid that I can still partly remember the drawings. But that was not all. The dream went on. Suddenly, Pater's eyes met mine, and I looked into those fine, velvet brown eyes for a long time. Then Pater said very softly, "If I had only known, I would have come to you long before." I turned around brusquely because the emotion was too much for me. And after that I felt a soft and oh, such a cool, kind cheek against mine, and it felt so good, so good. I awoke at this point, while I could still feel his cheek against mine, and felt his brown eyes looking deep into my heart, so deep that there he read how much I had loved him, and how much I still love him. Tears sprang into my eyes once more, and I was very sad that I had lost him again, but at the same time glad because it made me feel quite certain that Pater was still the chosen one. It is strange that I should often see such vivid images in my dreams here. First, I saw Grandma so clearly one night that I could even distinguish her thick, soft, wrinkled, velvety skin. Footnote: Grandma is grandmother on father's side, Granny on mother's side. Then Granny appeared as a guardian angel. Then followed Lise, who seems to be a symbol to me of all the sufferings of all my girlfriends, and all Jews. When I pray for her, I pray for all Jews and all those in need. And now Pater, my darling Pater. Never before have I had such a clear picture of him in my mind. I don't need a photo of him. I can see him before my eyes, and oh, so well. Yours, Anna. Friday, 7 January, 1944. Dear Kitty, what a silly ass I am! I am quite forgetting that I have never told you the history of myself and all my boyfriends. When I was quite small, I was even still at a kindergarten, I became attached to Carol Sampson. He had lost his father, and he and his mother lived with an aunt. One of Carol's cousins, Robbie, was a slender, good-looking dark boy, who aroused more admiration than the little humorous fellow, Carol, but looks did not count with me, and I was very fond of Carol for years. We used to be together a lot for quite a long time, but for the rest, my love was unreturned. Then Pater crossed my path, and in my childish way I really fell in love. He liked me very much, too, and we were inseparable for one whole summer. I can still remember us walking hand in hand through the streets together, he in a cotton white suit and me in a short summer dress. At the end of the summer holidays he went into the first form of the high school, and I into the sixth form of the lower school. He used to meet me from school, and vice versa. I would meet him. Peter was a very good-looking boy, tall, handsome, and slim, with an earnest, calm, intelligent face. He had dark hair and wonderful brown eyes, ruddy cheeks, and a pointed nose. I was mad about his laugh, above all when he looked so mischievous and naughty. I went to the country for the holidays. When I returned, Peter had in the meantime moved, and a much older boy lived in the same house. He apparently drew Peter's attention to the fact that I was a childish little imp, and Peter gave me up. I adored him so that I didn't want to face the truth. I tried to hold on to him until it dawned on me that if I went on running after him, I should soon get the name of being boy-mad. The years passed. Peter went around with girls of his own age and didn't even think of saying hello to me any more. But I couldn't forget him. I went to the Jewish secondary school. Lots of boys in our class were keen on me. I thought it was fun, felt honored, but was otherwise quite untouched. Then later on Harry was mad about me, but, as I've already told you, I never fell in love again. There is a saying, time heals all wounds, and so it was with me. I imagined that I had forgotten Peter, and that I didn't like him a bit any more. The memory of him, however, lived so strongly in my subconscious mind that I admitted to myself sometimes I was jealous of the other girls, and that was why I didn't like him any more. This morning I knew that nothing has changed. On the contrary, as I grew older and more mature, my love grew with me. I can quite understand now that Peter thought me childish, and yet it still hurt that he had so completely forgotten me. His face was shown so clearly to me, and now I know that no one else could remain with me like he does. I am completely upset by the dream. When Daddy kissed me this morning, I could have cried out, "Oh, if only you were Peter!" I think of him all the time, and I keep repeating to myself the whole day, "Oh, Peter, darling, darling Peter!" Who can help me now? I must live on and pray to God that he will let Peter cross my path when I come out of here, and that when he reads the love in my eyes he will say, "Oh, Anna, if I had only known, I would have come to you long before." I saw my face in the mirror, and it looks quite different. My eyes look so clear and deep. My cheeks are pink, which they haven't been for weeks. My mouth is much softer. I look as if I am happy, and yet there is something so sad in my expression that my smile slips away from my lips as soon as it has come. I'm not happy, because I might know that Peter's thoughts are not with me, and yet I still feel his wonderful eyes upon me, and his cool, soft cheek against mine. Oh, Peter, Peter, how will I ever free myself of your image? Wouldn't any other in your place be a miserable substitute? I love you, and with such a great love that it can't grow in my heart any more, but has to leap out into the open and suddenly manifest itself in such a devastating way. A week ago, even yesterday, if anyone had asked me, "Which of your friends do you consider would be the most suitable to marry?" I would have answered, "I don't know." But now I would cry, "Peter," because I love him with all my heart and soul. I give myself completely. But one thing, he may touch my face, but no more. Once when we spoke about sex, Daddy told me that I couldn't possibly understand the longing yet. I always knew that I did understand it, and now I understand it fully. Nothing is so beloved to me now as he, my Peter. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 12 January 1944. Dear Kitty, Ellie has been back a fortnight. Miep and Hank were away from their work for 2 days. They both had tummy upsets. I have a craze for dancing and ballet at the moment, and practice dance steps every evening diligently. I have made a super-modern dance frock from a light blue petticoat edged with lace belonging to Mansa. A ribbon is threaded through round the top and ties in a bow in the center, and a pink-corded ribbon completes the creation. I tried in vain to convert my gym shoes into real ballet shoes. My stiff limbs are well on the way to becoming supple again like they used to be. One terrific exercise is to sit on the floor, hold a heel in each hand, and then lift both legs up in the air. I have to have a cushion under me, otherwise my poor little behind has a rough time. Everyone here is reading the book Cloudless Morn. Mummy thought it exceptionally good. There are a lot of youth problems in it. I thought to myself rather ironically, take a bit more trouble with your own young people first. I believe Mummy thinks there could be no better relationship between parents and their children, and that no one could take a greater interest in their children's lives than she. But quite definitely she only looks at Margot, who I don't think ever had such problems and thoughts as I do. Still, I wouldn't dream of pointing out to Mummy that, in the case of her daughters, it isn't at all as she imagines, because she would be utterly amazed and wouldn't know how to change anyway. I want to save her the unhappiness it would cause her, especially as I know that for me everything would remain the same anyway. Mummy certainly feels that Margot loves her much more than I do, but she thinks that this just goes in phases. Margot has grown so sweet. She seems quite different from what she used to be, isn't nearly so catty these days, and is becoming a real friend. Nor does she any longer regard me as a little kid who counts for nothing. I have an odd way of sometimes, as it were, being able to see myself through someone else's eyes. Then I view the affairs of a certain Anna at my ease, and browse through the pages of her life as if she were a stranger. Before we came here, when I didn't think about things as much as I do now, I used at times to have the feeling that I didn't belong to Mansa Pym and Margot, and that I would always be a bit of an outsider. Sometimes I used to pretend I was an orphan, until I reproached and punished myself, telling myself it was all my own fault that I played this self-pitying role, when I was really so fortunate. Then came the time that I used to force myself to be friendly. Every morning, as soon as someone came downstairs, I hoped that it would be Mummy who would say good morning to me. I greeted her warmly because I really longed for her to look lovingly at me. Then she made some remark or other that seemed unfriendly, and I would go off to school, again feeling thoroughly disheartened. On the way home, I would make excuses for her because she had so many worries. Arrive home very cheerful, chatter 19 to the dozen, until I began repeating myself, and left the room wearing a pensive expression, my satchel under my arm. Sometimes I decided to remain cross, but when I came home from school I always had so much news that my resolutions were gone with the wind, and Mummy, whatever she might be doing, had to lend an ear to all my adventures. Then the time came once more when I didn't listen for footsteps on the staircase any longer, and at night my pillow was wet with tears. Everything grew much worse at that point. Enfin, you know all about it. Now God has sent me a helper, Pater. I just clasp my pendant, kiss it, and think to myself, what do I care about the lot of them? Pater belongs to me, and no one knows anything about it. This way I can get over all the snubs I receive. Who would ever think that so much can go on in the soul of a young girl? Yours, Anna. Saturday, 15 January, 1944. Dear Kitty, there is no point in telling you every time the exact details of our rows and arguments. Let it suffice to tell you that we have divided up a great many things, such as butter and meat, and that we fry our own potatoes. For some time now we've been eating wholemeal bread between meals as an extra, because by 4 o'clock in the afternoon we are longing for our supper so much that we hardly know how to control our rumbling tummies. Mummy's birthday is rapidly approaching. She got some extra sugar from Crawler, which made the Von Dons jealous, as Mrs. Von Don had not been favored in this way for her birthday. But what's the use of annoying each other with yet more unkind words, tears, and angry outbursts? You can be sure of one thing, Kitty, that we are even more fed up with them than ever. Mummy has expressed the wish, one which cannot come true just now, not to see the Von Dons for a fortnight. I keep asking myself whether one would have trouble in the long run, whoever one shared a house with, or did we strike it extra unlucky? Are most people so selfish and stingy, then? I think it's all to the good to have learned a bit about human beings, but now I think I've learned enough. The world goes on just the same, whether or not we choose to quarrel or long for freedom and fresh air, and so we should try to make the best of our stay here. Now I'm preaching, But I also believe that if I stay here for very long, I shall grow into a dried-up old beanstalk, and I did so want to grow into a real young woman. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 22 January, 1944. Dear Kitty, I wonder whether you can tell me why it is that people always try so hard to hide their real feelings. How is it that I always behave quite differently from what I should in other people's company? Why do we trust one another so little? I know there must be a reason, but still I sometimes think it's horrible that you find you can never really confide in people, even in those who are nearest to you. It seems as if I've grown up a lot since my dream the other night. I'm much more of an independent being. You'll certainly be amazed when I tell you that even my attitude towards the Van Dons has changed. I suddenly see all the arguments and the rest of it in a different light, and am not as prejudiced as I was. How can I have changed so much? Yes, you see, it suddenly struck me that if Mummy had been different, a real Mumsy, the relationship might have been quite different. It's true that Mrs. Van Don is by no means a nice person, but still, I do think that half the quarrels could be avoided if it weren't for the fact that when the conversation gets tricky, Mummy is a bit difficult too. Mrs. Van Don has one good side, and that is that you can talk to her. Despite all her selfishness, stinginess, and underhandedness, you can make her give in easily, as long as you don't irritate her and get on the wrong side of her. This way doesn't work every time, but if you have patience, you can try again and see how far you get. All the problems of our upbringing, of our being spoiled, the food, it could have been quite different if we'd remained perfectly open and friendly, and not always only on the lookout for something to seize on. I know exactly what you'll say, Kitty. But, Anna, do these words really come from your lips? From you who have had to listen to so many harsh words from the people upstairs? From you, the girl who has suffered so many injustices? And yet they come from me. I want to start afresh, and try to get to the bottom of it all, not be like the saying, the young always follow a bad example. I want to examine the whole matter carefully myself, and find out what is true and what is exaggerated. Then, if I myself am disappointed in them, I can adopt the same lines as Mummy and Daddy. If not, I shall try first of all to make them alter their ideas, and if I don't succeed, I shall stick to my own opinions and judgment. I shall seize every opportunity to discuss openly all our points of argument with Mrs. Van Don, and not be afraid of declaring myself neutral, even at the cost of being called a know-it-all. It is not that I shall be going against my own family, but from today there will be no more unkind gossip on my part. Until now I was immovable. I always thought the Van Dons were in the wrong, but we too are partly to blame. We have certainly been right over the subject matter, but handling of others from intelligent people, which we consider ourselves to be, one expects more insight. I hope that I have acquired a bit of insight, and will use it well when the occasion arises. Yours, Anna. Monday, 24 January, 1944. Dear Kitty, something has happened to me, or rather I can hardly describe it as an event, except that I think it is pretty crazy. Whenever anyone used to speak of sexual problems at home or at school, it was something either mysterious or revolting. Words which had any bearing on the subject were whispered, and often if someone didn't understand, he was laughed at. It struck me as very odd, and I thought, why are these people so secretive and tiresome when they talk about these things? But as I didn't think that I could change things, I kept my mouth shut as much as possible, or sometimes asked girlfriends for information. When I had learned quite a lot, and had also spoken about it with my parents, Mummy said one day, "Anna, let me give you some good advice. Never speak about this subject to boys, and don't reply if they begin about it." I remember exactly what my answer was. I said, "No, of course not, the very idea." And there it remained. When we first came here, Daddy often told me about things that I would really have preferred to hear from Mummy, and I found out the rest from books and things I picked up from conversations. Pater Van Don was never as tiresome over this as the boys at school. once or twice at first, perhaps, but he never tried to get me talking. Mrs. Von Don told us that she had never talked about these things to Peter, and for all she knew, neither had her husband. Apparently she didn't even know how much he knew. Yesterday, when Margot, Peter, and I were peeling potatoes, somehow the conversation turned to Boche. "We still don't know what sex Boche is, do we?" I asked. "Yes, certainly," Peter answered. "He's a tom." I began to laugh. "A tomcat that's expecting. That's marvelous." Peter and Margot laughed too over this silly mistake. You see, 2 months ago, Peter had stated that Boche would soon be having a family. Her tummy was growing visibly. However, the fatness appeared to come from the many stolen bones, because the children didn't seem to grow fast, let alone make their appearance. Peter just had to defend himself. "No," he said, "you can go with me yourself to look at him. Once, when I was playing around with him, I noticed quite clearly that he's a tom." I couldn't control my curiosity, and went with him to the warehouse. Boche, however, was not receiving visitors, and was nowhere to be seen. We waited for a while, began to get cold, and went upstairs again. Later in the afternoon, I heard Peter go downstairs for the second time. I mustered up all my courage to walk through the silent house alone, and reached the warehouse. Boche stood on the packing table playing with Peter, who had just put him on the scales to weigh him. "Hello, do you want to see him?" He didn't make any lengthy preparations, but picked up the animal, turned him over onto his back, deftly held his head and paws together, and the lesson began. "Those are the male organs, these are just a few stray hairs, and that is his bottom." The cat did another half-turn and was standing on his white socks once more. If any other boy had shown me the male organs, I would never have looked at him again. But Peter went on talking quite normally on what is otherwise such a painful subject, without meaning anything unpleasant, and finally put me sufficiently at my ease for me to be normal too. We played with Boche, amused ourselves, chattered together, and then sauntered through the large warehouse towards the door. "Usually, when I want to know something, I find it in some book or other, don't you?" I asked. "Why on earth? I just ask upstairs. My father knows more than me and has had more experience in such things." We were already on the stairs, so I kept my mouth shut after that. "Things may alter," as Brer Rabbit said. Yes. Really, I shouldn't have discussed these things in such a normal way with a girl. I know too definitely that Mummy didn't mean it that way when she warned me not to discuss the subject with boys. I wasn't quite my usual self for the rest of the day, though, in spite of everything. When I thought over our talk, it still seemed rather odd. But at least I'm wiser about one thing, that there really are young people, and of the opposite sex, too, who can discuss these things naturally, without making fun of them. I wonder if Peter really does ask his parents much. Would he honestly behave with them as he did with me yesterday? What would I know about it? Yours, Anna. Thursday, 27 January, 1944. Dear Kitty, lately I have developed a great love for family trees and genealogical tables of the royal families, and have come to the conclusion that, once you begin, you want to delve still deeper into the past, and can keep on making fresh and interesting discoveries. Although I am extraordinarily industrious over my lessons, and can already follow the English home service quite well on the wireless, I still devote many Sundays to sorting and looking over my large collection of film stars, which is quite a respectable size by now. I am awfully pleased whenever Mr. Crawler brings the cinema and theater with him on Mondays. Although this little gift is often called a waste of money by the less worldly members of the household, they are amazed each time at how accurately I can state who is in a certain film, even after a year. Ellie, who on her days off often goes to the movies with her boyfriend, tells me the titles of the new films each week, and in one breath I rattle off the names of the stars who appear in them, together with what the reviews say. Not so long ago, Mum said that I wouldn't need to go to a cinema later on, because I knew the plots, the names of the stars, and the opinions of the reviews all by heart. If ever I come sailing in with a new hairstyle, they all look disapprovingly at me, and I can be quite sure that someone will ask which glamorous star I'm supposed to be imitating. They only half believe me if I reply that it's my own invention. But to continue about the hairstyle, it doesn't stay put for more than half an hour. Then I'm so tired of the remarks people pass that I quickly hasten to the bathroom and restore my ordinary house garden kitchen hairstyle. Yours, Anna. Friday, 28 January, 1944. Dear Kitty, I asked myself this morning whether you don't sometimes feel rather like a cow who has had to chew over all the old pieces of news again and again, and who finally yawns loudly and silently wishes that Anna would occasionally dig up something new. Alas, I know it's dull for you, but try to put yourself in my place, and imagine how sick I am of the old cows who keep having to be pulled out of the ditch again. If the conversation at mealtimes isn't over politics or a delicious meal, then Mummy or Mrs. Von Don trot out one of the old stories of their youth, which we've heard so many times before. Or Dussel twaddles on about his wife's extensive wardrobe, beautiful racehorses, leaking rowboats, boys who can swim at the age of 4, muscular pains and nervous patients. What it all boils down to is this, that if one of the 8 of us opens his mouth, the other 7 can finish the story for him. We all know the point of every joke from the start, and the storyteller is alone in laughing at his witticisms. The various milkmen, grocers, and butchers of the 2 ex-housewives have already grown beards in our minds, so often have they been praised to the skies or pulled to pieces. It is impossible for anything in the conversation here to be fresh or new. Still, all this would be bearable if the grown-ups didn't have their little way of telling the stories with which Coupuis, Hank, or Miep oblige the company, 10 times over, and adding their own little frills and furbelows, so that I often have to pinch my arm under the table to prevent myself from putting them right. Little children such as Anna must never, under any circumstances, know better than the grown-ups, however many blunders they make, and to whatever extent they allow their imaginations to run away with them. One favorite subject of Coupuis's and Hank's is that of people in hiding and in the underground movement. They know very well that anything to do with other people in hiding interests us tremendously, and how deeply we can sympathize with the sufferings of people who get taken away, and rejoice with the liberated prisoner. We are quite as used to the idea of going into hiding or underground as in bygone days one was used to Daddy's bedroom slippers warming in front of the fire. There are a great number of organizations such as the Free Netherlands, which forge identity cards, supply money to people underground, find hiding places for people, and work for young men in hiding. And it is amazing how much noble, unselfish work these people are doing, risking their own lives to help and save others. Our helpers are a very good example. They have pulled us through up till now, and we hope they will bring us safely to dry land. Otherwise, they will have to share the same fate as the many others who are being searched for. Never have we heard one word of the burden which we certainly must be to them. Never has one of them complained of all the trouble we give. They all come upstairs every day, talk to the men about business and politics, to the women about food and wartime difficulties, and about newspapers and books with the children. They put on the brightest possible faces, bring flowers and presents for birthdays and bank holidays, are always ready to help and do all they can. That is something we must never forget. Although others may show heroism in the war or against the Germans, our helpers display heroism in their cheerfulness and affection. The wildest tales are going round, but still they are usually founded on fact. For instance, Coupuis told us this week that in Gelderland 2 football 11s met, and one side consisted solely of members of the underground, and the other was made up of members of the police. New ration books are being handed out in Hilversum. In order that the many people in hiding may also draw rations, the officials have given instructions to those of them in the district to come at a certain time, so that they can collect their documents from a separate little table. Still, they'll have to be careful that such impudent tricks do not reach the ears of the Germans. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 3 February 1944. Dear Kitty, invasion fever in the country is mounting daily. If you were here, on the one hand you would probably feel the effect of all these preparations just as I do, and on the other you would laugh at us for making such a fuss. Who knows, perhaps for nothing. All the newspapers are full of the invasion, and are driving people mad by saying that, in the event of the English landing in Holland, the Germans will do all they can to defend the country. If necessary, they will resort to flooding. With this, maps have been published, on which the parts of Holland that will be under water are marked. As this applies to large parts of Amsterdam, the first question was, what shall we do if the water in the streets rises to 1 meter? The answers given by different people vary considerably. As walking or cycling is out of the question, we shall have to wade through the stagnant water. Of course not, one will have to try and swim. We shall all put on our bathing suits and caps and swim under water as much as possible. Then no one will see that we are Jews. Oh, what nonsense! I'd like to see the ladies swimming if the rats started biting their legs. That was naturally a man. Just see who screams the loudest. We shan't be able to get out of the house anyway. The warehouse will definitely collapse if there is a flood. It is so wobbly already. Listen, folks, all joking apart, we shall try and get a boat. Why bother? I know something much better. We each get hold of a wooden packing case from the attic and row with a soup ladle. I shall walk on stilts. I used to be an expert at it in my youth. Hank Van Satten won't need to. He's sure to take his wife on his back, then she'll be on stilts. This gives you a rough idea, doesn't it, Kit? This chatter is all very amusing, but the truth may be otherwise. A second question about the invasion was bound to arise. What do we do if the Germans evacuate Amsterdam? Leave the city, too, and disguise ourselves as best we can. Don't go. Whatever happens, stay put. The only thing to do is to remain here. The Germans are quite capable of driving the whole population right into Germany, where they will all die. Yes, naturally we shall stay here, since this is the safest place. We'll try and fetch Coupuis and his family over here to come and live with us. We'll try and get hold of a sack of wood wool, then we can sleep on the floor. Let's ask Miep and Coupuis to start bringing blankets here. We'll order some extra corn in addition to our 60 pounds. Let's get Hank to try and obtain more peas and beans. We have about 60 pounds of beans and 10 pounds of peas in the house at present. Don't forget that we've got 50 tins of vegetables. Mummy, just count up how much we've got of other food, will you? 10 tins of fish, 40 tins of milk, 10 kilos of milk powder, 3 bottles of salad oil, 4 preserving jars of butter, 4 ditto of meat, 2 wicker-covered bottles of strawberries, 2 bottles of raspberries, 20 bottles of tomatoes, 10 pounds of rolled oats, 8 pounds of rice, and that's all. Our stock's not too bad, but if you think that we may be having visitors as well and drawing from reserves each week, then it seems more than it actually is. We have sufficient coal and firewood in the house, also candles. Let's all make little money bags, which could easily be hidden in our clothing, in case we want to take money with us. We'll make lists of the most important things to take, should we have to run for it, and pack rucksacks now in readiness. If it gets that far, we'll put 2 people on watch, one in the front and one in the back loft. I say, what's the use of collecting such stocks of food if we haven't any water, gas, or electricity? Then we must cook on the stove, filter and boil our water. We'll clean out some large wicker bottles and store water in them. I hear nothing but this sort of talk the whole day long. Invasion, and nothing but invasion. Arguments about suffering from hunger, dying, bombs, fire extinguishers, sleeping bags, Jewish vouchers, poisonous gases, etc., etc. None of it is exactly cheering. The gentlemen in the secret annex give pretty straightforward warnings. An example is the following conversation with Hank. Secret Annex. We are afraid that if the Germans withdraw, they will take the whole population with them. Hank. That is impossible. They haven't the trains at their disposal. S.A. Trains? Do you really think they'd put civilians in carriages? Out of the question. They could use Shank's mare. Perpetuis apostolorum, Dussel always says. H. I don't believe a word of it. You look on the black side of everything. What would be their object in driving all the civilians along with them? S.A. Didn't you know that Goebbels said, "If we have to withdraw, we shall slam the doors of all the occupied countries behind us"? H. They have said so much already. Essay. Do you think the Germans are above doing such a thing, or too humane? What they think is this. If we have got to go down, then everybody in our clutches will go down with us. H. Tell that to the Marines. I just don't believe it. Essay. It's always the same song. No one will see danger approaching until it is actually on top of him. H. But you know nothing definite. You just simply suppose. Essay. We have all been through it ourselves, first in Germany and then here, and what is going on in Russia? H. You mustn't include the Jews. I don't think anyone knows what is going on in Russia. The English and the Russians are sure to exaggerate things for propaganda purposes, just like the Germans. Essay. Out of the question. The English have always told the truth over the wireless. And suppose they do exaggerate the news. The facts are bad enough anyway, because you can't deny that many millions of peace-loving people were just simply murdered or gassed in Poland and Russia. I will spare you further examples of these conversations. I myself keep very quiet, and don't take any notice of all the fuss and excitement. I have now reached the stage that I don't care much whether I live or die. The world will still keep on turning without me. What is going to happen will happen, and anyway, it's no good to resist. I trust to luck, and do nothing but work, hoping that all will end well. Yours, Anna.
This ends Disc 4. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Disc 5.
Saturday, 12 February, 1944. Dear Kitty, the sun is shining, the sky is a deep blue, there's a lovely breeze, and I'm longing, so longing for everything. To talk, for freedom, for friends, to be alone, and I do so long to cry. I feel as if I'm going to burst, and I know that it would get better with crying, but I can't. I'm restless. I go from one room to the other, breathe through the crack of a closed window, feel my heart beating as if it is saying, "Can't you satisfy my longings at last?" I believe that it's spring within me. I feel that spring is awakening. I feel it in my whole body and soul. It is an effort to behave normally. I feel utterly confused, don't know what to read, what to write, what to do. I only know that I am longing. Yours, Anna. Sunday, 13 February, 1944. Dear Kitty, since Saturday, a lot has changed for me. It came about like this. I longed, and am still longing, but now something has happened which has made it just a little less. To my great joy, I will be quite honest about it. Already this morning I noticed that Peter kept looking at me all the time. Not in the ordinary way. I don't know how, I just can't explain. I used to think that Peter was in love with Margot, but yesterday I suddenly had the feeling that it is not so. I made a special effort not to look at him too much, because whenever I did, he kept on looking too, and then it gave me a lovely feeling inside, but which I mustn't feel too often. I desperately want to be alone. Daddy has noticed that I'm not quite my usual self, but I really can't tell him everything. Leave me in peace, leave me alone. That's what I'd like to keep crying out all the time. Who knows, the day may come when I'm left alone more than I would wish. Yours, Anna. Monday, 14 February, 1944. Dear Kitty, on Sunday evening, everyone except Pim and me was sitting beside the wireless in order to listen to the immortal music of the German masters. Jussel fiddled with the knobs continually. This annoyed Peter, and the others too. After restraining himself for half an hour, Peter asked somewhat irritably if the twisting and turning might stop. Jussel answered in his most hoity-toity manner, "I'm getting it all right." Peter became angry and was rude. Mr. Von Daun took his side, and Jussel had to give in. That was all. The reason in itself was very unimportant, but Peter seems to have taken it very much to heart. In any case, when I was rummaging about in the bookcase in the attic, he came up to me and began telling me the whole story. I didn't know anything about it, but Peter soon saw that he had found an attentive ear and got fairly into his stride. "Yes, and you see," he said, "I don't easily say anything, because I know beforehand that I'll only become tongue-tied. I begin to stutter, blush, and twist around what I want to say, until I have to break off because I simply can't find the words. That's what happened yesterday. I wanted to say something quite different, but once I had started, I got in a hopeless muddle, and that's frightful. I used to have a bad habit. I wish I still had it now. If I was angry with anyone, rather than argue it out, I would get to work on him with my fists. I quite realize that this method doesn't get me anywhere, and that is why I admire you. You are never at a loss for a word. You say exactly what you want to say to people, and are never the least bit shy." "I can tell you, you're making a big mistake," I answered. "I usually say things quite differently from the way I meant to say them, and then I talk too much and far too long, and that's just as bad." I couldn't help laughing to myself over this last sentence. However, I wanted to let him go on talking about himself, so I kept my amusement to myself, went and sat on a cushion on the floor, put my arms around my bent knees, and looked at him attentively. I am very glad that there is someone else in the house who can get into the same fits of rage as I get into. I could see it did Peter good to pull Jussel to pieces to his heart's content, without fear of my telling tales. And as for me, I was very pleased, because I sensed a real feeling of fellowship, such as I can only remember having had with my girlfriends. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 16 February 1944. Dear Kitty, it's Margot's birthday. Peter came at 12:30 to look at the presents, and stayed talking much longer than was strictly necessary, a thing he'd never have done otherwise. In the afternoon I went to get some coffee, and after that potatoes, because I wanted to spoil Margot for just that one day in the year. I went through Peter's room. He took all his papers off the stairs at once, and I asked whether I should close the trap-door to the attic. "Yes," he replied. "Knock when you come back, then I'll open it for you." I thanked him, went upstairs, and searched at least 10 minutes in the large barrel for the smallest potatoes. Then my back began to ache, and I got cold. Naturally, I didn't knock, but opened the trap-door myself. But still he came to meet me most obligingly, and took the pan from me. "I've looked for a long time. These are the smallest I could find," I said. "Did you look in the big barrel?" "Yes, I've been over them all." By this time I was standing at the bottom of the stairs, and he looked searchingly in the pan which he was still holding. "Oh, but these are first-rate," he said, and added when I took the pan from him, "I congratulate you." At the same time he gave me such a gentle, warm look, which made a tender glow within me. I could really see that he wanted to please me, and because he couldn't make a long, complimentary speech, he spoke with his eyes. I understood him oh so well, and was very grateful. It gives me pleasure even now when I recall those words and that look he gave me. When I went downstairs, Mummy said that I must get some more potatoes, this time for supper. I willingly offered to go upstairs again. When I came into Peter's room, I apologized at having to disturb him again. When I was already on the stairs, he got up and went and stood between the door and the wall, firmly took hold of my arm, and wanted to hold me back by force. "I'll go," he said. I replied that it really wasn't necessary, and that I didn't have to get particularly small ones this time. Then he was convinced, and let my arm go. On the way down he came and opened the trap-door and took the pan again. When I reached the door I asked, "What are you doing?" "French," he replied. I asked if I might glance through the exercises, washed my hands, and went and sat on the divan opposite him. We soon began talking, after I'd explained some of the French to him. He told me that he wanted to go to the Dutch East Indies and live on a plantation later on. He talked about his home life, about the black market, and then he said that he felt so useless. I told him that he certainly had a very strong inferiority complex. He talked about the Jews. He would have found it much easier if he had been a Christian, and if he could be one after the war. I asked if he wanted to be baptized, but that wasn't the case either. Who was to know whether he was a Jew when the war was over, he said. This gave me rather a pang. It seems such a pity that there's always just a tinge of dishonesty about him. After the rest, we chatted very pleasantly about Daddy and about judging people's characters and all kinds of things. I can't remember exactly what now. It was 4:30 by the time I left. In the evening he said something else that I thought was nice. We were talking about a picture of a film star that I'd given him once, which has now been hanging in his room for at least a year and a half. He liked it very much, and I offered to give him a few more sometime. "No," he replied. "I'd rather leave it like this. I look at these every day, and they have grown to be my friends." Now I understand more why he always hugs Mushi. He needs some affection too, of course. I'd forgotten something else that he talked about. He said, "I don't know what fear is, except when I think of my own shortcomings. But I'm getting over that too." Peter has a terrible inferiority complex. For instance, he always thinks that he is so stupid and we are so clever. If I help him with his French, he thanks me 1,000 times. One day I shall turn around and say, "Oh, shut up, you're much better at English and geography." Yours, Anna. Friday, 18 February, 1944. Dear Kitty, whenever I go upstairs now, I keep on hoping that I shall see him, because my life now has an object, and I have something to look forward to. Everything has become more pleasant. At least the object of my feelings is always there, and I needn't be afraid of rivals, except Margot. Don't think I'm in love, because I'm not. But I do have the feeling all the time that something fine can grow up between us, something that gives confidence and friendship. If I get half a chance, I go up to him now. It's not like it used to be when he didn't know how to begin. It's just the opposite. He's still talking when I'm half out of the room. Mummy doesn't like it much, and always says I'll be a nuisance, and that I must leave him in peace. Honestly, doesn't she realize that I've got some intuition? She looks at me so queerly every time I go into Peter's little room. If I come downstairs from there, she asks me where I've been. I simply can't bear it and think it's horrible. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 19 February, 1944. Dear Kitty, it is Saturday again, and that really speaks for itself. The morning was quiet. I helped a bit upstairs, but I didn't have more than a few fleeting words with him. At 2:30, when everyone had gone to their own rooms, either to sleep or to read, I went to the private office, with my blanket and everything, to sit at the desk and read or write. It was not long before it all became too much for me. My head drooped onto my arm, and I sobbed my heart out. The tears streamed down my cheeks, and I felt desperately unhappy. Oh, if only he had come to comfort me! It was 4 o'clock by the time I went upstairs again. I went for some potatoes, with fresh hope in my heart of a meeting, but while I was still smartening up my hair in the bathroom, he went down to see Boche in the warehouse. Suddenly I felt the tears coming back, and I hurried to the lavatory, quickly grabbing a pocket mirror as I passed. There I sat then, fully dressed, while the tears made dark spots on the red of my apron, and I felt very wretched. This is what was going through my mind. Oh, I'll never reach Peter like this. Who knows, perhaps he doesn't like me at all and doesn't need anyone to confide in. Perhaps he only thinks about me in a casual sort of way. I shall have to go on alone once more, without friendship and without Peter. Perhaps soon I'll be without hope, without comfort or anything to look forward to again. Oh, if I could nestle my head against his shoulder and not feel so hopelessly alone and deserted. Who knows, perhaps he doesn't care about me at all, and looks at the others in just the same way. Perhaps I only imagined that it was especially for me. Oh, Peter, if only you could see or hear me. If the truth were to prove as bad as that, it would be more than I could bear. However, a little later, fresh hope and anticipation seemed to return, even though the tears were still streaming down my cheeks. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 23 February, 1944. Dear Kitty, it's lovely weather outside, and I've quite perked up since yesterday. Nearly every morning I go to the attic where Peter works to blow the stuffy air out of my lungs. From my favorite spot on the floor, I look up at the blue sky and the bare chestnut tree, on whose branches little raindrops shine, appearing like silver. and at the seagulls and the other birds as they glide on the wind. He stood with his head against a thick beam, and I sat down. We breathed the fresh air, looked outside, and both felt that the spell should not be broken by words. We remained like this for a long time, and when he had to go up to the loft to chop wood, I knew that he was a nice fellow. He climbed the ladder, and I followed. Then he chopped wood for about a quarter of an hour, during which time we still remained silent. I watched him from where I stood. He was obviously doing his best to show off his strength. But I looked out of the open window, too, over a large area of Amsterdam, all over the roofs and onto the horizon, which was such a pale blue that it was hard to see the dividing line. As long as this exists, I thought, and I may live to see it, this sunshine, the cloudless skies, while this lasts, I cannot be unhappy. The best remedy for those who are afraid, lonely, or unhappy is to go outside, somewhere where they can be quite alone with the heavens, nature, and God, because only then does one feel that it is all as it should be, and that God wishes to see people happy amidst the simple beauty of nature. As long as this exists, and it certainly always will, I know that then there will always be comfort for every sorrow, whatever the circumstances may be, and I firmly believe that nature brings solace in all troubles. Oh, who knows? Perhaps it won't be long before I share this overwhelming feeling of bliss with someone who feels the same way as I do about it. Yours, Anna. A thought. We miss so much here, so very much, and for so long now. I miss it too, just as you do. I'm not talking of outward things, for we are looked after in that way. No, I mean the inward things. Like you, I long for freedom and fresh air, but I believe now that we have ample compensation for our privations. I realized this quite suddenly when I sat in front of the window this morning. I mean inward compensation. When I looked outside, right into the depth of nature and God, then I was happy, really happy. And, Peter, so long as I have that happiness here, the joy in nature, health, and a lot more besides, all the while one has that, one can always recapture happiness. Riches can all be lost, but that happiness in your own heart can only be veiled, and it will still bring you happiness again as long as you live, as long as you can look fearlessly up into the heavens, as long as you know that you are pure within, and that you will still find happiness. Sunday, 27 February 1944. Dearest Kitty, from early in the morning till late at night, I really do hardly anything else but think of Peter. I sleep with his image before my eyes, dream about him, and he is still looking at me when I awake. I have a strong feeling that Peter and I are really not so different as we would appear to be, and I will tell you why. We both lack a mother. His is too superficial, loves flirting, and doesn't trouble much about what he thinks. Mine doesn't bother about me, but lacks sensitiveness, real motherliness. Peter and I both wrestle with our inner feelings. We are still uncertain, and are really too sensitive to be roughly treated. If we are, then my reaction is to get away from it all. But as that is impossible, I hide my feelings, throw my weight about the place, am noisy and boisterous, so that everyone wishes that I was out of the way. He, on the contrary, shuts himself up, hardly talks at all, is quiet, daydreams, and in his way carefully conceals his true self. But how and when we shall finally reach each other, I don't know quite how long my common sense will keep this longing under control. Yours, Anna. Monday, 28 February 1944. Dearest Kitty, it is becoming a bad dream, in daytime as well as at night. I see him nearly all the time, and can't get at him. I mustn't show anything, must remain gay while I'm really in despair. Peter Vessel and Peter Van Daan have grown into one Peter, who is beloved and good, and for whom I long desperately. Mummy is tiresome, Daddy sweet, and therefore all the more tiresome, Margot the most tiresome because she expects me to wear a pleasant expression, and all I want is to be left in peace. Peter didn't come to me in the attic. He went up to the loft instead and did some carpentry. At every creak and every knock, some of my courage seemed to sleep away, and I grew more unhappy. In the distance a bell was playing, pure in body, pure in soul. Footnote: the bells in old clock towers play tunes. I'm sentimental, I know. I'm desperate and silly, I know that too. Oh, help me. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 1 March 1944. Dear Kitty, my own affairs have been pushed into the background by a burglary. I'm becoming boring with all my burglars, but what can I do? They seem to take such a delight in honoring Colin and Company with their visits. This burglary is much more complicated than the one in July 1943. When Mr. Van Daan went to Crawler's office at 7:30, as usual, he saw that the communicating glass doors in the office door were open. Surprised at this, he walked through, and was even more amazed to see that the doors of the little dark room were open too, and that there was a terrible mess in the main office. There has been a burglar, he thought to himself at once, and to satisfy himself he went straight downstairs to look at the front door, felt the Yale lock, and found everything closed. Oh, then both Pater and Ellie must have been very slack this evening, he decided. He remained in Crawler's room for a while, then switched off the lamp and went upstairs, without worrying much about either the open doors or the untidy office. This morning Pater knocked at our door early and came with the not-so-pleasant news that the front door was wide open. He also told us that the projector and Crawler's new portfolio had both disappeared from the cupboard. Pater was told to close the door. Van Daan told us of his discoveries the previous evening, and we were all awfully worried. What must have happened is that the thief had a skeleton key, because the lock was quite undamaged. He must have crept into the house quite early and closed the door behind him, hidden himself when disturbed by Mr. Van Daan, and when he departed fled with his spoils, leaving the door open in his haste. Who can have our key? Why didn't the thief go to the warehouse? Might it be one of our own warehousemen? And would he perhaps betray us, since he certainly heard Van Daan, and perhaps even saw him? It is all very creepy, because we don't know whether the same burglar may not take it into his head to visit us again, or perhaps it gave him a shock to find that there was someone walking about in the house. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 2 March 1944. Dear Kitty, Margot and I were both up in the attic today. Although we were not able to enjoy it together as I had imagined, still I do know that she shares my feelings over most things. During dishwashing, Ellie began telling Mummy and Mrs. Van Daan that she felt very discouraged at times. And what help do you think they gave her? Do you know what Mummy's advice was? She should try to think of all the other people who are in trouble. What is the good of thinking of misery when one is already miserable oneself? I said this, too, and was told, you keep out of this sort of conversation. Aren't the grown-ups idiotic and stupid? Just as if Pater, Margot, Ellie, and I don't all feel the same about things, and only a mother's love, or that of a very, very good friend, can help us. These mothers here just don't understand us at all. Perhaps Mrs. Van Daan does a little more than Mummy. Oh, I would so have liked to say something to poor Ellie, something that I know from experience would have helped her, but Daddy came between us and pushed me aside. Aren't they all stupid? We aren't even allowed to have any opinions. People can tell you to keep your mouth shut, but it doesn't stop you having your own opinion. Even if people are still very young, they shouldn't be prevented from saying what they think. Only great love and devotion can help Ellie, Margot, Pater, and me, and none of us gets it. And no one, especially the stupid know-alls here, can understand us, because we are much more sensitive and much more advanced in our thoughts than anyone here would ever imagine in their wildest dreams. Mummy is grumbling again at the moment. She is obviously jealous because I talk more to Mrs. Van Daan than to her nowadays. I managed to get hold of Pater this afternoon, and we talked for at least 3/4 of an hour. Pater had the greatest difficulty in saying anything about himself. It took a long time to draw him out. He told me how often his parents quarrel over politics, cigarettes, and all kinds of things. He was very shy. Then I talked to him about my parents. He defended Daddy, He thought him a first-rate chap. Then we talked about upstairs and downstairs again. He was really rather amazed that we don't always like his parents. "Peter," I said, "you know I'm always honest, so why shouldn't I tell you that we see their faults too?" And among other things I also said, "I would so like to help you, Peter. Can't I? You are in such an awkward position, and although you don't say anything, it doesn't mean that you don't care." "Oh, I would always welcome your help." "Perhaps you would do better to go to Daddy. He wouldn't let anything go any further, take it from me. You can easily tell him." "Yes, he is a real pal." "You're very fond of him, aren't you?" Peter nodded, and I went on. "And he is of you, too." He looked up quickly and blushed. It was really moving to see how these few words pleased him. "Do you think so?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "You can easily tell by little things that slip out now and then. Peter is a first-rate chap, too, just like Daddy. Yours, Anna. Friday, 3 March, 1944. Dear Kitty, when I looked into the candle this evening, I felt calm and happy. Footnote: in Jewish homes, candles are lit on the Sabbath eve. Oma seems to be in the candle, and it is Oma, too, who shelters and protects me, and who always makes me feel happy again. But there is someone else who governs all my moods, and that is Peter. When I went up to get potatoes today, and was still standing on the step-ladder with the pan, he at once asked, "What have you been doing since lunch?" I went and sat on the steps, and we started talking. At 5:15, an hour later, the potatoes, which had been sitting on the floor in the meantime, finally reached their destinations. Peter didn't say another word about his parents. We just talked about books and about the past. The boy has such warmth in his eyes. I believe I'm pretty near to being in love with him. He talked about that this evening. I went into his room after peeling the potatoes and said that I felt hot. "You can tell what the temperature is by Margot and me. If it's cold, we are white, and if it is hot, we are red in the face," I said. "In love?" he asked. "Why should I be in love?" My answer was rather silly. "Why not?" he said, and then we had to go for supper. Would he have meant anything by that question? I finally managed to ask him today whether he didn't find my chatter a nuisance. He only said, "It's okay. I like it." To what extent this answer was just shyness, I am not able to judge. Kitty, I'm just like someone in love who can only talk about her darling, and Peter really is a darling. When shall I be able to tell him so? Naturally only if he thinks I'm a darling too. But I'm quite capable of looking after myself, and he knows that very well. And he likes his tranquility, so I have no idea how much he likes me. In any case, we are getting to know each other a bit. I wish we dared to tell each other much more already. Who knows, the time may come sooner than I think. I get an understanding look from him about twice a day. I wink back, and we both feel happy. I certainly seem quite mad to be talking about him being happy, and yet I feel pretty sure that he thinks just the same as I do. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 4 March, 1944. Dear Kitty, this is the first Saturday for months and months that hasn't been boring, dreary, and dull, and Peter is the cause. This morning I went to the attic to hang up my apron when Daddy asked whether I'd like to stay and talk some French. I agreed. First we talked French, and I explained something to Peter. Then we did some English. Daddy read out loud to us from Dickens, and I was in the seventh heaven, because I sat on Daddy's chair very close to Peter. I went downstairs at 11 o'clock. When I came upstairs again at 11:30, he was already waiting for me on the stairs. We talked until 1:45. If, as I leave the room, he gets a chance after a meal, for instance, and if no one can hear, he says, "Goodbye, Anna. See you soon." Oh, I am so pleased. I wonder if he is going to fall in love with me after all. Anyway, he is a very nice fellow, and no one knows what lovely talks I have with him. Mrs. Von Don quite approves when I go and talk to him, But she asked today, teasingly, "Can I really trust you two up there together?" "Of course," I protested. "Really, you quite insult me." From morn till night I look forward to seeing Pater. Yours, Anna. Monday, 6 March 1944. Dear Kitty, I can tell by Pater's face that he thinks just as much as I do. And when Mrs. Von Don yesterday evening said scoffingly, "The thinker," I was irritated. Pater flushed and looked very embarrassed, and I was about to explode. Why can't these people keep their mouths shut? You can't imagine how horrible it is to stand by and see how lonely he is, and yet not be able to do anything. I can so well imagine, just as if I were in his place, how desperate he must feel sometimes in quarrels and in love. Poor Pater, he needs love very much. When he said he didn't need any friends, how harsh the words sounded to my ears. Oh, how mistaken he is. I don't believe he meant it a bit. He clings to his solitude, to his affected indifference and his grown-up ways, but it's just an act, so as never, never to show his real feelings. Poor Pater, how long will he be able to go on playing this role? Surely a terrible outburst must follow as the result of this superhuman effort. Oh, Pater, if only I could help you, if only you would let me. Together we could drive away your loneliness and mine. I think a lot, but I don't say much. I am happy if I see him, and if the sun shines when I'm with him. I was very excited yesterday. While I was washing my hair, I knew that he was sitting in the room next to ours. I couldn't do anything about. The more quiet and serious I feel inside, the more noisy I become outwardly. Who will be the first to discover and break through this armor? I'm glad, after all, that the Von Dons have a son and not a daughter. My conquest could never have been so difficult, so beautiful, so good, if I had not happened to hit on someone of the opposite sex. Yours, Anna. P.S. You know that I'm always honest with you, so I must tell you that I actually live from one meeting to the next. I keep hoping to discover that he, too, is waiting for me all the time, and I'm thrilled if I notice a small, shy advance from his side. I believe he'd like to say a lot, just like I would. Little does he know that it's just his clumsiness that attracts me. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 7 March 1944. Dear Kitty, if I think now of my life in 1942, it all seems so unreal. It was quite a different Anna who enjoyed that heavenly existence from the Anna who has grown wise within these walls. Yes, it was a heavenly life. Boyfriends at every turn, about 20 friends and acquaintances of my own age, the darling of nearly all the teachers, spoiled from top to toe by Mummy and Daddy, lots of sweets, enough pocket money, what more could you want? You will certainly wonder by what means I got around all these people. Pater's word, attractiveness, is not altogether true. All the teachers were entertained by my cute answers, my amusing remarks, my smiling face, and my questioning looks. That is all I was, a terrible flirt, coquettish and amusing. I had 1 or 2 advantages which kept me rather in favor. I was industrious, honest, and frank. I would never have dreamed of cribbing from anyone else. I shared my sweets generously, and I wasn't conceited. Wouldn't I have become rather forward with so much admiration? It was a good thing that in the midst of it, at the height of all this gaiety, I suddenly had to face reality, and it took me at least a year to get used to the fact that there was no more admiration forthcoming. How did I appear at school? The one who thought of new jokes and pranks, always king of the castle, never in a bad mood, never a crybaby. No wonder everyone liked to cycle with me, and I got other attentions. Now I look back at that Anna as an amusing but very superficial girl who has nothing to do with the Anna of today. Pater said quite rightly about me, "If ever I saw you, you were always surrounded by 2 or more boys and a whole troop of girls. You were always laughing, and always the center of everything." What is left of this girl? Oh, don't worry. I haven't forgotten how to laugh or to answer back readily. I'm just as good, if not better, at criticizing people, and I can still flirt if I wish. That's not it, though. I'd like that sort of life again for an evening, a few days, or even a week. The life which seemed so carefree and gay. But at the end of that week, I should be dead beat, and would be only too thankful to listen to anyone who began to talk about something sensible. I don't want followers, but friends, admirers who fall not for a flattering smile, but for what one does, and for one's character. I know quite well that the circle around me would be much smaller, but what does that matter, as long as one still keeps a few sincere friends? Yet I wasn't entirely happy in 1942, in spite of everything. I often felt deserted, but because I was on the go the whole day long, I didn't think about it, and enjoyed myself as much as I could. Consciously and unconsciously, I tried to drive away the emptiness I felt with jokes and pranks. Now I think seriously about life, and what I have to do. One period of my life is over forever. The carefree school days are gone, never to return. I don't even long for them anymore. I have outgrown them. I can't just only enjoy myself, as my serious side is always there. I look upon my life up till the new year, as it were, through a powerful magnifying glass. The sunny life at home, then coming here in 1942, the sudden change, the quarrels, the bickerings. I couldn't understand it. I was taken by surprise, and the only way I could keep up some bearing was by being impertinent. The first half of 1943, my fits of crying, the loneliness, how I slowly began to see all my faults and shortcomings, which are so great, and which seemed much greater then. During the day I deliberately talked about anything and everything that was farthest from my thoughts, tried to draw Pym to me, but couldn't. Alone I had to face the difficult task of changing myself, to stop the everlasting reproaches which were so oppressive, and which reduced me to such terrible despondency. Things improved slightly in the second half of the year. I became a young woman, and was treated more like a grown-up. I started to think and write stories, and came to the conclusion that the others no longer had the right to throw me about like an India rubber ball. I wanted to change in accordance with my own desires. But one thing that struck me even more was when I realized that even Daddy would never become my confidant over everything. I didn't want to trust anyone but myself anymore. At the beginning of the new year, the second great change, my dream. And with it I discovered my longing not for a girlfriend, but for a boyfriend. I also discovered my inward happiness, and my defensive armor of superficiality and gaiety. In due time I quieted down, and discovered my boundless desire for all that is beautiful and good. And in the evening, when I lie in bed and end my prayers with the words, "I thank you, God, for all that is good and clear and beautiful," I am filled with joy. Then I think about the good of going into hiding, of my health, and, with my whole being, of the dearness of Pater, of that which is still embryonic and impressionable, and which we neither of us dare to name or touch, of that which will come sometime, love, the future, happiness, and of the beauty which exists in the world, nature, beauty, and all that is exquisite and fine. I don't think, then, of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains. This is one of the things that Mummy and I are so entirely different about. Her counsel, when one feels melancholy, is, think of all the misery in the world, and be thankful you are not sharing in it. My advice is, go outside, to the fields, enjoy nature and the sunshine. Go out and try to recapture happiness in yourself and in God. Think of all the beauty that's still left in and around you, and be happy. I don't see how Mummy's idea can be right, because then how are you supposed to behave if you go through the misery yourself? Then you are lost. On the contrary, I've found that there is always some beauty left. In nature, sunshine, freedom, in yourself. These can all help you. Look at these things. Then you can find yourself again, and God, and then you regain your balance. And whoever is happy will make others happy too. He who has courage and faith will never perish in misery. Yours, Anna. Sunday, 12 March 1944. Dear Kitty, I can't seem to sit still lately. I run upstairs and down and then back again. I love talking to Pater, but I'm always afraid of being a nuisance. He has told me a bit about the past, about his parents, and about himself. It's not half enough, though, and I ask myself why it is that I always long for more. He used to think I was unbearable, and I returned the compliment. Now I have changed my opinion. Has he changed his, too? I think so. Still, it doesn't necessarily mean that we shall become great friends, although as far as I am concerned it would make the time here much more bearable. But still, I won't get myself upset about it. I see quite a lot of him, and there's no need to make you unhappy about it too, Kitty, just because I feel so miserable. On Saturday afternoon I felt in such a whirl after hearing a whole lot of sad news that I went and lay on my divan for a sleep. I only wanted to sleep to stop myself thinking. I slept till 4 o'clock, then I had to go into the living room. I found it difficult to answer all Mummy's questions and think of some little excuse to tell Daddy, as an explanation for my long sleep. I resorted to a headache, which wasn't a lie, as I had one, but inside. Ordinary people, ordinary girls, teenagers like myself, will think I'm a bit cracked with all my self-pity. Yes, that's what it is. But I pour out my heart to you. Then for the rest of the day I'm as impudent, gay, and self-confident as I can be, in order to avoid questions and getting on my own nerves. Margot is very sweet, and would like me to trust her, but still I can't tell her everything. She's darling, she's good and pretty, but she lacks the nonchalance for conducting deep discussion. She takes me so seriously, much too seriously, and then thinks about her queer little sister for a long time afterwards, looks searchingly at me and every word I say, and keeps on thinking, is this just a joke, or does she really mean it? I think that's because we are together the whole day long, and that if I trusted someone completely, then I wouldn't want them hanging around me all the time. When shall I finally untangle my thoughts? When shall I find peace and rest within myself again? Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 14 March 1944. Dear Kitty, perhaps it would be entertaining for you, though not in the least for me, to hear what we are going to eat today. As the charwoman is at work downstairs, I'm sitting on the Vendon's table at the moment. I have a handkerchief soaked in some good scent, bought before we came here, over my mouth and held against my nose. You won't gather much from this, so let's begin at the beginning. The people from whom we obtain food coupons have been caught, so we just have our 5 ration cards and no extra coupons, and no fats. As both Miep and Coupuis are ill, Ellie hasn't had time to do any shopping, so the atmosphere is dreary and dejected, and so is the food. From tomorrow we shall not have a scrap of fat, butter, or margarine left. We can't have fried potatoes, to say bread, for breakfast any longer, so we have porridge instead. And as Mrs. Vendon thinks we're starving, we have bought some full cream milk under the counter. Our supper today consists of a hash made from kale, which has been preserved in a barrel, hence the precautionary measure with the handkerchief. It's incredible how kale can stink when it's a year old. The smell in the room is a mixture of bad plums, strong preservatives, and rotten eggs. Ugh! The mere thought of eating that muck makes me feel sick. Added to this, our potatoes are suffering from such peculiar diseases that out of 2 buckets of pomme de terre, 1 whole one ends up on the stove. We amuse ourselves by searching for all the different kinds of diseases, and have come to the conclusion that they range from cancer and smallpox to measles. Oh, no, it's no joke to be in hiding during the 4th year of the war. If only the whole rotten business was over. Quite honestly, I wouldn't care so much about the food, if only it were more pleasant here in other ways. There's the rub. This tedious existence is beginning to make us all touchy. The following are the views of the 5 grown-ups on the present situation. Mrs. Vendon. The job as queen of the kitchen lost its attraction a long time ago. It's dull to sit and do nothing, so I go back to my cooking again. Still, I have to complain that it's impossible to cook without any fats, and all these nasty smells make me feel sick. Nothing but ingratitude and rude remarks do I get in return for my services. I am always the black sheep, always the guilty one. Moreover, according to me, very little progress is being made in the war. In the end, the Germans will still win. I'm afraid we're going to starve, and if I'm in a bad mood, I scold everyone. Mr. Von Don, I must smoke and smoke and smoke, and then the food, the political situation, and Carol's moods don't seem so bad. Carol is a darling wife. But if he hasn't had anything to smoke, then nothing is right, and this is what one hears. I'm getting ill. We don't live well enough. I must have meat. Frightfully stupid person, my Carol. After this, a terrific quarrel is sure to follow. Mrs. Frank, food is not very important, but I would love a slice of rye bread now. I feel so terribly hungry. If I were Mrs. Von Don, I would have put a stop to Mr. Von Don's everlasting smoking a long time ago. But now I must definitely have a cigarette, because my nerves are getting the better of me. The English make a lot of mistakes, but still the war is progressing. I must have a chat and be thankful I'm not in Poland. Mr. Frank, everything's all right. I don't require anything. Take it easy. We've ample time. Give me my potatoes, and then I will keep my mouth shut. Put some of my rations on one side for Ellie. The political situation is very promising. I'm extremely optimistic. Mr. Dussel, I must get my task for today. Everything must be finished on time. Political situation outstanding, and it is impossible that we'll be caught. Aye. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 15 March, 1944. Dear Kitty. Phew. Oh dear. Release from the somber scenes for a moment. Today I hear nothing but, if this or that should happen, then we are going to be in difficulties. If he or she should become ill, then we'll be completely isolated. And then if... Enfin, I expect you know the rest. At least I presume you know the secret annexers well enough by this time to be able to guess the trend of their conversations. The reason for all this if is that Mr. Crawler has been called up to go digging. Ellie has a streaming cold and will probably have to stay at home tomorrow. Miep hasn't fully recovered from her flu yet, and Coupuis has had such a bad hemorrhage of the stomach that he lost consciousness. What a tale of woe! The warehouse people are getting a free day tomorrow. Ellie can stay at home. Then the door will remain locked, and we shall have to be as quiet as mice, so that the neighbors don't hear us. Hank is coming to visit the deserted ones at 1 o'clock, playing the role of zookeeper, as it were. For the first time in ages, he told us something about the great wide world this afternoon. You should have seen the 8 of us sitting around him. It looked exactly like a picture of Grandmother telling a story. He talked 19 to the dozen to his grateful audience, about food, of course, and then Miep's doctor and everything that we asked about. Doctor, he said, don't talk to me about the doctor. I rang him up this morning, had his assistant on the phone, and asked for a prescription for flu. The reply was that I could come and get the prescription any time between 8 and 9 in the morning. If you have a very bad attack of flu, the doctor comes to the telephone himself and says, "Put out your tongue. Say ah. I can hear all right that your throat is inflamed. I'll write out a prescription for you to order from the chemist. Goodbye." And that's that. A fine practice, that, run by telephone only. But I don't want to criticize the doctors. After all, a person has but 2 hands, and in these days there's an abundance of patients and very few doctors to cope with them. Still, we couldn't help laughing when Hank repeated the telephone conversation to us. I can just imagine what a doctor's waiting room must look like nowadays. One doesn't look down on panel patients any more, but on the people with minor ailments, and thinks, "Hi, you! What are you doing here? End of the line, please. Urgent cases have priority. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 16 March, 1944. Dear Kitty, the weather is lovely, superb. I can't describe it. I'm going up to the attic in a minute. Now I know why I'm so much more restless than Pater. He has his own room where he can work, dream, think, and sleep. I am shoved about from one corner to another. I hardly spend any time in my double room, and yet it's something I long for so much. That is the reason, too, why I so frequently escape to the attic. There, and with you, I can be myself for a while, just a little while. Still, I don't want to moan about myself. On the contrary, I want to be brave. Thank goodness the others can't tell what my inward feelings are, except that I'm growing cooler towards Mummy daily. I'm not so affectionate to Daddy, and don't tell Margot a single thing. I'm completely closed up. Above all, I must maintain my outward reserve. No one must know that war still reigns incessantly within. War between desire and common sense. The latter has won up till now. Yet will the former prove to be the stronger of the two? Sometimes I fear that it will, and sometimes I long for it to be. Oh, it is so terribly difficult never to say anything to Pater, but I know that the first to begin must be he. There's so much I want to say and do. I've lived it all in my dreams. It is so hard to find that yet another day has gone by, and none of it comes true. Yes, Kitty, Anna is a crazy child, but I do live in crazy times and under still crazier circumstances. But still, the brightest spot of all is that at least I can write down my thoughts and feelings. Otherwise I would be absolutely stifled. I wonder what Pater thinks about all these things. I keep hoping that I can talk about it to him one day. There must be something he has guessed about me, because he certainly can't love the outer Anna, which is the one he knows so far. How can he, who loves peace and quiet, have any liking for all my bustle and din? Can he possibly be the first and only one to have looked through my concrete armor? And will it take him long to get there? Isn't there an old saying that love often springs from pity, or that the two go hand in hand? Is that the case with me, too? Because I'm often just as sorry for him as I am for myself. I really don't honestly know how to begin, and however would he be able to when he finds talking so much more difficult than I do? If only I could write to him. Then at least I would know that he would grasp what I want to say, because it's so terribly difficult to put into words. Yours, Anna. Friday, 17 March, 1944. Dear Kitty, a sigh of relief has gone through the secret annex. Crawler has been exempted from digging by the court. Ellie has given her nose a talking to and strictly forbidden it to be a nuisance to her today, so everything is all right again, except that Margot and I are getting a bit tired of our parents. Don't misunderstand me. I can't get on well with Mummy at the moment, as you know. I still love Daddy just as much, and Margot loves Daddy and Mummy. But when you are as old as we are, you do want to decide just a few things for yourself. You want to be independent sometimes. If I go upstairs, then I'm asked what I'm going to do. I'm not allowed salt with my food. Every evening, regularly at 8:15, Mummy asks whether I ought not to start undressing. Every book I read must be inspected. I must admit that they are not all that strict, and I'm allowed to read nearly everything. And yet we are both sick of all the remarks, plus all the questioning that go on the whole day long. Something else, especially about me, that doesn't please them. I don't feel like giving lots of kisses any more, and I think fancy nicknames are terribly affected. In short, I'd really like to be rid of them for a while. Margot said last evening, "I think it's awfully annoying the way they ask if you've got a headache or whether you don't feel well, if you happen to give a sigh and put your hand to your head." It's a great blow to us both, suddenly to realize how little remains of the confidence and harmony that we used to have at home. And it's largely due to the fact that we're all skew-whiff here. By this I mean that we are treated as children over outward things, and we are much older than most girls of our age inwardly. Although I'm only 14, I know quite well what I want. I know who is right and who is wrong. I have my opinions, my own ideas and principles. And although it may sound pretty mad from an adolescent, I feel more of a person than a child. I feel quite independent of anyone. I know that I can discuss things and argue better than Mummy. I know I'm not so prejudiced. I don't exaggerate so much. I am more precise and adroit, and because of this, you may laugh, I feel superior to her over a great many things. If I love anyone, above all I must have admiration for them, admiration and respect. Everything would be all right if only I had Pater, for I do admire him in many ways. He is such a nice, good-looking boy. Yours, Anna. Sunday, 19 March 1944. Dear Kitty, yesterday was a great day for me. I had decided to talk things out with Pater. Just as we were sitting down to supper, I whispered to him, "Are you going to do shorthand this evening, Pater?" "No," was his reply. "Then I'd just like to talk to you later." He agreed. After the dishes were done, I stood by the window in his parents' room a while for the look of things. But it wasn't long before I went to Pater. He was standing on the left side of the open window. I went and stood on the right side, and we talked. It was much easier to talk beside the open window in the semi-darkness than in bright light, and I believe Pater felt the same. We told each other so much, so very, very much, that I can't repeat it all, but it was lovely. The most wonderful evening I have ever had in the secret annex. I will just tell you briefly the various things we talked about. First we talked about the quarrels and how I regard them quite differently now, and then about the estrangement between us and our parents. I told Pater about Mummy and Daddy, and Margot, and about myself. At one moment he asked, "I suppose you always give each other a good-night kiss, don't you?" "One? Dozens. Why, don't you?" "No, I have hardly ever kissed anyone." "Not even on your birthday?" "Yes, I have then." We talked about how we neither of us confide in our parents, and how his parents would have loved to have his confidence, but that he didn't wish it. How I cry my heart out in bed, and he goes up into the loft and swears. How Margot and I really only know each other well for a little while, and that, even so, we don't tell each other everything, because we are always together. Over every imaginable thing. Oh, he was just as I thought. Then we talked about 1942, how different we were then. We just don't recognize ourselves as the same people any more. How we simply couldn't bear each other in the beginning. He thought I was much too talkative and unruly, and I soon came to the conclusion that I'd no time for him. I couldn't understand why he didn't flirt with me, but now I'm glad. He also mentioned how much he isolated himself from us all. I said that there was not much difference between my noise and his silence, that I love peace and quiet too, and have nothing for myself alone except my diary. How glad he is that my parents have children here, and that I'm glad he is here, that I understand his reserve now, and his relationship with his parents, and how I would love to be able to help him. "You always do help me," he said. "How?" I asked, very surprised. "By your cheerfulness." That was certainly the loveliest thing he said. It was wonderful. He must have grown to love me as a friend, and that is enough for the time being. I am so grateful and happy I just can't find the words. I must apologize, Kitty, that my style is not up to standard today. I have just written down what came into my head. I have the feeling now that Pater and I share a secret. If he looks at me with those eyes that laugh and wink, then it's just as if a little light goes on inside me. I hope it will remain like this, and that we may have many, many more glorious times together. Your grateful, happy Anna. Monday, 20 March 1944. Dear Kitty, this morning Pater asked me if I would come again one evening, and said that I really didn't disturb him, and if there's room for one, there's room for two. I said that I couldn't come every evening because they wouldn't like it downstairs, but he thought that I needn't let that bother me. Then I said that I would love to come one Saturday evening, and especially asked him to warn me when there was a moon. "Then we'll go downstairs," he answered, "and look at the moon from there." In the meantime, a little shadow has fallen on my happiness. I've thought for a long time that Margot liked Pater quite a lot, too. How much she loves him I don't know, but I think it's wretched. I must cause her terrible pain each time I'm with Pater, and the funny part of it is that she hardly shows it. I know quite well that I'd be desperately jealous, but Margot only says that I needn't pity her. "I think it's so rotten that you should be the odd one out," I added. "I'm so used to that," she answered, somewhat bitterly. I don't dare tell Pater this yet, perhaps later on, but we've got to talk about so many other things first. I had a little ticking off yesterday evening from Mummy, which I certainly deserved. I mustn't overdo my indifference towards her, so in spite of everything, I must try once again to be friendly and keep my observations to myself. Even Pym is different lately. He is trying not to treat me as such a child, and it makes him much too cool. See what comes of it. Enough for now. I'm full to the brim with Pater and can do nothing but look at him. Evidence of Margot's goodness. I received this today. March 20th, 1944. Anna, when I said yesterday that I was not jealous of you, I was only 50% honest. It is like this. I'm jealous of neither you nor Pater. I only feel a bit sorry that I haven't found anyone yet, and am not likely to for the time being, with whom I can discuss my thoughts and feelings. But I should not grudge it to you for that reason. One misses enough here anyway, things that other people just take for granted. On the other hand, I know for certain that I would never have got so far with Pater anyway, because I have the feeling that if I wished to discuss a lot with anyone, I should want to be on rather intimate terms with him. I would want to have the feeling that he understood me through and through without my having to say much. But for that reason, it would have to be someone whom I felt was my superior intellectually, and that is not the case with Pater. But I can imagine it being so with you and Pater. You are not doing me out of anything which is my due, so do not reproach yourself in the least on my account. You and Pater can only gain by the friendship. My reply. Dear Margot, I thought your letter was exceptionally sweet, but I still don't feel quite happy about it, and nor do I think that I shall. At present, there is no question of such confidence as you have in mind between Pater and myself, but in the twilight, beside an open window, you can say more to each other than in brilliant sunshine. Also, it's easier to whisper your feelings than to trumpet them forth out loud. I believe that you are beginning to feel a kind of sisterly affection for Pater, and that you would love to help him just as much as I. Perhaps you will still be able to do that sometime, although it is not the kind of confidence we have in mind. I think it must come from both sides, and I believe that's the reason why Daddy and I have never got so far. Let's not talk about it any more. But if you still want anything, please write to me about it, because I can say what I mean much better on paper. You don't know how much I admire you, and I only hope that I may yet acquire some of the goodness that you and Daddy have, because now I don't see much difference between you and Daddy in that sense. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 22 March, 1944. Dear Kitty, I received this from Margot last evening. Dear Anna, after your letter yesterday, I have the unpleasant feeling that you will have prickings of conscience when you visit Pater. But really there is no reason for this. In my heart of hearts, I feel that I have the right to share mutual confidence with someone, but I cannot bear Pater in that role yet. However, I do feel just as you say, that Pater is a bit like a brother, but a younger brother. We have put out feelers towards each other. The affection of a brother and sister might grow if they touched. Perhaps they will later. Perhaps never. However, it has certainly not reached that stage yet. Therefore, you really needn't pity me. Now that you've found companionship, enjoy it as much as you can. In the meantime, it is getting more and more wonderful here. I believe, Kitty, that we may have a real great love in the secret annex. Don't worry. I'm not thinking of marrying him. I don't know what he would be like when he grows up, nor do I know whether we should ever love each other enough to marry. I know now that Pater loves me, but just how, I myself don't know yet. Whether he only wants a great friend, or whether I attract him as a girl or as a sister, I can't yet discover. When he said that I always helped him over his parents' quarrels, I was awfully glad. It was one step towards making me believe in his friendship. I asked him yesterday what he would do if there were a dozen Annas here who always kept coming to him. His reply was, "If they were all like you, it certainly wouldn't be too bad." He's tremendously hospitable towards me, and I really believe he likes to see me. Meanwhile, he is working diligently at his French, even when he's in bed, going on until 10:15. Oh, when I think about Saturday evening and recall it all word for word, then for the first time I don't feel discontented about myself. I mean that I would still say exactly the same, and wouldn't wish to change anything, as is usually the case. He is so handsome, both when he laughs and when he looks quietly in front of him. He is such a darling and so good. I believe what surprised him most about me was when he discovered that I'm not a bit the superficial worldly Anna that I appear, but just as dreamy a specimen, with just as many difficulties as he himself. Yours, Anna. Reply. Dear Margot, I think the best thing we can do is simply to wait and see what happens. It can't be very long before Peter and I come to a definite decision, either to go on as before or be different. Just which way it will go I don't know myself, and I don't bother to look beyond my own nose. But I shall certainly do one thing, if Peter and I decide to be friends. I shall tell him that you are very fond of him too, and would always be prepared to help him should the need arise. The latter may not be what you wish, but I don't care now. I don't know what Peter thinks about you, but I shall ask him then. I'm sure it's not bad, the opposite. You are always welcome to join us in the attic, or wherever we are. You honestly won't disturb us, because I feel we have a silent agreement to talk only in the evenings when it's dark. Keep your courage up, like I do. Although it's not always easy, your time may come sooner than you think. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 23 March, 1944. Dear Kitty, things are running more or less normally again now. Our coupon men are out of prison again, thank goodness. Miep returned yesterday. Ellie is better, although she still has a cough. Coupuis will have to stay at home for a long time still. A plane crashed near here yesterday. The occupants were able to jump out in time by parachute. The machine crashed onto a school, but there were no children there at the time. The result was a small fire and 2 people killed. The Germans shot at the airmen terribly as they were coming down. The Amsterdammers who saw it nearly exploded with rage and indignation at the cowardliness of such a deed. We, I'm speaking of the ladies, nearly jumped out of our skins. I loathe the blasted shooting. I often go upstairs after supper nowadays and take a breath of fresh evening air. I like it up there, sitting on a chair beside him and looking outside. Fondant and Jussel make very feeble remarks when I disappear into his room. Anna's second home, they call it. Or, is it suitable for young gentlemen to receive young girls in semi-darkness? Peter shows amazing wit in his replies to these so-called humorous sallies. For that matter, Mummy, too, is somewhat curious, and would love to ask what we talk about, if she wasn't secretly afraid of being snubbed. Peter says it's nothing but envy on the part of the grown-ups, because we are young, and we don't pay much attention to their spitefulness. Sometimes he comes and gets me from downstairs, but he turns simply scarlet in spite of all precautions, and can hardly get the words out of his mouth. How thankful I am that I don't blush. It must be a highly unpleasant sensation. Daddy always says I'm prudish and vain. But that's not true. I'm just simply vain. I have not often had anyone tell me I was pretty, except the boy at school who said I looked so attractive when I laughed. Yesterday I received a genuine compliment from Peter, and just for fun I will tell you roughly how the conversation went. Peter so often used to say, "Do laugh, Anna." This struck me as odd, and I asked, "Why must I always laugh?" "Because I like it. You get such dimples in your cheeks when you laugh." "How do they come, actually?" "I was born with them. I've got one in my chin, too. That's my only beauty." "Of course not. That's not true." "Yes, it is. I know quite well that I'm not a beauty. I never have been and never shall be." "I don't agree at all. I think you're pretty." "That's not true." "If I say so, then you can take it from me it is." Then I naturally said the same of him. I hear a lot from all sides about the sudden friendship. We don't take much notice of all this parental chatter. Their remarks are so feeble. Have the 2 sets of parents forgotten their own youth? It seems like it. At least they seem to take us seriously if we make a joke, and laugh at us when we are serious. Yours, Anna. Monday, 27 March, 1944. Dear Kitty, one very big chapter of our history in hiding should really be about politics, but as this subject doesn't interest me personally very much, I've rather let it go. So for once I will devote my whole letter to politics today. It goes without saying that there are many different opinions on this topic, and it's even more logical that it should be a favorite subject for discussion in such critical times, but it's just simply stupid that there should be so many quarrels over it. They may speculate, laugh, abuse, and grumble. Let them do what they will, as long as they stew in their own juice and don't quarrel, because the consequences are usually unpleasant. The people from outside bring with them a lot of news that is not true. However, up till now, our radio set hasn't lied to us. Hank, Miep, Coupuis, Ellie, and Crawler all show ups and downs in their political moods, Hank least of all. Political feeling here in this secret annex is always about the same. During the countless arguments over invasion, air raids, speeches, etc., etc., one also always hears the countless cries of impossible, or Gottes Willen. If they are going to start now, however long is it going to last? It's going splendidly. First class. Good. Optimists and pessimists. And above all, don't let's forget the realists, who give their opinions with untiring energy, and just as with everything else, each one thinking he is right. It annoys a certain lady that her spouse has such unparalleled faith in the British, and a certain gentleman attacks his lady because of her teasing and disparaging remarks about his beloved nation. They never seem to tire of it. I have discovered something. The effects are stupendous, just like pricking someone with a pin and waiting to see how they jump. This is what I do. Begin on politics. One question, one word, one sentence, and at once they're off. Just as if the German Wehrmacht news bulletins and the English BBC were not enough, they have now introduced special air raid announcements. In one word, magnificent. But on the other hand, often disappointing too. The British are making a non-stop business of their air attacks, with the same zest as the Germans make a business of lying. The radio, therefore, goes on early in the morning and is listened to at all hours of the day, until 9, 10, and often 11 o'clock in the evening. This is certainly a sign that the grown-ups have infinite patience, but it also means the power of absorption of their brains is pretty limited, with exceptions, of course. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. 1 or 2 news bulletins would be ample per day. But the old geese, well, I've said my piece. Arbeiterprogramm, Radio Orange, Frank Phillips, or Her Majesty Queen Wilhelmina, they each get their turn, and an ever-attentive ear. And if they're not eating or sleeping, then they're sitting around the radio and discussing food, sleep, and politics. Ugh, it gets so boring, and it's quite a job not to become a dull old stick oneself. Politics can't do much more harm to the parents. I must mention one shining exception. A speech by our beloved Winston Churchill is quite perfect. 9 o'clock on Sunday evening. The teapot stands with the cozy over it on the table, and the guests come in. Dussel next to the radio on the left, Mr. Van Daan in front of it with Peter beside him, Mummy next to Mr. Van Daan and Mrs. Van Daan behind him, and Pym at the table, Margot and I beside. I see I haven't described very clearly how we sit. The gentlemen puff away at their pipes. Peter's eyes are popping out of his head with the strain of listening, Mummy wearing a long, dark negligee, and Mrs. Van Daan trembling because of the planes, which take no notice of the speech, but fly blithely on towards Essen, Daddy sipping tea, Margot and I united in a sisterly fashion by the sleeping Mooshie, who was monopolizing both our knees. Margot's hair is in curlers. I am wearing a night-dress which is much too small, too narrow, and too short. It all looks so intimate, snug, peaceful, and this time it is, too. Yet I await the consequences with horror. They can hardly wait till the end of the speech, stamping their feet, so impatient are they to get down to discussing it. Oh! They egg each other on until the arguments lead to discord and quarrels. Yours, Anna.
This ends Disc 5. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Disc 6.
Tuesday, 28 March 1944. Dearest Kitty, I could write a lot more about politics, but I have heaps of other things to tell you today. First, Mummy has more or less forbidden me to go upstairs so often, because according to her, Mrs. Van Daan is jealous. Secondly, Peter has invited Margot to join us upstairs. I don't know whether it's just out of politeness or whether he really means it. Thirdly, I went and asked Daddy if he thought I need pay any regard to Mrs. Van Daan's jealousy, and he didn't think so. What next? Mummy is cross, perhaps jealous, too. Daddy doesn't grudge us these times together, and thinks it's nice that we get on so well. Margot was fond of Pater, too, but feels that two's company and three's a crowd. Mummy thinks that Pater is in love with me. Quite frankly, I only wish he were. Then we'd be quits and really be able to get to know each other. She also says that he keeps on looking at me. Now, I suppose that's true, but still I can't help it if he looks at my dimples and we wink at each other occasionally, can I? I'm in a very difficult position. Mummy is against me, and I'm against her. Daddy closes his eyes and tries not to see the silent battle between us. Mummy is sad because she does really love me, while I'm not in the least bit sad because I don't think she understands. And Pater. I don't want to give Pater up. He's such a darling. I admire him so. It can grow into something beautiful between us. Why do the old ones have to poke their noses in all the time? Luckily, I'm quite used to hiding my feelings, and I manage extremely well not to let them see how mad I am about him. Will he ever say anything? Will I ever feel his cheek against mine, like I felt Petel's cheek in my dream? Oh, Pater and Petel, you are one and the same. They don't understand us. Won't they ever grasp that we are happy, just sitting together and not saying a word? They don't understand what has driven us together like this. Oh, when will all these difficulties be overcome? And yet it is good to overcome them, because then the end will be all the more wonderful. When he lies with his head on his arm with his eyes closed, then he is still a child. When he plays with Beau, she is loving. When he carries potatoes or anything heavy, then he is strong. When he goes and watches the shooting or looks for burglars in the darkness, then he is brave. And when he is so awkward and clumsy, then he is just like a pet. I like it much better if he explains something to me than when I have to teach him. I would really adore him to be my superior in almost everything. What do we care about the two mothers? Oh, but if only he would speak. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 29 March 1944. Dear Kitty, Bolkestein, an MP, was speaking on the Dutch news from London, and he said that they ought to make a collection of diaries and letters after the war. Of course, they all made a rush at my diary immediately. Just imagine how interesting it would be if I were to publish a romance of the secret annex. The title alone would be enough to make people think it was a detective story. Footnote. The original title of this diary was Het Actrice. There is no exact translation into English, the nearest being the secret annex. But seriously, it would seem quite funny 10 years after the war if we Jews were to tell how we lived and what we ate and talked about here. Although I tell you a lot, still, even so, you only know very little of our lives. How scared the ladies are during the air raids. For instance, on Sunday, when 350 British planes dropped 500,000 kilos of bombs on Weeden, how the houses trembled like a wisp of grass in the wind, and who knows how many epidemics now rage. You don't know anything about all these things, and I would need to keep on writing the whole day if I were to tell you everything in detail. People have to line up for vegetables, and all kinds of other things. Doctors are unable to visit the sick, because if they turn their backs on their cars for a moment, they are stolen. Burglaries and thefts abound, so much so that you wonder what has taken hold of the Dutch for them suddenly to have become such thieves. Little children of 8 and 11 years break the windows of people's homes and steal whatever they can lay their hands on. No one dares to leave his house unoccupied for 5 minutes, because if you go, your things go too. Every day there are announcements in the newspapers offering rewards for the return of lost property, typewriters, Persian rugs, electric clocks, cloth, etc., etc. Electric clocks in the streets are dismantled. Public telephones are pulled to pieces, down to the last thread. Morale among the population can't be good. The weekly rations are not enough to last for 2 days, except the coffee substitute. The invasion is a long time coming, and the men have to go to Germany. The children are ill or undernourished. Everyone is wearing old clothes and old shoes. A new sole costs 7.5 florins in the black market. Moreover, hardly any of the shoemakers will accept shoe repairs, or if they do, you have to wait months, during which time the shoes often disappear. There's one good thing in the midst of it all, which is that as the food gets worse and the measures against the people more severe, so sabotage against the authorities steadily increases. The people in the food offices, the police, officials, they all either work with their fellow citizens and help them, or they tell tales on them and have them sent to prison. Fortunately, only a small percentage of Dutch people are on the wrong side. Yours, Anna. Friday, 31 March, 1944. Dear Kitty, think of it. It's still pretty cold, but most people have been without coal for about a month. Pleasant, eh? In general, public feeling over the Russian front is optimistic again, because that is terrific. You know, I don't write much about politics, but I must just tell you where they are now. They are right by the Polish border, and they have reached the Pruth near Romania. They are close to Odessa. Every evening here they expect an extra communique from Stalin. They fire off so many salvos in Moscow to celebrate their victories that the city must rumble and shake just about every day. Whether they think it's fun to pretend that the war is close at hand again, or that they know of no other way of expressing their joy, I don't know. Hungary is occupied by German troops. There are still 1 million Jews there, so they too will have had it now. The chatter about Peter and me has calmed down a bit now. We are very good friends, are together a lot, and discuss every imaginable subject. It is awfully nice never to have to keep a check on myself, as I would have to with other boys, whenever we get on to precarious ground. We were talking, for instance, about blood, and via that subject we began talking about menstruation. He thinks we women are pretty tough. Why on earth? My life has improved, greatly improved. God has not left me alone, and will not leave me alone. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 1 April, 1944. Dear Kitty, and yet everything is still so difficult. I expect you can guess what I mean, can't you? I am so longing for a kiss, the kiss that is so long in coming. I wonder if all the time he still regards me as a friend. Am I nothing more? You know, and I know, that I am strong, that I can carry most of my burdens alone. I have never been used to sharing my troubles with anyone. I have never clung to my mother. But now I would so love to lay my head on his shoulder just once and remain still. I can't. I simply can't ever forget that dream of Peter's cheek, when it was all so good. Wouldn't he long for it too? Is it that he is just too shy to acknowledge his love? Why does he want me with him so often? Oh, why doesn't he speak? I'd better stop. I must be quiet. I shall remain strong, and with a bit of patience the other will come too, and that is the worst of it, it looks just as if I'm running after him. I am always the one who goes upstairs. He doesn't come to me. But that is just because of the rooms, and he is sure to understand the difficulty. Oh, yes, and there's more he'll understand. Yours, Anna. Monday, 3 April, 1944. Dear Kitty, contrary to my usual custom, I will for once write more fully about food, because it has become a very difficult and important matter, not only here in the secret annex, but in the whole of Holland, all Europe, and even beyond. In the 21 months that we've spent here, we have been through a good many food cycles. You'll understand what that means in a minute. When I talk of food cycles, I mean periods in which one has nothing else to eat but one particular dish or kind of vegetable. We had nothing but endive for a long time, day in, day out, endive with sand, endive without sand, stew with endive, boiled or en casserole. Then it was spinach, and after that followed kohlrabi, salsify, cucumbers, tomatoes, sauerkraut, etc., etc. For instance, it's really disagreeable to eat a lot of sauerkraut for lunch and supper every day, but you do it if you're hungry. However, we have the most delightful period of all now, because we don't get any fresh vegetables at all. Our weekly menu for supper consists of kidney beans, pea soup, potatoes with dumplings, potato chalet, and, by the grace of God, occasionally turnip tops or rotten carrots. And then the kidney beans once again. We eat potatoes at every meal, beginning with breakfast because of the bread shortage. We make our soup from kidney or haricot beans, potatoes, julienne soup in packets, French beans in packets, kidney beans in packets. Everything contains beans, not to mention the bread. In the evening, we always have potatoes with gravy substitute, and, thank goodness we've still got it, beetroot salad. I must tell you about the dumplings, which we make out of government flour, water, and yeast. They are so sticky and tough, they lie like stones in one's stomach. Ah, well. The great attraction each week is a slice of liver sausage and jam on dry bread. But we're still alive, and quite often we even enjoy our poor meals. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 4 April 1944. Dear Kitty, for a long time I haven't had any idea of what I was working for anymore. The end of the war is so terribly far away, so unreal, like a fairy tale. If the war isn't over by September, I shan't go to school any more, because I don't want to be 2 years behind. Pater filled my days, nothing but Pater, dreams and thoughts until Saturday, when I felt so utterly miserable. Oh, it was terrible. I was holding back my tears all the while I was with Pater, then laughed with fondant over lemon punch, was cheerful and excited. But the moment I was alone, I knew that I would have to cry my heart out. So, clad in my nightdress, I let myself go and slipped down onto the floor. First I said my long prayer very earnestly. Then I cried with my head on my arms, my knees bent up, on the bare floor completely folded up. One large sob brought me back to earth again, and I quelled my tears because I didn't want them to hear anything in the next room. Then I began trying to talk some courage into myself. I could only say, I must. I must. I must. Completely stiff from the unnatural position, I fell against the side of the bed and fought on until I climbed into bed again just before 10:30. It was over. And now it's all over. I must work, so as not to be a fool, to get on, to become a journalist, because that's what I want. I know that I can write. A couple of my stories are good. My descriptions of the secret annex are humorous. There's a lot in my diary that speaks, but whether I have real talent remains to be seen. Ava's Dream is my best fairy tale, and the queer thing about it is I don't know where it comes from. Quite a lot of Caddy's Life is good, too, but on the whole it's nothing. I am the best and sharpest critic of my own work. I know myself what is and what is not well written. Anyone who doesn't write doesn't know how wonderful it is. I used to bemoan the fact that I couldn't draw at all, but now I am more than happy that I can at least write. And if I haven't any talent for writing books or newspaper articles, well then, I can always write for myself. I want to get on. I can't imagine that I would have to lead the same sort of life as Mummy and Mrs. Von Don, and all the women who do their work and are then forgotten. I must have something besides a husband and children, something that I can devote myself to. I want to go on living even after my death, and therefore I am grateful to God for giving me this gift, this possibility of developing myself and of writing, of expressing all that is in me. I can shake off everything if I write. My sorrows disappear, my courage is reborn. But, and this is the great question, will I ever be able to write anything great? Will I ever become a journalist or a writer? I hope so. Oh, I hope so very much. For I can recapture everything when I write, my thoughts, my ideals, and my fantasies. I haven't done anything more to Caddy's Life for ages. In my mind, I know exactly how to go on, but somehow it doesn't flow from my pen. Perhaps I shall never finish it. It may land up in the wastepaper basket or the fire. That's a horrible idea. But then I think to myself, at the age of 14 and with so little experience, how can you write about philosophy? So I go on again with fresh courage. I think I shall succeed because I want to write. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 6 April 1944. Dear Kitty, you asked me what my hobbies and interests were, so I want to reply. I warn you, however, that there are heaps of them, so don't get a shock. First of all, writing, but that hardly counts as a hobby. Number 2, family trees. I've been searching for family trees of the French, German, Spanish, English, Austrian, Russian, Norwegian, and Dutch royal families in all the newspapers, books, and pamphlets I can find. I've made great progress with a lot of them, as for a long time already I've been taking down notes from all the biographies and history books that I read. I even copy out many passages of history. My third hobby, then, is history, on which Daddy has already bought me a lot of books. I can hardly wait for the day that I shall be able to comb through the books in a public library. Number 4 is Greek and Roman mythology. I have various books about this, too. Other hobbies are film stars and family photos, mad on books and reading, have a great liking for history of art, poets, and painters. I may go in for music later on. I have a great loathing for algebra, geometry, and figures. I enjoy all the other school subjects, but history above all. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 11 April 1944. Dear Kitty, my head throbs. I honestly don't know where to begin. On Friday, Good Friday, we played Monopoly. Saturday afternoon, too. These days passed quickly and uneventfully. On Sunday afternoon, on my invitation, Peter came to my room at 4:30. At 5:15, we went to the front attic, where we remained until 6 o'clock. There was a beautiful Mozart concert on the radio from 6 o'clock until 7:15. I enjoyed it all very much, but especially the Kleine Nacht music. I can hardly listen in the room, because I'm always so inwardly stirred when I hear lovely music. On Sunday evening, Peter and I went to the front attic together, and in order to sit comfortably, we took with us a few divan cushions that we were able to lay our hands on. We seated ourselves on one packing case. Both the case and the cushions were very narrow, so we sat absolutely squashed together, leaning against other cases. Mooshie kept us company, too, so we weren't unchaperoned. Suddenly, at 8:45, Mr. Van Daan whistled and asked if we had one of Dusel's cushions. We both jumped up and went downstairs with Cushion Cat and Van Daan. A lot of trouble arose out of this cushion, because Dusel was annoyed that we had one of his cushions, one that he used as a pillow. He was afraid that there might be fleas in it, and made a great commotion about his beloved cushion. Peter and I put 2 hard brushes in his bed as a revenge. We had a good laugh over this little interlude. Our fun didn't last long. At 9:30, Peter knocked softly on the door and asked Daddy if he would just help him upstairs over a difficult English sentence. "That's a blind," I said to Margot. "Anyone could see through that one." I was right. They were in the act of breaking into the warehouse. Daddy, Van Daan, Dusel, and Peter were downstairs in a flash. Margot, Mummy, Mrs. Van Daan, and I stayed upstairs and waited. 4 frightened women just have to talk, so talk we did, until we heard a bang downstairs. After that, all was quiet. The clock struck 9:45. The color had vanished from our faces. We were still quiet, although we were afraid. Where could the men be? What was that bang? Would they be fighting the burglars? 10 o'clock. Footsteps on the stairs. Daddy, white and nervous, entered, followed by Mr. Van Daan. "Lights out. Creep upstairs. We expect the police in the house." There was no time to be frightened. The lights went out. I quickly grabbed the jacket, and we were upstairs. "What has happened? Tell us quickly." There was no one to tell us, the men having disappeared downstairs again. Only at 10:10 did they reappear. 2 kept watch at Peter's open window. The door to the landing was closed, the swinging cupboard shut. We hung a jersey round the nightlight, and after that they told us. Peter heard 2 loud bangs on the landing, ran downstairs, and saw there was a large plank out of the left half of the door. He dashed upstairs, warned the home guard of the family, and the 4 of them proceeded downstairs. When they entered the warehouse, the burglars were in the act of enlarging the hole. Without further thought, Van Daan shouted, "Police!" A few hurried steps outside, and the burglars had fled. In order to avoid the hole being noticed by the police, A plank was put against it, but a good hard kick from outside sent it flying to the ground. The men were perplexed at such impudence, and both Fondant and Pater felt murder welling up within them. Fondant beat on the ground with a chopper, and all was quiet again. Once more they wanted to put the plank in front of the hole. Disturbance. A married couple outside shone a torch through the opening, lighting up the whole warehouse. Hell, murmured one of the men, and now they switched over from their role of police to that of burglars. The four of them sneaked upstairs. Pater quickly opened the doors and windows of the kitchen and private office, flung the telephone onto the floor, and finally the four of them landed behind the swinging cupboard. End of Part 1. The married couple with the torch would probably have warned the police. It was Sunday evening, Easter Sunday, no one at the office on Easter Monday, so none of us could budge until Tuesday morning. Think of it, waiting in such fear for 2 nights and a day. No one had anything to suggest, so we simply sat there in pitch darkness, because Mrs. Fondant in her fright had unintentionally turned the lamp right out, talked in whispers, and at every creak one heard, "Shh! Shh!" It turned 10:30, 11, but not a sound. Daddy and Fondant joined us in turns. Then 11:15, a bustle and noise downstairs. Everyone's breath was audible, otherwise no one moved. Footsteps in the house, in the private office, kitchen, then on our staircase. No one breathed audibly now. Footsteps on our staircase, then a rattling of the swinging cupboard. This moment is indescribable. Now we are lost, I said, and could see us all being taken away by the Gestapo that very night. Twice they rattled at the cupboard. Then there was nothing. The footsteps withdrew. We were saved, so far. A shiver seemed to pass from one to another. I heard someone's teeth chattering. No one said a word. There was not another sound in the house, but a light was burning on our landing, right in front of the cupboard. Could that be because it was a secret cupboard? Perhaps the police had forgotten the light. Would someone come back to put it out? Tongues loosened. There was no one in the house any longer. Perhaps there was someone on guard outside. Next, we did 3 things. We went over again what we supposed had happened. We trembled with fear, and we had to go to the lavatory. The buckets were in the attic, so all we had was Pater's tin wastepaper basket. Fondant went first, then Daddy, but Mummy was too shy to face it. Daddy brought the wastepaper basket into the room where Margot, Mrs. Fondant, and I gladly made use of it. Then Mummy decided to do so too. People kept on asking for paper. Fortunately, I had some in my pocket. The tin smelled ghastly. Everything went on in a whisper. We were tired. It was 12 o'clock. Lie down on the floor, then, and sleep. Margot and I were each given a pillow and 1 blanket, Margot lying just near the store cupboard and I between the table legs. The smell wasn't quite so bad when one was on the floor, but still Mrs. Fondant quietly brought some chlorine, a tea towel over the pot serving as a second expedient. Talk, whispers, fear, stink, flatulation, and always someone on the pot, then try to go to sleep. However, by 2:30, I was so tired that I knew no more until 3:30. I awoke when Mrs. Fondant laid her head on my foot. "For heaven's sake, give me something to put on," I asked. I was given something, but don't ask me what. A pair of woolen knickers over my pajamas, a red jumper and a black skirt, white oversocks, and a pair of sports stockings full of holes. Then Mrs. Fondant sat in the chair, and her husband came and lay on my feet. I lay thinking till 3:30, shivering the whole time, which prevented Fondant from sleeping. I prepared myself for the return of the police. Then would have to say that we were in hiding. They would either be good Dutch people, then would be saved, or NSBers, then would have to bribe them. Footnote: the Dutch National Socialist Movement. "In that case, destroy the radio," sighed Mrs. Fondant. "Yes, in the stove," replied her husband. "If they find us, then let them find the radio as well." "Then they will find Anna's diary," added Daddy. "Burn it, then," suggested the most terrified member of the party. This, and when the police rattled the cupboard door, were my worst moments. Not my diary. If my diary goes, I go with it. But luckily Daddy didn't answer. There is no object in recounting all the conversations that I can still remember. So much was said. I comforted Mrs. Von Don, who was very scared. We talked about escaping and being questioned by the Gestapo, about ringing up and being brave. We must behave like soldiers, Mrs. Von Don. If all is up now, then let's go for Queen and country, for freedom, truth, and the right, as they always say on the Dutch news from England. The only thing that is really rotten is that we get a lot of other people into trouble, too. Mr. Von Don changed places with his wife after an hour, and Daddy came and sat beside me. The men smoked non-stop. Now and then there was a deep sigh. Then someone went on the pot, and everything began all over again. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 5:30. Then I went and sat with Pedro by his window and listened, so close together that we could feel each other's bodies quivering. We spoke a word or two now and then, and listened attentively. In the room next door they took down the blackout. They wanted to call up Coupuis at 7 o'clock and get him to send someone around. Then they wrote down everything they wanted to tell Coupuis over the phone. The risk that the police on guard at the door or in the warehouse might hear the telephone was very great, but the danger of the police returning was even greater. The points were these. Burglars broken in. Police have been in the house as far as the swinging cupboard, but no further. Burglars, apparently disturbed, forced open the door in the warehouse and escaped through the garden. Main entrance bolted. Crawler must have used the second door when he left. The typewriters and adding machine are safe in the black case in the private office. Try to warn Hank and fetch the key from Ellie. Then go and look around the office on the pretext of feeding the cat. Everything went according to plan. Coupuis was phoned. The typewriters which we had upstairs were put in the case. Then we sat around the table again and waited for Hank or the police. Pedro had fallen asleep, and Von Don and I were lying on the floor, when we heard loud footsteps downstairs. I got up quietly. "That's Hank." No, it's the police," some of the others said. Someone knocked at the door. Miep whistled. This was too much for Mrs. Von Don. She turned as white as a sheet and sank limply into a chair. Had the tension lasted 1 minute longer, she would have fainted. Our room was a perfect picture when Miep and Hank entered. The table alone would have been worth photographing. A copy of Cinema and Theatre, covered with jam and a remedy for diarrhea, opened at a page of Dancing Girls, 2 jam pots, 2 started loaves of bread, a mirror, comb, matches, ash, cigarettes, tobacco, ashtray, books, a pair of pants, a torch, toilet paper, etc., etc., lay jumbled together in a variegated splendor. Of course, Hank and Miep were greeted with shouts and tears. Hank mended the hole in the door with some planks, and soon went off again to inform the police of the burglary. Miep had also found a letter under the warehouse door from the night watchman, Slactor, who had noticed the hole and warned the police, whom we would also visit. So we had half an hour to tidy ourselves. I've never seen such a change take place in half an hour. Margot and I took the bedclothes downstairs, went to the WC, washed, and did our teeth and hair. After that I tidied the room a bit and went upstairs again. The table there was already cleared, so we ran off some water and made coffee and tea, boiled the milk, and laid the table for lunch. Daddy and Pedro emptied the potties and cleaned them with warm water and chlorine. At 11 o'clock we sat around the table with Hank, who was back by that time, and slowly things began to be more normal and cozy again. Hank's story was as follows. Mr. Slactor was asleep, but his wife told Hank that her husband had found the hole in our door when he was doing his tour around the canals, and that he had called a policeman, who had gone through the building with him. He would be coming to see Crawler on Tuesday and would tell him more then. At the police station they knew nothing of the burglary yet, but the policeman had made a note of it at once and would come back and look around on Tuesday. On the way back, Hank happened to meet our greengrocer at the corner and told him that the house had been broken into. "I know that," he said quite coolly. "I was passing last evening with my wife and saw the hole in the door. My wife wanted to walk on, but I just had a look in with my torch. Then the thieves cleared at once. To be on the safe side, I didn't ring up the police. As with you, I didn't think it was the thing to do. I don't know anything, but I guess a lot." Hank thanked him and went on. The man obviously guesses that we're here, because he always brings the potatoes during the lunch hour. Such a nice man. It was 1 by the time Hank had gone and we had finished doing the dishes. We all went for a sleep. I awoke at 2:45 and saw Mr. Dussel had already disappeared. Quite by chance, and with my sleepy eyes, I ran into Pedro in the bathroom. He had just come down. We arranged to meet downstairs. I tidied myself and went down. "Do you still dare to go to the front attic?" he asked. I nodded, fetched my pillow, and we went up to the attic. It was glorious weather, and soon the sirens were wailing. We stayed where we were. Pedro put his arm around my shoulder, and I put mine around his. And so we remained, our arms around each other, quietly waiting until Margot came to fetch us for coffee at 4 o'clock. We finished our bread, drank lemonade, and joked. We were able to again. Otherwise, everything went normally. In the evening, I thanked Pedro because he was the bravest of us all. None of us has ever been in such danger as that night. God truly protected us. Just think of it. The police at our secret cupboard, the light on right in front of it, and still we remained undiscovered. If the invasion comes and bombs with it, then it is each man for himself, but in this case the fear was also for our good, innocent protectors. We are saved. Go on saving us. That is all we can say. This affair has brought quite a number of changes with it. Mr. Dussel no longer sits downstairs in Crawler's office in the evenings, but in the bathroom instead. Pedro goes around the house for a checkup at 8:30 and 9:30. Pedro isn't allowed to have his window open at nights any more. No one is allowed to pull the plug after 9:30. This evening there's a carpenter coming to make the warehouse doors even stronger. Now there are debates going on all the time in the secret annex. Crawler reproached us for our carelessness. Hank, too, said that in a case like that we must never go downstairs. We have been pointedly reminded that we are in hiding, that we are Jews in chains, chained to one spot without any rights but with 1,000 duties. We Jews mustn't show our feelings, must be brave and strong, must accept all inconveniences and not grumble, must do what is within our power and trust in God. Sometime this terrible war will be over. Surely the time will come when we are people again and not just Jews. Who has inflicted this upon us? Who has made us Jews different from all other people? Who has allowed us to suffer so terribly up till now? It is God that has made us as we are, but it will be God, too, who will raise us up again. If we bear all this suffering, and if there are still Jews left when it is over, then Jews, instead of being doomed, will be held up as an example. Who knows, it might even be our religion from which the world and all peoples learn good. And for that reason, and that reason only, do we have to suffer now. We can never become just Netherlanders, or just English, or representatives of any country for that matter. We will always remain Jews. But we want to, too. Be brave. Let us remain aware of our task and not grumble. A solution will come. God has never deserted our people. Right through the ages there have been Jews. Through all the ages they have had to suffer. But it has made them strong, too. The weak fall, but the strong will remain and never go under. During that night, I really felt that I had to die. I waited for the police. I was prepared, as a soldier is on the battlefield. I was eager to lay down my life for the country. But now I've been saved again. Now my first wish after the war is that I may become Dutch. I love the Dutch. I love this country. I love the language and want to work here. And even if I have to write to the Queen myself, I will not give up until I have reached my goal. I am becoming still more independent of my parents, young as I am. I face life with more courage than Mummy. My feeling for justice is immovable and truer than hers. I know what I want. I have a goal, an opinion. I have a religion and love. Let me be myself, and then I am satisfied. I know that I'm a woman with inward strength and plenty of courage. If God lets me live, I shall attain more than Mummy ever has done. I shall not remain insignificant. I shall work in the world and for mankind. And now I know that first and foremost I shall require courage and cheerfulness. Yours, Anna. Friday, 14 April 1944. Dear Kitty, the atmosphere here is still extremely strained. Pym has just about reached boiling point. Mrs. Von Don is in bed with a cold and trumpeting away. Mr. Von Don grows pale without his fags. Dussel, who is giving up a lot of his comfort, is full of observations, etc., etc. There is no doubt that our luck's not in at the moment. The lavatory leaks, and the washer of the tap is gone, but thanks to our many connections, we shall soon be able to get these things put right. I am sentimental sometimes. I know that. But there is occasion to be sentimental here at times. When Pater and I are sitting somewhere together on a hard wooden crate in the midst of masses of rubbish and dust, our arms around each other's shoulders, and very close, he with one of my curls in his hand. When the birds sing outside, and you see the trees changing to green, the sun invites one to be out in the open air, when the sky is so blue, then, oh, then I wish for so much. One sees nothing but dissatisfied, grumpy faces here, nothing but sighs and suppressed complaints. It really would seem as if suddenly we were very badly off here. If the truth is told, things are just as bad as you yourself care to make them. There's no one here that sets a good example. Everyone should see that he gets the better of his own moods. Every day you hear, if only it was all over. My work, my hope, my love, my courage, all these things keep my head above water and keep me from complaining. I really believe, Kits, that I'm slightly bats today, and yet I don't know why. Everything here is so mixed up. Nothing's connected any more. And sometimes I very much doubt whether in the future anyone will be interested in all my tosh. The Unbosomings of an Ugly Duckling will be the title of all this nonsense. My diary really won't be much use to Messrs. Bockenstein or Gebrande. Footnote: 2 members of the wartime Dutch cabinet in exile in London. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 15 April 1944. Dear Kitty, shock upon shock. Will there ever be an end? We honestly can ask ourselves that question now. Guess what's the latest? Pater forgot to unbolt the front door, which is bolted on the inside at night, and the lock of the other door doesn't work. The result was that Crawler and the men could not get into the house, so he went to the neighbors, forced open the kitchen window, and entered the building from the back. He is livid at us for being so stupid. I can tell you it's upset Pater frightfully. At one meal, when Mummy said she felt more sorry for Pater than anyone else, he almost started to cry. We're all just as much to blame as he is, because nearly every day the men ask whether the door's been unbolted, and just today no one did. Perhaps I shall be able to console him a bit later on. I would so love to help him. Yours, Anna. Sunday morning, just before 11 o'clock, 16 April 1944. Darlingest Kitty, remember yesterday's date, for it is a very important day in my life. Surely it is a great day for every girl when she receives her first kiss. Well, then it is just as important for me, too. Bram's kiss on my right cheek doesn't count any more, likewise the one from Mr. Walker on my right hand. How did I suddenly come by this kiss? Well, I will tell you. Yesterday evening at 8 o'clock, I was sitting with Pater on his divan. It wasn't long before his arm went round me. "Let's move up a bit," I said, "then I don't bump my head against the cupboard." He moved up, almost into the corner. I laid my arm under his and across his back, and he just about buried me because his arm was hanging on my shoulder. Now we've sat like this on other occasions, but never so close together as yesterday. He held me firmly against him, my left shoulder against his chest. Already my heart began to beat faster, but we had not finished yet. He didn't rest until my head was on his shoulder and his against it. When I sat upright again, after about 5 minutes, he soon took my head in his hands and laid it against him once more. Oh, it was so lovely. I couldn't talk much, the joy was too great. He stroked my cheek and arm a bit awkwardly, played with my curls, and our heads lay touching most of the time. I can't tell you, Kitty, the feeling that ran through me all the while. I was too happy for words, and I believe he was as well. We got up at 8:30. Pedro put on his gym shoes so that when he toured the house he wouldn't make a noise, and I stood beside him. How it came about was so suddenly, I don't know, but before we went downstairs he kissed me. Through my hair, half on my left cheek, half on my ear, I tore downstairs without looking round, and am simply longing for today. Yours, Anna. Monday, 17 April 1944. Dear Kitty, do you think that Daddy and Mummy would approve of my sitting and kissing a boy on a divan? A boy of 17 and a half and a girl of just under 15? I don't really think they would, but I must rely on myself over this. It is so quiet and peaceful to lie in his arms and to dream. It is so thrilling to feel his cheek against mine. It is so lovely to know that there is someone waiting for me. But there is indeed a big but, because will Pedro be content to leave it at this? I haven't forgotten his promise already, but he is a boy. I know myself that I'm starting very soon, not even 15, and so independent already. It's certainly hard for other people to understand. I know almost for certain that Margot would never kiss a boy unless there had been some talk of an engagement or marriage. But neither Pedro nor I have anything like that in mind. I'm sure, too, that Mummy never touched a man before Daddy. What would my girlfriends say about it if they knew that I lay in Peter's arms, my heart against his chest, my head on his shoulder, and with his head against mine? Oh, Anna, how scandalous! But honestly, I don't think it is. We are shut up here, shut away from the world in fear and anxiety, especially just lately. Why, then, should we who love each other remain apart? Why should we wait until we've reached a suitable age? Why should we bother? I have taken it upon myself to look after myself. He would never want to cause me sorrow or pain. Why shouldn't I follow the way my heart leads me, if it makes us both happy? All the same, Kitty, I believe you can sense that I'm in doubt. I think it must be my honesty which rebels against doing anything on the sly. Do you think it's my duty to tell Daddy what I'm doing? Do you think we should share our secret with a third person? A lot of the beauty would be lost, but would my conscience feel happier? I will discuss it with him. Oh, yes, there's still so much I want to talk to him about, for I don't see the use of only just cuddling each other. To exchange our thoughts, that shows confidence and faith in each other. We would both be sure to profit by it. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 18 April 1944. Dear Kitty, everything goes well here. Daddy's just said that he definitely expects large-scale operations to take place before the 20th of May, both in Russia and Italy, and also in the West. I find it more and more difficult to imagine our liberation from here. Yesterday, Pedro and I finally got down to our talk, which had already been put off for at least 10 days. I explained everything about girls to him, and didn't hesitate to discuss the most intimate things. The evening ended by each giving the other a kiss, just about beside my mouth. It's really a lovely feeling. Perhaps I'll take my diary up there sometime, to go more deeply into things for once. I don't get any satisfaction out of lying in each other's arms day in, day out, and would so like to feel that he's the same. We are having a superb spring after our long, lingering winter. April is really glorious, not too hot and not too cold, with little showers now and then. Our chestnut tree is already quite greenish, and you can even see little blooms here and there. Ellie gave us a treat on Saturday by bringing 4 bunches of flowers, 3 bunches of narcissus and 1 of grape hyacinths, the latter being for me. I must do some algebra, Kitty. Goodbye. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 19 April 1944. My darling, is there anything more beautiful in the world than to sit before an open window and enjoy nature, to listen to the birds singing, feel the sun on your cheeks, and have a darling boy in your arms? It is so soothing and peaceful to feel his arms around me, to know that he is close by, and yet to remain silent. It can't be bad, for this tranquility is good. Oh, never to be disturbed again, not even by Mushi. Yours, Anna. Friday, 21 April 1944. Dear Kitty, yesterday afternoon I was lying in bed with a sore throat, but since I was already bored on the first day and did not have a temperature, I got up again today. It's the 18th birthday of Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth of York. The BBC has said that she will not be declared of age yet, though it's usually the case with royal children. We've been asking ourselves what prince this beauty is going to marry, but cannot think of anyone suitable. Perhaps her sister, Princess Margaret Rose, can have Prince Baudouin of Belgium one day. Here we are, having one misfortune after another. Scarcely had the outside doors been strengthened, than the warehouse man appeared again. In all probability it was he who stole the potato meal, and wants to put the blame onto Ellie's shoulders. The whole secret annex is understandably het up again. Ellie is beside herself with anger. I want to send in to some paper or other to see if they will take one of my stories, under a pseudonym, of course. Till next time, darling, yours, Anna. Tuesday, 25 April 1944. Dear Kitty, Dussel has not been on speaking terms with Van Daan for 10 days, and just because ever since the burglary a whole lot of fresh security measures have been made that don't suit him. He maintains that Van Daan has been shouting at him. Everything here happens upside down, he told me. I am going to speak to your father about it. He is not supposed to sit in the office downstairs on Saturday afternoons and Sundays any more, but he goes on doing it just the same. Van Daan was furious, and Father went downstairs to talk to him. Naturally, he kept on inventing excuses, but this time he could not get around even Father. Father now talks to him as little as possible, as Dussel has insulted him. None of us knows in what way, but it must have been very bad. I have written a lovely story called Blur, the Explorer, which pleased the three to whom I read it very much. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 27 April 1944. Dear Kitty, Mrs. Van Daan was in such a bad mood this morning, nothing but complaints. First there's her cold, and she can't get any lozenges, and so much nose-blowing is unendurable. Next, it's that the sun's not shining, that the invasion doesn't come, that we can't look out of the windows, etc., etc. We all had to laugh at her, and she was sporting enough to join in. At the moment, I'm reading The Emperor Charles V, written by a professor at Göttingen University. He worked at the book for 40 years. I read 50 pages in 5 days. It's impossible to do more. The book has 598 pages, so now you can work out how long it will take me. And there is a second volume to follow, but very interesting. What doesn't a schoolgirl get to know in a single day? Take me, for example. First, I translated a piece from Dutch into English about Nelson's last battle. After that, I went through some more of Peter the Great's war against Norway, 1700-1721, Charles XII, Augustus the Strong, Stanislaus Leszczynski, Mazeppa, von Goetz, Brandenburg, Pomerania, and Denmark, plus the usual dates. After that, I landed up in Brazil, read about Bahia tobacco, the abundance of coffee, and the 1.5 million inhabitants of Rio de Janeiro, of Pernambuco, and Sao Paulo, not forgetting the river Amazon. About Negroes, mulattoes, mestizos, whites, more than 50% of the population being illiterate, and the malaria. As there was still some time left, I quickly ran through a family tree. Jan the Elder, Wilhelm Lodewijk, Ernst Casimir I, Henrique Casimir I, right up to the little Marguerite Francisca, born in 1943 in Ottawa. 12 o'clock. In the attic I continued my program with the history of the church. Phew, till 1 o'clock. Just after 2, the poor child set working, again, this time studying narrow and broad-nosed monkeys. Kitty, tell me quickly how many toes a hippopotamus has. Then followed the Bible, Noah and the Ark, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. After that, Charles V. Then with Pater, the Colonel in English by Thackeray. Heard my French verbs, and then compared the Mississippi with the Missouri. I've still got a cold, and have given it to Margot as well as to Mummy and Daddy. as long as Peter doesn't get it. He called me his El Dorado and wanted a kiss. Of course I couldn't. Funny boy. But still he's a darling. Enough for today. Goodbye. Yours, Anna. Friday, 28 April 1944. Dear Kitty, I have never forgotten my dream about Peter Vessel. See beginning of January. If I think of it, I can still feel his cheek against mine now, and recall that lovely feeling that made everything good. Sometimes I've had the same feeling here with Peter, but never to such an extent. Until yesterday, when we were as usual sitting on the divan, our arms around each other's waists. Then suddenly, the ordinary Anna slipped away, and a second Anna took her place. A second Anna who was not reckless and jocular, but one who just wants to love and be gentle. I sat pressed closely against him, and felt a wave of emotion come over me. Tears sprang into my eyes. The left one trickled onto his dungarees. The right one ran down my nose and also fell onto his dungarees. Did he notice? He made no move or sign to show that he did. I wonder if he feels the same as I do. He hardly said a word. Does he know that he has two Annas before him? These questions must remain unanswered. At 8:30 I stood up and went to the window where we always say goodbye. I was still trembling. I was still Anna number 2. He came towards me. I flung my arms around his neck and gave him a kiss on his left cheek, and was about to kiss the other cheek when my lips met his and we pressed them together. In a whirl we were clasped in each other's arms again and again, never to leave off. Oh, Peter does so need tenderness. For the first time in his life he has discovered a girl, has seen for the first time that even the most irritating girls have another side to them, that they have hearts and can be different when you are alone with them. For the first time in his life he has given of himself, and having never had a boy or girlfriend in his life before, shown his real self. Now we have found each other. For that matter, I didn't know him either, like him, having never had a trusted friend. And this is what it has come to. Once more there is a question which gives me no peace. Is it right? Is it right that I should have yielded so soon, that I am so ardent, just as ardent and eager as Peter himself? May I, a girl, let myself go to this extent? There is but one answer. I have longed so much and for so long. I am so lonely, and now I have found consolation. In the mornings we just behave in an ordinary way, in the afternoons more or less so, except just occasionally. But in the evenings, the suppressed longings of the whole day, the happiness and the blissful memories of all the previous occasions come to the surface, and we only think of each other. Every evening after the last kiss, I would like to dash away, not to look into his eyes any more, away, away, alone in the darkness. And what do I have to face when I reach the bottom of the staircase? Bright lights, questions, and laughter. I have to swallow it all and not show a thing. My heart still feels too much. I can't get over a shock such as I received yesterday all at once. The Anna who is gentle shows herself too little anyway, and therefore will not allow herself to be suddenly driven into the background. Peter has touched my emotions more deeply than anyone has ever done before, except in my dreams. Peter has taken possession of me and turned me inside out. Surely it goes without saying that anyone will require a rest and a little while to recover from such an upheaval. Oh, Peter, what have you done to me? What do you want of me? Where will this lead us? Oh, now I understand Ellie. Now that I am going through this myself, now I understand her doubt. If I were older, and he should ask me to marry him, what should I answer? Anna, be honest. You would not be able to marry him, but yet it would be hard to let him go. Peter hasn't enough character yet, not enough willpower, too little courage and strength. He is still a child in his heart of hearts. He is no older than I am. He is only searching for tranquility and happiness. Am I only 14? Am I really still a silly little schoolgirl? Am I really so inexperienced about everything? I have more experiences than most. I had been through things that hardly anyone of my age has undergone. I am afraid of myself. I am afraid that in my longing I am giving myself too quickly. How later on can it ever go right with other boys? Oh, it is so difficult, always battling with one's heart and reason. In its own time each will speak, but do I know for certain that I have chosen the right time? Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 2 May 1944. Dear Kitty, on Saturday evening, I asked Peter whether he thought that I ought to tell Daddy a bit about us. When we had discussed it a little, he came to the conclusion that I should. I was glad, for it shows that he's an honest boy. As soon as I got downstairs, I went off with Daddy to get some water, and while we were on the stairs, I said, "Daddy, I expect you've gathered that when we're together, Peter and I don't sit miles apart. Do you think it's wrong?" Daddy didn't reply immediately, then said, "No, I don't think it's wrong, but you must be careful, Anna. You're in such a confined space here." When we went upstairs, he said something else on the same lines. On Sunday morning, he called me to him and said, "Anna, I have thought more about what you said." I felt scared already. "It's not really very right, here in this house. I thought that you were just pals. Is Peter in love?" "Oh, of course not," I replied. "You know that I understand both of you, but you must be the one to hold back. Don't go upstairs so often. Don't encourage him more than you can help. It is the man who is always the active one in these things. The woman can hold him back. It is quite different under normal circumstances when you are free. You see other boys and girls, you can get away sometimes, play games, and do all kinds of other things. But here, if you're together a lot, and you want to get away, you can't. You see each other every hour of the day, in fact, all the time. Be careful, Anna, and don't take it too seriously." "I don't, Daddy. But Peter is a decent boy, really, a nice boy." "Yes, but he is not a strong character. He can be easily influenced for good, but also for bad. I hope for his sake that his good side will remain uppermost, because, by nature, that is how he is." We talked on for a bit, and agreed that Daddy should talk to him, too. On Sunday morning in the attic, he asked, "And have you talked to your father, Anna?" "Yes," I replied. "I'll tell you about it. Daddy doesn't think it's bad, but he says that here, where we're so close together all the time, clashes may easily arise." "But we agreed, didn't we, never to quarrel? And I'm determined to stick to it." "So will I, Peter. But Daddy didn't think that it was like this. He just thought we were pals. Do you think that we still can be?" "I can. What about you?" "Me too. I told Daddy that I trusted you." "I do trust you, Peter, just as much as I trust Daddy, and I believe you to be worthy of it. You are, aren't you, Peter?" "I hope so." He was very shy and rather red in the face. "I believe in you, Peter," I went on. "I believe that you have good qualities and that you'll get on in the world." After that we talked about other things. Later I said, "If we come out of here, I know quite well that you won't bother about me any more." He flared right up. "That's not true, Anna." "Oh, no, I won't let you think that of me." Then I was called away. Daddy has talked to him. He told me about it today. "Your father thought that the friendship might develop into love sooner or later," he said. But I replied that we would keep a check on ourselves. Daddy doesn't want me to go upstairs so much in the evenings now, but I don't want that. Not only because I like being with Peter. I have told him that I trust him. I do trust him, and I want to show him that I do, which can't happen if I stay downstairs through lack of trust. No, I'm going. In the meantime, the Dussel drama has righted itself again. At supper on Saturday evening, he apologized in beautiful Dutch. Fondant was nice about it straight away. It must have taken Dussel a whole day to learn that little lesson off by heart. Sunday, his birthday, passed peacefully. We gave him a bottle of good 1919 wine, from the Fondants, who would give their presents now after all, a bottle of Piccadilly, and a packet of razor blades, a jar of lemon jam from Crawler, a book, Little Martin, from Miep, and a plant from Ellie. He treated each one of us to an egg. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 3 May 1944. Dear Kitty, first, just the news of the week. We're having a holiday from politics. There is nothing, absolutely nothing to announce. I, too, am gradually beginning to believe that the invasion will come. After all, they can't let the Russians clear up everything. For that matter, they're not doing anything either at the moment. Mr. Couplis comes to the office every morning again now. He's got a new spring for Pater's divan, so Pater will have to do some upholstering, about which, quite understandably, he doesn't feel a bit happy. Have I told you that Boche has disappeared? Simply vanished. We haven't seen a sign of her since Thursday of last week. I expect she's already in the cat's heaven, while some animal lover is enjoying a succulent meal from her. Perhaps some little girl will be given a fur cap out of her skin. Pater is very sad about it. Since Saturday we've changed over, and have lunch at 11:30 in the morning, so we have to last out with 1 cupful of porridge. This saves us a meal. Vegetables are still very difficult to obtain. We had rotten boiled lettuce this afternoon. Ordinary lettuce, spinach, and boiled lettuce. There's nothing else. With these we eat rotten potatoes, so it's a delicious combination. As you can easily imagine, we often ask ourselves here despairingly, what is the use of the war? Why can't people live peacefully together? Why all this destruction? The question is very understandable, but no one has found a satisfactory answer to it so far. Yes, why do they still make more gigantic planes, still heavier bombs, and, at the same time, prefabricated houses for reconstruction? Why should millions be spent daily on the war, and yet there's not a penny available for medical services, artists, or for poor people? Why do some people have to starve, while there are surpluses rotting in other parts of the world? Oh, why are people so crazy? I don't believe that the big men, the politicians, and the capitalists alone are guilty of the war. Oh, no, the little man is just as guilty. Otherwise, the peoples of the world would have risen in revolt long ago. There's in people simply an urge to destroy, an urge to kill, to murder and rage, and until all mankind, without exception, undergoes a great change, wars will be waged. Everything that has been built up, cultivated, and grown will be destroyed and disfigured, after which mankind will have to begin all over again. I have often been downcast, but never in despair. I regard our hiding as a dangerous adventure, romantic and interesting at the same time. In my diary, I treat all the privations as amusing. I have made up my mind now to lead a different life from other girls, and later on different from ordinary housewives. My start has been so very full of interest, and that is the sole reason why I have to laugh at the humorous side of the most dangerous moments. I am young, and I possess many buried qualities. I am young and strong, and am living a great adventure. I am still in the midst of it, and can't grumble the whole day long. I have been given a lot, a happy nature, a great deal of cheerfulness and strength. Every day I feel that I am developing inwardly, that the liberation is drawing nearer, and how beautiful nature is, how good the people are about me, how interesting this adventure is. Why, then, should I be in despair? Yours, Anna. Friday, 5 May 1944. Dear Kitty, Daddy is not pleased with me. He thought that after our talk on Sunday, I automatically wouldn't go upstairs every evening. He doesn't want any necking, a word I can't bear. It was bad enough talking about it. Why must he make it so unpleasant now? I shall talk to him today. Margot has given me some good advice, so listen. This is roughly what I want to say. I believe, Daddy, that you expect a declaration from me, so I will give it to you. You are disappointed in me, as you had expected more reserve from me, and I suppose you want me to be just as a 14-year-old should be. But that's where you're mistaken. Since we've been here, from July 1942 until a few weeks ago, I can assure you that I haven't had an easy time. If you only knew how I cried in the evening, how unhappy I was, how lonely I felt, then you would understand that I want to go upstairs. I have now reached the stage that I can live entirely on my own, without Mummy's support or anyone else's for that matter. But it hasn't just happened in a night. It's been a bitter, hard struggle, and I've shed many a tear before I became as independent as I am now. You can laugh at me and not believe me, but that can't harm me. I know that I'm a separate individual, and I don't feel in the least bit responsible to any of you. I'm only telling you this because I thought that otherwise you might think that I was underhand. But I don't have to give an account of my deeds to anyone but myself. When I was in difficulties, you all closed your eyes and stopped up your ears and didn't help me. On the contrary, I received nothing but warnings not to be so boisterous. I was only boisterous so as not to be miserable all the time. I was reckless so as not to hear that persistent voice within me continually. I played a comedy for 1.5 years, day in, day out. I never grumbled, never lost my cue, nothing like that. And now the battle is over. I have won. I am independent both in mind and body. I don't need a mother any more, for all this conflict has made me strong. And now that I'm on top of it, now that I know that I fought the battle, now I want to be able to go on in my own way, too, the way that I think is right. You can't and mustn't regard me as 14, for all these troubles have made me older. I shall not be sorry for what I've done, but shall act as I think I can. You can't coax me into not going upstairs. Either you forbid it, or you trust me through thick and thin, but then leave me in peace as well. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 6 May, 1944. Dear Kitty, I put a letter in which I wrote what I explained to you yesterday in Daddy's pocket before supper yesterday. After reading it, he was, according to Margot, very upset for the rest of the evening. I was upstairs doing the dishes. Poor Pim. I might have known what the effect of such an epistle would be. He is so sensitive. I immediately told Pater not to ask or say anything more. Pim hasn't said any more about it to me. Is that yet in store, I wonder? Here, everything is going on more or less normally again. What they tell us about the prices and the people outside is almost unbelievable. Half a pound of tea costs 350 florins. Footnote: a florin is equal to approximately 28 cents. A pound of coffee, 80 florins. Butter, 35 florins per pound. An egg, 1.45 florin. People pay 14 florins for an ounce of Bulgarian tobacco. Everyone deals in the black market. Every errand boy has something to offer. Our baker's boy got hold of some sewing silk, 0.9 of a florin for a thin little skein. The milkman manages to get clandestine ration cards. The undertaker delivers the cheese. Burglaries, murders, and theft go on daily. The police and night watchmen join in just as strenuously as the professionals. Everyone wants something in their empty stomachs, and because wage increases are forbidden, the people simply have to swindle. The police are continually on the go, tracing girls of 15, 16, 17, and older who are reported missing every day. Yours, Anna. Sunday morning, 7 May, 1944. Dear Kitty, Daddy and I had a long talk yesterday afternoon. I cried terribly, and he joined in. Do you know what he said to me, Kitty? I have received many letters in my life, but this is certainly the most unpleasant. You, Anna, who have received such love from your parents. You who have parents who are always ready to help you, who have always defended you, whatever it might be. Can you talk of feeling no responsibility towards us? You feel wronged and deserted. No, Anna, you have done us a great injustice. Perhaps you didn't mean it like that, but that is what you wrote. No, Anna, we haven't deserved such a reproach as this. Oh, I have failed miserably. This is certainly the worst thing I've ever done in my life. I was only trying to show off with my crying and my tears, just trying to appear big so they would respect me. Certainly I've had a lot of unhappiness, but to accuse the good Pim, who has done and still does do everything for me? No, that was too low for words. It's right that, for once, I've been taken down from my inaccessible pedestal, that my pride has been shaken a bit, for I was becoming much too taken up with myself again. What Miss Anna does is by no means always right. Anyone who can cause such unhappiness to someone else, someone he professes to love, and on purpose, too, is low, very low. And the way Daddy has forgiven me makes me feel more than ever ashamed of myself. He is going to throw the letter in the fire, and is so sweet to me now, just as if he had done something wrong. No, Anna, you still have a tremendous lot to learn. Begin by doing that first, instead of looking down on others and accusing them. I've had a lot of sorrow, but who hasn't at my age? I have played the clown a lot, too, but I was hardly conscious of it. I felt lonely, but hardly ever in despair. I ought to be deeply ashamed of myself, and indeed I am. What is done cannot be undone, but one can prevent it from happening again. I want to start from the beginning again, and it can't be difficult now that I have paid her. With him to support me, I can and will. I'm not alone any more. He loves me, I love him. I have my books, my storybook, and my diary. I'm not so frightfully ugly, not utterly stupid, have a cheerful temperament, and want to have a good character. Yes, Anna, you felt deeply that your letter was too hard and that it was untrue. To think that you were even proud of it. I will take Daddy as my example, and I will improve. Yours, Anna.
This ends Disc 6. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl, Disc 7.
Monday, 8 May, 1944. Dear Kitty, have I ever really told you anything about my family? I don't think I have, so I will begin now. My father's parents were very rich. His father had worked himself right up, and his mother came from a prominent family who were also rich. So in his youth, Daddy had a real little rich boy's upbringing. Parties every week, balls, festivities, beautiful girls, dinners, a large home, etc., etc. After Grandpa's death, all the money was lost during the World War and the inflation that followed. Daddy was therefore extremely well brought up, and he laughed very much yesterday when, for the first time in his 55 years, he scraped out the frying pan at table. Mummy's parents were rich, too, and we often listened open-mouthed to stories of engagement parties of 250 people, private balls and dinners. One certainly could not call us rich now, but all my hopes are pinned on after the war. I can assure you I'm not at all keen on a narrow, cramped existence like Mummy and Margot. I'd adore to go to Paris for a year, and London for a year to learn the languages and study the history of art. Compare that with Margot, who wants to be a midwife in Palestine. I always long to see beautiful dresses and interesting people. I want to see something of the world and do all kinds of exciting things. I've already told you this before, and a little money as well won't do any harm. Miep told us this morning about a party she went to celebrate an engagement. Both the future bride and bridegroom came from rich families, and everything was very grand. Miep made our mouths water telling us about the food they had. Vegetable soup with minced meatballs in it, cheese, rolls, hors d'oeuvres with eggs and roast beef, fancy cakes, wine, and cigarettes, as much as you wanted of everything. Black market. Miep had 10 drinks. Can that be the woman who calls herself a teetotaler? If Miep had all those, I wonder how many her spouse managed to knock back. Naturally, everyone at the party was a bit tipsy. There were 2 policemen from the fighting squad who took photos of the engaged couple. It seems as if we are never far from Miep's thoughts, because she took down the addresses of these men at once, in case anything should happen at some time or other, and good Dutchmen might come in useful. She made our mouths water. We who get nothing but 2 spoonfuls of porridge for our breakfast, and whose tummies were so empty that they were positively rattling. We who get nothing but half-cooked spinach to preserve the vitamins, and rotten potatoes day after day. We who get nothing but lettuce, cooked or raw, spinach, and yet again spinach in our hollow stomachs. Perhaps we may yet grow to be as strong as Popeye, although I don't see much sign of it at present. If Miep had taken us to the party, we shouldn't have left any rolls for the other guests. I can tell you we positively drew the words from Miep's lips. We gathered round her as if we'd never heard about delicious food or smart people in our lives before. And these are the granddaughters of a millionaire. The world is a queer place. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 9 May 1944. Dear Kitty, I finished my story of Ellen the Fairy. I have copied it once on nice notepaper. It certainly looks very attractive, but is it really enough for Daddy's birthday? I don't know. Margot and Mummy have both written poems for him. Mr. Crawler came upstairs this afternoon with the news that Mrs. B., who used to act as a demonstrator for the business, wants to eat her boxed lunch in the office here at 2 o'clock every afternoon. Think of it! No one can come upstairs any more, the potatoes cannot be delivered, Ellie can't have any lunch, we can't go to the W.C., we mustn't move, etc., etc. We thought up the wildest and most varied suggestions to wheedle her away. Von Dawn thought that a good laxative in her coffee would be sufficient. "No," replied Coupouis, "I beg of you not, then we'd never get her off the box." Resounding laughter. "Off the box?" asked Mrs. Von Dawn. "What does that mean?" An explanation followed. "Can I always use it?" she then asked stupidly. "Imagine it," Ellie giggled. "If one asked for the box in Biencourt's, they wouldn't even understand what you mean." "Oh, Kit, it's such wonderful weather. If only I could go outdoors." Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 10 May 1944. Dear Kitty, we were sitting in the attic doing some French yesterday afternoon when I suddenly heard water pattering down behind me. I asked Pater what it could be, but he didn't even reply, simply tore up to the loft where the source of the disaster was, and pushed Moushy, who, because of the wet earth box, had sat down beside it, harshly back to the right place. A great din and disturbance followed, and Moushy, who had finished by that time, dashed downstairs. Moushy, seeking the convenience of something similar to his box, had chosen some wood shavings. The pool had trickled down from the loft into the attic immediately, and unfortunately landed just beside and in the barrel of potatoes. The ceiling was dripping, and as the attic floor is not free from holes either, several yellow drips came through the ceiling into the dining room, between a pile of stockings and some books, which were lying on the table. I was doubled up with laughter. It really was a scream. There was Moushy crouching under a chair, Pater with water, bleaching powder, and floor-cloth, and Von Dawn trying to soothe everyone. The calamity was soon over, but it's a well-known fact that cats' puddles positively stink. The potatoes proved this only too clearly, and also the wood shavings that Daddy collected in a bucket to be burned. Poor Moushy, how were you to know that peat is unobtainable? Yours, Anna. P.S. Our beloved Queen spoke to us yesterday and this evening. She is taking a holiday in order to be strong for her return to Holland. She used words like, "Soon, when I am back, speedy liberation, heroism, and heavy burdens." A speech by Gerbrandi followed. A clergyman concluded with a prayer to God to take care of the Jews, the people in concentration camps, in prisons, and in Germany. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 11 May 1944. Dear Kitty, I'm frightfully busy at the moment, and although it sounds mad, I haven't had time to get through my pile of work. Shall I tell you briefly what I have got to do? Well, then, by tomorrow I must finish reading the first part of Galileo Galilei, as it has to be returned to the library. I only started it yesterday, but I shall manage it. Next week I have got to read Palestine at the Crossroads, and the second part of Galilei. Next I finished reading the first part of the biography of the Emperor Charles V yesterday, and it's essential that I work out all the diagrams and family trees that I have collected from it. After that, I have 3 pages of foreign words gathered from various books, which have all got to be recited, written down, and learned. Number 4 is that my film stars are all mixed up together, and are simply gasping to be tidied up. However, as such a clearance would take several days, and since Professor Anna, as she's already said, is choked with work, the chaos will have to remain a chaos. Next, Theseus, Oedipus, Peleus, Orpheus, Jason, and Hercules are all awaiting their turn to be arranged, as their different deeds lie crisscross in my mind like fancy threads in a dress. It's also high time Myron and Phidias had some treatment, if they wish to remain at all coherent. Likewise, it's the same with the 7 or 9 years' war. I'm mixing everything up together at this rate. Yes, but what can one do with such a memory? Think how forgetful I shall be when I'm 80. Oh, something else. The Bible. How long is it still going to take before I meet the bathing Susanna? And what do they mean by the guilt of Sodom and Gomorrah? Oh, there is such a terrible lot to find out and to learn. And in the meantime, I've left Liselette of the Faults completely in the lurch. Kitty, can you see that I'm just about bursting? Now, about something else. You've known for a long time that my greatest wish is to become a journalist some day, and later on a famous writer. Whether these leanings towards greatness, or insanity, will ever materialize remains to be seen, but I certainly have the subjects in my mind. In any case, I want to publish a book entitled Het Actuis after the war. Whether I shall succeed or not I cannot say, but my diary will be a great help. I have other ideas as well besides Het Actuis, but I will write more fully about them some other time, when they have taken a clearer form in my mind. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 13 May, 1944. Dearest Kitty, it was Daddy's birthday yesterday. Mummy and Daddy have been married 19 years. The charwoman wasn't below, and the sun shone as it has never shone before in 1944. Our horse-chestnut is in full bloom, thickly covered with leaves, and much more beautiful than last year. Daddy received a biography of the life of Linnaeus from Coupeus, a book on nature from Crawler, Amsterdam by the Water from Dussel, a gigantic box from Van Daan, beautifully done up and almost professionally decorated, containing 3 eggs, a bottle of beer, a bottle of yogurt, and a green tie. It made our pot of syrup seem rather small. My roses smelled lovely compared with Miep's and Ellie's carnations, which had no smell, but were very pretty too. He was certainly spoiled. 50 fancy pastries have arrived. Heavenly! Daddy himself treated us to spiced gingerbread, beer for the gentlemen, and yogurt for the ladies. Enjoyment all around. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 16 May, 1944. Dearest Kitty, just for a change, as we haven't talked about them for so long, I want to tell you a little discussion that went on between Mr. and Mrs. Van Daan yesterday. Mrs. Van Daan. The Germans are sure to have made the Atlantic Wall very strong indeed. They will certainly do all in their power to hold back the English. It's amazing how strong the Germans are. Mr. Van Daan. Oh, yes, incredibly. Mrs. Van Daan. Yes. Mr. Van Daan. The Germans are so strong they're sure to win the war in the end, in spite of everything. Mrs. Van Daan. It's quite possible. I'm not convinced of the opposite yet. Mr. Van Daan. I won't bother to reply any more. Mrs. Van Daan. Still, you always do answer me. You can't resist capping me every time. Mr. Van Daan. Of course not, but my replies are the bare minimum. Mrs. Van Daan. But still you do reply, and you always have to be in the right. Your prophecies don't always come true by a long shot. Mr. Van Daan. They have up till now. Mrs. Van Daan. That's not true. The invasion was to have come last year, and the Finns were to have been out of the war by now. Italy was finished in the winter, but the Russians would already have Limburg. Oh, no, I don't think much of your prophecies. Mr. Van Daan, standing up. It's about time you shut your mouth. One day I'll show you that I'm right. Sooner or later you'll get enough of it. I can't bear any more of your grousing. You're so infuriating, but you'll stew in your own juice some day. End of Part 1. I really couldn't help laughing. Mummy, too, while Pater sat biting his lip. Oh, those stupid grown-ups. They'd do much better to start learning themselves before they have so much to say to the younger generation. Yours, Anna. Friday, 19 May, 1944. Dear Kitty, I felt rotten yesterday, really out of sorts, unusual for Anna, with tummy ache and every other imaginable misery. I'm much better today, feel very hungry, but I'd better not touch the kidney beans we're having today. All goes well with Pater and me. The poor boy seems to need a little love even more than I do. He blushes every evening when he gets his good-night kiss, and simply begs for another. I wonder if I'm a good substitute for Boche. I don't mind. He is so happy now that he knows that someone loves him. After my laborious conquest, I've got the situation a bit more in hand now, but I don't think my love has cooled off. He's a darling, but I soon closed up my inner self from him. If he wants to force that lock again, he'll have to work a good deal harder than before. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 20 May, 1944. Dear Kitty, last evening I came downstairs from the attic, and as I entered the room saw at once the lovely case of carnations lying on the floor, Mummy down on hands and knees mopping up, and Margot fishing up some papers from the floor. "What's happened here?" I asked, full of misgivings, and, not even waiting for their answer, tried to sum up the damage from a distance. My whole portfolio of family trees, writing books, textbooks, everything was soaked. I nearly wept, and was so worked up that I can hardly remember what I said. But Margot said that I let fly something about incalculable loss, frightful, terrible, can never be repaired, and still more. Daddy burst out laughing. Mummy and Margot joined in. But I could have cried over all the toil that was wasted, and the diagrams I'd so carefully worked out. On closer inspection, the incalculable loss didn't turn out to be as bad as I'd thought. I carefully sorted out all the papers that were stuck together and separated them in the attic. After that, I hung them all up on the clotheslines to dry. It was a funny sight, and I couldn't help laughing myself. Maria de Medici beside Charles V, William of Orange and Marie Antoinette. "It's a racial outrage," was Mr. Von Don's joke on the subject. After I'd entrusted my papers into Pater's care, I went downstairs again. "Which books are spoiled?" I asked Margot, who was checking up on them. "Algebra," she said. I hurried to her side. But unfortunately, not even the algebra book was spoiled. I wish it had fallen right in the vase. I've never loathed any book so much as that one. There are the names of at least 20 girls in the front, all previous owners. It is old, yellow, full of scribbles and improvements. If I'm ever in a really very wicked mood, I'll tear the blasted thing to pieces. Yours, Anna. Monday, 22 May, 1944. Dear Kitty, on May 20th, Daddy lost 5 bottles of yogurt on a bet with Mrs. Von Don. The invasion still hasn't come yet. It's no exaggeration to say that all Amsterdam, all Holland, yes, the whole west coast of Europe, right down to Spain, talks about the invasion day and night, debates about it, and makes bets on it, and hopes. The suspense is rising to a climax. By no means everyone we had regarded as good Dutch have stuck to their faith in the English. By no means everyone thinks the English bluff a masterly piece of strategy. Oh, no, the people want to see deeds at last, great heroic deeds. Nobody sees beyond his own nose. No one thinks that the English are fighting for their own land and their own people. Everyone thinks that it's their duty to save Holland, as quickly and as well as they can. What obligations have the English towards us? How have the Dutch earned the generous help that they seem so explicitly to expect? Oh, no, the Dutch will have made a big mistake. The English, in spite of all their bluff, are certainly no more to blame than all the other countries, great and small, which are not under occupation. The English really won't offer us their apologies, for even if we do reproach them for being asleep during the years when Germany was rearming, we cannot deny that all the other countries, especially those bordering Germany, also slept. We shan't get anywhere by following an ostrich policy. England and the whole world have seen that only too well now, and that is why, one by one, England, no less than the rest, will have to make heavy sacrifices. No country is going to sacrifice its men for nothing, and certainly not in the interests of another. England is not going to do that either. The invasion with liberation and freedom will come sometime, but England and America will appoint the day, not all the occupied countries put together. To our great horror and regret, we hear that the attitude of a great many people towards us Jews has changed. We hear that there is anti-Semitism now in circles that never thought of it before. This news has affected us all very, very deeply. The cause of this hatred of the Jews is understandable, even human sometimes, but not good. The Christians blame the Jews for giving secrets away to the Germans, for betraying their helpers, and for the fact that through the Jews a great many Christians have gone the way of so many others before them, and suffered terrible punishments and a dreadful fate. This is all true, but one must always look at these things from both sides. Would Christians behave differently in our place? The Germans have a means of making people talk. Can a person entirely at their mercy, whether Jew or Christian, always remain silent? Everyone knows that is practically impossible. Why then should people demand the impossible of the Jews? It's being murmured in underground circles that the German Jews who immigrated to Holland and who are now in Poland may not be allowed to return here. They once had the right of asylum in Holland, but when Hitler is gone they will have to go back to Germany again. When one hears this, one naturally wonders why we are carrying on with this long and difficult war. We always hear that we're fighting together for freedom, truth, and right. Is discord going to show itself while we were still fighting? Is the Jew once again worth less than another? Oh, it is sad, very sad that once more for the umpteenth time the old truth is confirmed. What one Christian does is his own responsibility. What one Jew does is thrown back at all Jews. Quite honestly, I can't understand that the Dutch, who are such a good, honest, upright people, should judge us like this. We, the most oppressed and unhappiest, perhaps the most pitiful of all the peoples in the whole world. I hope one thing only, and that is that this hatred of the Jews will be a passing thing, that the Dutch will show what they are after all, and that they will never totter and lose their sense of right, for anti-Semitism is unjust. And if this terrible threat should actually come true, then the pitiful little collection of Jews that remain will have to leave Holland. We too shall have to move on again with our little bundles and leave this beautiful country, which offered us such a warm welcome, and which now turns its back on us. I love Holland, I who, having no native country, had hoped that it might become my fatherland, and I still hope it will. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 25 May 1944. Dear Kitty, there's something fresh every day. This morning our vegetable man was picked up for having 2 Jews in his house. It's a great blow to us, not only that those poor Jews are balancing on the edge of an abyss, but it's terrible for the man himself. The world has turned topsy-turvy. Respectable people are being sent off to concentration camps, prisons, and lonely cells, and the dregs that remain govern young and old, rich and poor. One person walks into the trap through the black market, a second through helping the Jews or other people who've had to go underground. Anyone who isn't a member of the NSB doesn't know what may happen to him from one day to another. This man is a great loss to us, too. The girls can't and aren't allowed to haul along our share of potatoes, so the only thing to do is to eat less. I will tell you how we shall do that. It's certainly not going to make things any pleasanter. Mummy says we shall cut out breakfast altogether, have porridge and bread for lunch, and for supper fried potatoes and possibly once or twice per week vegetables or lettuce, nothing more. We're going to be hungry, but anything is better than being discovered. Yours, Anna. Friday, 26 May 1944. Dear Kitty, at last I can sit quietly at my table in front of a crack of window and write you everything. I feel so miserable. I haven't felt like this for months. Even after the burglary I didn't feel so utterly broken. On the one hand, the vegetable man, the Jewish question which is being discussed minutely over the whole house, the invasion delay, the bad food, the strain, the miserable atmosphere, my disappointment in Pater, and on the other hand, Ellie's engagement, Whitsun reception, flowers, Crawler's birthday, fancy cakes, and stories about cabarets, films, and concerts. That difference, that huge difference, is always there. One day we laugh and see the funny side of the situation, but the next we are afraid, fear, suspense, and despair staring from our faces. Miep and Crawler carry the heaviest burden of the 8 in hiding, Miep in all she does, and Crawler through the enormous responsibility, which is sometimes so much for him that he can hardly talk from pent-up nerves and strain. Coupuis and Ellie look after us well, too, but they can forget us at times, even if it's only for a few hours or a day or even 2 days. They have their own worries, Coupuis over his health, Ellie over her engagement, which is not altogether rosy, but they also have their little outings, visits to friends, and the whole life of ordinary people. For them the suspense is sometimes lifted, even if it is only for a short time. But for us it never lifts for a moment. We've been here for 2 years now. How long have we still to put up with this almost unbearable, ever-increasing pressure? The sewer is blocked, so we mustn't run water, or rather only a trickle. When we go to the WC, we have to take a lavatory brush with us, and we keep dirty water in a large cologne pot. We can manage for today, but what do we do if the plumber can't do the job alone? The municipal scavenging service doesn't come until Tuesday. Miep sent us a currant cake made up in the shape of a doll with the words Happy Whitsun on the note attached to it. It's almost as if she's ridiculing us. Our present frame of mind and our uneasiness could hardly be called happy. The affair of the vegetable man has made us more nervous. You hear shh, shh from all sides again, and we're being quieter over everything. The police forced the door there, so they could do it to us, too. If one day we, too, should... No, I mustn't write it, but I can't put the question out of my mind today. On the contrary, all the fear I've already been through seems to face me again in all its frightfulness. This evening at 8 o'clock, I had to go to the downstairs lavatory all alone. There was no one down there, as everyone was listening to the radio. I wanted to be brave, but it was difficult. I always feel much safer here upstairs than alone downstairs in that large, silent house, alone with the mysterious, muffled noises from upstairs and the tooting of motor horns in the street. I have to hurry, for I start to quiver if I begin thinking about the situation. Again and again I ask myself, would it not have been better for us all if we had not gone into hiding, and if we were dead now and not going through all this misery, especially as we shouldn't be running our protectors into danger any more? But we all recoil from these thoughts, too, for we still love life. We haven't yet forgotten the voice of nature. We still hope about everything. I hope something will happen soon now. Shooting if need be. Nothing can crush us more than this restlessness. Let the end come, even if it is hard. Then at least we shall know whether we are finally going to win through or go under. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 31 May 1944. Dear Kitty, it was so frightfully hot on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday that I simply couldn't hold a fountain pen in my hand. That's why it was impossible to write to you. The drains went shut again on Friday, were mended again on Saturday. Mr. Coupuis came to see us in the afternoon and told us masses about Corey and her being in the same hockey club with Yopi. On Sunday, Ellie came to make sure no one had broken in and stayed for breakfast. On Whit Monday, Mr. Von Santen acted as the hideout watchman, and finally, on Tuesday, the windows could be opened again at last. There's seldom been such a beautiful, warm, one can even say hot, Whitsun. The heat here in the secret annex is terrible. I will briefly describe these warm days by giving you a sample of the sort of complaints that arise. Saturday. Lovely, what perfect weather, we all said in the morning. If only it wasn't quite so warm in the afternoon when the windows had to be closed. Sunday. It's positively unbearable, this heat. The butter's melting, there's not a cool spot anywhere in the house, the bread's getting so dry, the milk's going sour, windows can't be opened, and we, wretched outcasts, sit here suffocating while other people enjoy their Whitsun holiday. Monday. My feet hurt me. I haven't got any thin clothes. I can't wash the dishes in this heat. All this from Mrs. Von Don. It was extremely unpleasant. I still can't put up with heat, and am glad that there's a stiff breeze today, and yet the sun still shines. Yours, Anna. Monday, 5 June 1944. Dear Kitty, fresh secret annex troubles. A quarrel between Dussel and the Franks over something very trivial, the sharing out of the butter. Dussel's capitulation, Mrs. Von Don and the latter, very thick, flirtations, kisses, and friendly little laughs. It's useless beginning to get longings for women. The Fifth Army has taken Rome. The city has been spared devastation by both armies and air forces, and is undamaged. Very few vegetables and potatoes. Bad weather. Heavy bombardments against the French coast and Pas-de-Calais continue. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 6 June 1944. Dear Kitty, "This is D-Day," came the announcement over the English news, and quite rightly. This is the day. Footnote, original English. The invasion has begun. The English gave the news at 8 o'clock this morning. Calais, Boulogne, Le Havre, and Cherbourg, also the Pas-de-Calais, as usual, were heavily bombarded. Moreover, as a safety measure for all occupied territories, all people who live within a radius of 35 kilometers from the coast are warned to be prepared for bombardments. If possible, the English will drop pamphlets 1 hour beforehand. According to German news, English parachute troops have landed on the French coast. English landing craft are in battle with the German Navy, says the BBC. We discussed it over the Annex breakfast at 9 o'clock. Is this just a trial landing like Dieppe 2 years ago? English broadcast in German, Dutch, French, and other languages at 10 o'clock. The invasion has begun. That means the real invasion. English broadcast in German at 11 o'clock, speech by the Supreme Commander General Dwight Eisenhower. The English news at 12 o'clock in English. This is D-Day, General Eisenhower said to the French people. Stiff fighting will come now, but after this the victory. The year 1944 is the year of complete victory. Good luck. Footnote, original English. English news in English at 1 o'clock. Translated. 11,000 planes stand ready and are flying to and fro non-stop, landing troops and attacking behind the lines. 4,000 landing boats plus small craft are landing troops and material between Cherbourg and Le Havre incessantly. English and American troops are already engaged in hard fighting. Speeches by Gerbrandy, by the Prime Minister of Belgium, King Haakon of Norway, de Gaulle of France, the King of England, and last but not least Churchill. Great commotion in the secret annex. With the long-awaited liberation that has been talked of so much, but which still seems too wonderful, too much like a fairy tale ever come true. Could we be granted victory this year, 1944? We don't know yet, but hope is revived within us. It gives us fresh courage and makes us strong again. Since we must put up bravely with all the fears, privations, and sufferings, the great thing now is to remain calm and steadfast. Now, more than ever, we must clench our teeth and not cry out. France, Russia, Italy, and Germany, too, can all cry out and give vent to their misery, but we haven't the right to do that yet. Oh, Kitty, the best part of the invasion is that I have the feeling that friends are approaching. We have been oppressed by those terrible Germans for so long. They have had their knives so at our throats that the thoughts of friends and delivery fills us with confidence. Now it doesn't concern the Jews anymore. It concerns Holland and all occupied Europe. Perhaps, Margot says, I may yet be able to go back to school in September or October. Yours, Anna. P.S. I'll keep you up to date with all the latest news. Friday, 9 June 1944. Dear Kitty, super news of the invasion. The Allies have taken Bayeux, a small village on the French coast, and are now fighting for Caen. It's obvious that they intend to cut off the peninsula where Cherbourg lies. Every evening war correspondents give news from the battlefront, telling us of the difficulties, courage, and enthusiasm of the army. They manage to get hold of the most incredible stories. Also, some of the wounded who are already back in England again came to the microphone. The Air Force is up all the time in spite of the miserable weather. We heard over the BBC that Churchill wanted to land with the troops on D-Day. However, Eisenhower and the other generals managed to get him out of the idea. Just think of it. What pluck he has for such an old man. He must be 70 at least. The excitement here has worn off a bit. Still, we're hoping that the war will be over at the end of this year. It'll be about time, too. Mrs. Von Don's grizzling is absolutely unbearable. Now she can't any longer drive us crazy over the invasion. She nags us the whole day long about the bad weather. It really would be nice to dump her in a bucket of cold water and put her up in the loft. The whole of the secret annex, except Van Daan and Pater, have read the trilogy Hungarian Rhapsody. This book deals with the life history of the composer, virtuoso, and child prodigy Franz Liszt. It is a very interesting book, but in my opinion there is a bit too much about women in it. In his time, Liszt was not only the greatest and most famous pianist, but also the greatest ladies' man, right up to the age of 70. He lived with the Duchess Marie de Gould, Princess Caroline Wittgenstein, the dancer Lola Montez, the pianist Agnes Kingworth, the pianist Sophie Mentor, the Princess Olga Janina, Baroness Olga Meyendorff, the actress Lila What's-Her-Name, etc., etc. It is just endless. The parts of the book that deal with music and art are much more interesting. Among those mentioned are Schumann, Clara Wieck, Hector Berlioz, Johannes Brahms, Beethoven, Joachim, Richard Wagner, Hans von Bülow, Anton Rubinstein, Frédéric Chopin, Victor Hugo, Honoré de Balzac, Hiller, Hummel, Czerny, Rossini, Cherubini, Paganini, Mendelssohn, etc., etc. Liszt was personally a fine man, very generous, and modest about himself, though exceptionally vain. He helped everyone. His art was everything to him. He was mad about cognac and about women, could not bear to see tears, was a gentleman, would never refuse to do anyone a favor, didn't care about money, loved religious liberty and world freedom. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 13 June, 1944. Dear Kitty, another birthday has gone by, so now I'm 15. I received quite a lot of presents. All 5 parts of Sprenger's History of Art, a set of underwear, a handkerchief, 2 bottles of yogurt, a pot of jam, a spiced gingerbread cake, and a book on botany from Mummy and Daddy, a double bracelet from Margot, a book from the Van Daans, sweet peas from Dussel, sweets and exercise books from Miep and Ellie, and the high spot of all, the book Maria Theresa, and 3 slices of full cream cheese from Crawler. A lovely bunch of peonies from Pater. The poor boy took a lot of trouble to try and find something, but didn't have any luck. There's still excellent news of the invasion, in spite of the wretched weather, countless gales, heavy rains, and high seas. Yesterday, Churchill, Smuts, Eisenhower, and Arnold visited French villages which had been conquered and liberated. The torpedo boat that Churchill was in shelled the coast. He appears like so many men not to know what fear is. Makes me envious. It's difficult for us to judge from our secret redoubt how people outside have reacted to the news. Undoubtedly, people are pleased that the idle English have rolled up their sleeves and are doing something at last. Any Dutch people who still look down on the English, scoff at England and her government of old gentlemen, call the English cowards, and yet hate the Germans, deserve a good shaking. Perhaps it would put some sense into their woolly brains. I hadn't had a period for over 2 months, but it finally started again on Saturday. Still, in spite of all the unpleasantness and bother, I'm glad it hasn't failed me any longer. Yours, Anna. Wednesday, 14 June, 1944. Dear Kitty, my head is haunted by so many wishes and thoughts, accusations and reproaches. I'm really not as conceited as so many people seem to think. I know my own faults and shortcomings better than anyone. But the difference is that I also know that I want to improve, shall improve, and have already improved a great deal. Why is it, then, I so often ask myself that everyone still thinks I'm so terribly knowing and forward? Am I so knowing? Is it that I really am, or maybe the others aren't? That sounds queer, I realize now, but I shan't cross out the last sentence because it really isn't so crazy. Everyone knows that Mrs. Van Daan, one of my chief accusers, is unintelligent. I might as well put it plainly and say stupid. Stupid people usually can't take it if others do better than they do. Mrs. Van Daan thinks I'm stupid because I'm not quite so lacking in intelligence as she is. She thinks I'm forward because she's even more so. She thinks my dresses are too short because hers are even shorter. And that's also the reason that she thinks I'm knowing, because she's twice as bad about joining in over subjects she knows absolutely nothing about. But one of my favorite sayings is, "There's no smoke without fire," and I readily admit that I'm knowing. Now, the trying part about me is that I criticize and scold myself far more than anyone else does. Then if Mummy adds her bit of advice, the pile of sermons becomes so insurmountable that, in my despair, I become rude and start contradicting, and then, of course, the old well-known Anna watchword comes back. "No one understands me." This phrase sticks in my mind. I know it sounds silly, yet there is some truth in it. I often accuse myself to such an extent that I simply long for a word of comfort, for someone who could give me some sound advice, and also draw out some of my real self. But alas, I keep on looking, but I haven't found anyone yet. I know that you'll immediately think of Pater, won't you, kid? It's like this. Pater loves me not as a lover, but as a friend, and grows more affectionate every day. But what is the mysterious something that holds us both back? I don't understand it myself. Sometimes I think that my terrible longing for him was exaggerated. Yet that's really not it, because if I don't go up to see him for 2 days, then I long for him more desperately than ever before. Pater is good, and he's a darling, but still there's no denying that there's a lot about him that disappoints me. Especially his dislike of religion, and all his talk about food and various other things don't appeal to me. Yet I feel quite convinced that we shall never quarrel now that we've made that straightforward agreement together. Pate is a peace-loving person. He's tolerant and gives in very easily. He lets me say a lot of things to him that he would never accept from his mother. He tries most persistently to keep his things in order. And yet why should he keep his innermost self to himself? And why am I never allowed there? By nature he is more closed up than I am, I agree, but I know, and from my own experience, that at some time or other even the most uncommunicative people long just as much, if not more, to find someone in whom they can confide. Both Pater and I have spent our most meditative years in the secret annex. We often discuss the future, the past, and the present, but, as I've already said, I still seem to miss the real thing, and yet I know that it's there. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 15 June 1944. Dear Kitty, I wonder if it's because I haven't been able to poke my nose outdoors for so long that I've grown so crazy about everything to do with nature. I can perfectly well remember that there was a time when a deep blue sky, the song of the birds, moonlight and flowers could never have kept me spellbound. That's changed since I've been here. At Whitsun, for instance, when it was so warm, I stayed awake on purpose until 11:30 one evening in order to have a good look at the moon for once by myself. Alas, the sacrifice was all in vain, as the moon gave far too much light, and I didn't dare risk opening a window. Another time, some months ago now, I happened to be upstairs one evening when the window was open. I didn't go downstairs until the window had to be shut. The dark, rainy evening, the gale, the scudding clouds held me entirely in their power. It was the first time in a year and a half that I'd seen the night face to face. After that evening, my longing to see it again was greater than my fear of burglars, rats, and raids on the house. I went downstairs all by myself and looked outside through the windows in the kitchen and the private office. A lot of people are fond of nature. Many sleep outdoors occasionally, and people in prisons and hospitals long for the day when they will be free to enjoy the beauties of nature. But few are so shut away and isolated from that which can be shared alike by rich and poor. It's not imagination on my part when I say that to look up at the sky, the clouds, the moon, and the stars makes me calm and patient. It's a better medicine than either valerian or bromine. Mother Nature makes me humble and prepared to face every blow courageously. Alas, it has had to be that I am only able, except on a few rare occasions, to look at nature through dirty net curtains hanging before very dusty windows. And it's no pleasure looking through these any longer, because nature is just the one thing that really must be unadulterated. Yours, Anna. Friday, 16 June 1944. Dear Kitty, new problems. Mrs. Von Don is desperate. Talks about a bullet through her head, prison, hanging, and suicide. She's jealous that Pater confides in me and not her. She's offended that Dussel doesn't enter into her flirtations with him as she'd hoped. Afraid that her husband is smoking all the fur coat money away. She quarrels, uses abusive language, cries, pities herself, laughs, and then starts a fresh quarrel again. What on earth can one do with such a foolish, blubbering specimen? No one takes her seriously. She hasn't any character, and she grumbles to everyone. The worst of it is that it makes Pater rude, Mr. Von Don irritable, and Mummy cynical. Yes, it's a frightful situation. There's one golden rule to keep before you. Laugh about everything and don't bother yourself about the others. It sounds selfish, but it's honestly the only cure for anyone who has to seek consolation in himself. Crawler has received another call-up to go digging for 4 weeks. He's trying to get out of it with a doctor's certificate and a letter from the business. Coupuis wants to have an operation on his stomach. All private telephones were cut off at 11 o'clock yesterday. Yours, Anna. Friday, 23 June 1944. Dear Kitty, nothing special going on here. The English have begun their big attack on Cherbourg. According to Pym and Von Don, we're sure to be free by October 10. The Russians are taking part in the campaign, and yesterday began their offensive near Vitebsk. It's exactly 3 years to the day since the Germans attacked. We've hardly got any potatoes. From now on we're going to count them out for each person, then everyone knows what he's getting. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 27 June 1944. Dearest Kitty, the mood has changed. Everything's going wonderfully. Cherbourg, Vitebsk, and Slobenfeld today. Lots of prisoners and booty. Now the English can land what they want. Now they've got a harbor. The whole Cotentin Peninsula, 3 weeks after the English invasion. A tremendous achievement. In the 3 weeks since D-Day, not a day has gone by without rain and gales, both here and in France. But a bit of bad luck didn't prevent the English and Americans from showing their enormous strength, and how. Certainly the wonder weapon is in full swing. But of what consequence are a few squibs apart from a bit of damage in England, and pages full of it in the Boche newspapers? For that matter, when they really realize in Bocheland that the Bolsheviks really are on the way, they'll get even more jittery. All German women not in military service are being evacuated to Groningen, Friesland, and Gelderland with their children. Musert has announced that if they get as far as here with the invasion, he'll put on a uniform. Footnote. Musert was the Dutch National Socialist leader. Does the old fatty want to do some fighting? He could have done so in Russia before now. Some time ago, Finland turned down a peace offer. Now the negotiations have just been broken off again. They'll be sorry for it later, the silly fools. How far do you think we'll be on July 27? Yours, Anna. Friday, 30 June 1944. Dear Kitty, bad weather, or bad weather at a stretch to the 30th of June. Footnote. In English, in the original. Isn't that well said? Oh, yes, I have a smattering of English already. Just to show that I can, I'm reading An Ideal Husband with the aid of a dictionary. War going wonderfully. Berboysk, Mogilev, and Orsa have fallen, lots of prisoners. Everything's all right here, and tempers are improving. The super-optimists are triumphing. Ellie has changed her hairstyle. Miep has the week off. That's the latest news. Yours, Anna. Thursday, 6 July 1944. Dear Kitty, it strikes fear to my heart when Pater talks of later being a criminal or of gambling. Although it's meant as a joke, of course, it gives me the feeling that he's afraid of his own weakness. Again and again I hear from both Margot and Pater, yes, if I was as strong and plucky as you are, if I always stuck to what I wanted, if I had such persistent energy, yes, then... I wonder if it's really a good quality not to let myself be influenced. Is it really good to follow almost entirely my own conscience? Quite honestly, I can't imagine how anyone can say, I'm weak, and then remain so. After all, if you know it, why not fight against it? Why not try to train your character? The answer was, because it's so much easier not to. This reply rather discouraged me. Easy. Does that mean that a lazy, deceitful lie is an easy life? No, that can't be true. It mustn't be true. People can so easily be tempted by slackness and by money. I thought for a long time about the best answer to give Peter, how to get him to believe in himself, and above all, to try and improve himself. I don't know whether my line of thought is right, though, or not. I've so often thought how lovely it would be to have someone's complete confidence. But now that I'm that far, I realize how difficult it is to think what the other person is thinking and then to find the right answer. More especially because the very ideas of easy and money are something entirely foreign and new to me. Peter's beginning to lean on me a bit, and that mustn't happen under any circumstances. A type like Peter finds it difficult to stand on his own feet, but it's even harder to stand on your own feet as a conscious, living being. Because if you do, then it's twice as difficult to steer a right path through the sea of problems, and still remain constant through it all. I'm just drifting around, have been searching for days, searching for a good argument against that terrible word easy, something to settle it once and for all. How can I make it clear to him that what appears easy and attractive will drag him down into the depths where there is no comfort to be found, no friends and no beauty, depths from which it is almost impossible to raise oneself? We all live, but we don't know the why or the wherefore. We all live with the object of being happy. Our lives are all different, and yet the same. We three have been brought up in good circles. We have the chance to learn, the possibility of attaining something. We have all reason to hope for much happiness, but we must earn it for ourselves. And that is never easy. You must work and do good, not be lazy and gamble if you wish to earn happiness. Laziness may appear attractive, but work gives satisfaction. I can't understand people who don't like work. Yet that isn't the case with Peter. He just hasn't got a fixed goal to aim at, and he thinks he's too stupid and too inferior to achieve anything. Poor boy. He's never known what it feels like to make other people happy, and I can't teach him that either. He has no religion, scoffs at Jesus Christ, and swears using the name of God. Although I'm not orthodox either, it hurts me every time I see how deserted, how scornful, and how poor he really is. People who have a religion should be glad, for not everyone has the gift of believing in heavenly things. You don't necessarily even have to be afraid of punishment after death. Purgatory, hell, and heaven are things that a lot of people can't accept. But still, a religion, it doesn't matter which, keeps a person on the right path. It isn't the fear of God, but the upholding of one's honor and conscience. How noble and good everyone could be if every evening before falling asleep they were to recall to their minds the events of the whole day and consider exactly what has been good and bad. Then, without realizing it, you try to improve yourself at the start of each new day. Of course, you achieve quite a lot in the course of time. Anyone can do this. It costs nothing and is certainly very helpful. Whoever doesn't know it must learn and find by experience that a quiet conscience makes one strong. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 8 July, 1944. Dear Kitty, the chief representative of the business, Mr. B., has been in Beverwijk and managed just like that to get strawberries at the auction sale. Footnote. It is compulsory in Holland for all growers to sell their produce at public auction. End footnote. They arrived here dusty, covered with sand, but in large quantities. No less than 24 trays for the office people and us. That very same evening we bottled 6 jars and made 8 pots of jam. The next morning Miep wanted to make jam for the office people. At 12:30, no strangers in the house, front door bolted, trays fetched, Peter, Daddy, Van Don clattering on the stairs. Anna, get hot water. Margot, bring a bucket. All hands on deck. I went into the kitchen, which was chock full, with a queer feeling in my tummy. Miep, Ellie, Croupuis, Hank, Daddy, Peter, the families in hiding and their supply column all mingling together, and in the middle of the day, too. People can't see in from outside because of the net curtains, but even so, the loud voices and banging doors positively gave me the jitters. Are we really supposed to be in hiding? That's what flashed through my mind, and it gives me a very queer feeling to be able to appear in the world again. The pan was full, and I dashed upstairs again. The rest of the family was seated round our table in the kitchen, busy stalk-picking. At least that's what they were supposed to be doing. More went into mouths than into buckets. Another bucket would soon be required. Peter went to the downstairs kitchen again. The bell rang twice. The bucket stayed where it was. Peter tore upstairs, locked the cupboard door. We were kicking our heels impatiently, couldn't turn on a tap, even though the strawberries were only half washed. The rule, if anyone in the house used no water because of the noise, was strictly maintained. At 1 o'clock, Hank came and told us that it was a postman. Peter hurried downstairs again. Ting-a-ling! The bell, right about turn. I go and listen to see if I can hear anyone coming, first at our cupboard door, and then creep to the top of the stairs. Finally, Peter and I both lean over the banisters like a couple of thieves, listening to the din downstairs. No strange voices. Peter sneaks down, stops halfway, and calls out, "Ellie?" No answer. One more. "Ellie!" Peter's voice is drowned by the din in the kitchen. He goes right down and into the kitchen. I stand looking down tensely. "Get upstairs at once, Peter. The accountant is here. Clear out." It was Coupui speaking. Peter comes upstairs sighing. The cupboard door closes. Finally, Crawler arrives at 1:30. "Oh, dearie me. I see nothing but strawberries. Strawberries at breakfast, strawberries stewed by Miep. I smell strawberries. Must have a rest for them and go upstairs. What is being washed up here? Strawberries! The remainder are being bottled. In the evening, 2 jars unsealed. Daddy quickly makes them into jam. The next morning, 2 more unsealed, and 4 in the afternoon. Fondant hadn't brought them to the right temperature for sterilizing. Now Daddy makes jam every evening. We eat strawberries with our porridge, skimmed milk with strawberries, bread and butter with strawberries, strawberries for dessert, strawberries with sugar, strawberries with sand. For 2 whole days, strawberries and nothing but strawberries. Then the supply was finished, or in bottles and under lock and key. "I say, Anna," Margot calls out, "the greengrocer on the corner has let us have some green peas, 19 pounds. "That's nice of him," I replied. "And it certainly is, but oh, the work. Ugh. "You've all got to help shelling peas on Saturday morning," Mummy announced when we were at table. And sure enough, the big enamel pan duly appeared this morning, filled to the brim. Shelling peas is a boring job, but you ought to try skinning the pods. I don't think many people realize how soft and tasty the pod is when the skin on the inside has been removed. However, an even greater advantage is that the quantity which can be eaten is about triple the amount of when one only eats the peas. It's an exceptionally precise, finicky job, pulling out this skin. Perhaps it's all right for pedantic dentists or precise office workers, but for an impatient teenager like me, it's frightful. We began at 9:30. I got up at 10:30. At 11:30 I sat down again. This refrain hummed in my ears. Bend the top, pull the skin, remove the string, throw out the pod, etc., etc. They danced before my eyes. Green, green, green maggots, strings, rotten pods, green, green, green. Just for the sake of doing something, I chatter the whole morning, any nonsense that comes into my head, make everyone laugh and bore them stiff. But every string that I pull makes me feel more certain that I never, never want to be just a housewife only. We finally have breakfast at 12 o'clock, but from 12:30 until 1:15 we've got to go skinning pods again. I'm just about seasick when I stop. The others a bit too. I go and sleep till 4 o'clock, but I'm still upset by those wretched peas. Yours, Anna. Saturday, 15 July, 1944. Dear Kitty, we've had a book from the library with the challenging title of "What Do You Think of the Modern Young Girl?" I want to talk about this subject today. The author of this book criticizes the youth of today from top to toe, without, however, condemning the whole of the young brigade as incapable of anything good. On the contrary, she is rather of the opinion that if young people wished, they have it in their hands to make a bigger, more beautiful and better world, but that they occupy themselves with superficial things, without giving a thought to real beauty. In some passages, the writer gave me very much the feeling she was directing her criticism at me. And that's why I want to lay myself completely bare to you for once, and defend myself against this attack. I have one outstanding trait in my character, which must strike anyone who knows me for any length of time, and that is my knowledge of myself. I can watch myself and my actions just like an outsider. The Anna of every day I can face entirely without prejudice, without making excuses for her, and watch what's good and what's bad about her. This self-consciousness haunts me, and every time I open my mouth, I know as soon as I've spoken whether that ought to have been different or that was right as it was. There are so many things about myself that I condemn, I couldn't begin to name them all. I understand more and more how true Daddy's words were when he said, "All children must look after their own upbringing." Parents can only give good advice or put them on the right paths, but the final forming of a person's character lies in their own hands. In addition to this, I have lots of courage. I always feel so strong and as if I can bear a great deal. I feel so free and so young. I was glad when I first realized it, because I don't think I shall easily bow down before the blows that inevitably come to everyone. But I've talked about these things so often before. Now I want to come to the chapter of Daddy and Mummy Don't Understand Me. Daddy and Mummy have always thoroughly spoiled me, were sweet to me, defended me, and have done all that parents could do. And yet I felt so terribly lonely for a long time, so left out, neglected, and misunderstood. Daddy tried all he could to check my rebellious spirit, but it was no use. I have cured myself by seeing for myself what was wrong in my behavior and keeping it before my eyes. How is it that Daddy was never any support to me in my struggle? Why did he completely miss the mark when he wanted to offer me a helping hand? Daddy tried the wrong methods. He always talked to me as a child who was going through difficult phases. It sounds crazy, because Daddy's the only one who has always taken me into his confidence, and no one but Daddy has given me the feeling that I'm sensible. But there's one thing he's omitted. You see, he hasn't realized that, for me, the fight to get on top was more important than all else. I didn't want to hear about symptoms of your age, or other girls, or it wears off by itself. I didn't want to be treated as a girl like all others, but as Anna on her own merits. Pym didn't understand that. For that matter, I can't confide in anyone, unless they tell me a lot about themselves. And as I know very little about Pym, I don't feel that I can tread upon more intimate ground with him. Pym always takes up the older, fatherly attitude, tells me that he too has had similar passing tendencies, but still he's not able to feel with me like a friend, however hard he tries. These things have made me never mention my views on life, nor my well-considered theories to anyone but my diary, and occasionally to Margot. I concealed from Daddy everything that perturbed him. I never shared my ideals with him. I was aware of the fact that I was pushing him away from me. I couldn't do anything else. I have acted entirely according to my feelings, but I have acted in the way that was best for my peace of mind. Because I should completely lose my repose and self-confidence, which I had built up so shakily, if, at this stage, I were to accept criticisms of my half-completed task. And I can't do that, even from Pym, although it sounds very hard. For not only have I not shared my secret thoughts with Pym, but I have often pushed him even further from me by my irritability. This is a point that I think a lot about. Why is it that Pym annoys me? So much so that I can hardly bear him teaching me, that his affectionate ways strike me as being put on, that I want to be left in peace, and would really prefer it if he dropped me a bit, until I feel more certain in my attitude towards him. Because I still have a gnawing feeling of guilt over that horrible letter that I dared to write him when I was so wound up. Oh, how hard it is to be really strong and brave in every way. Yet this was not my greatest disappointment. No, I ponder far more over Pater than Daddy. I know very well that I conquered him instead of he conquering me. I created an image of him in my mind, pictured him as a quiet, sensitive, lovable boy who needed affection and friendship. I needed a living person to whom I could pour out my heart. I wanted a friend who'd help to put me on the right road. I achieved what I wanted, and slowly but surely I drew him towards me. Finally, when I had made him feel friendly, it automatically developed into an intimacy, which on second thought I don't think I ought to have allowed. We talked about the most private things, and yet up till now we have never touched on those things that filled and still fill my heart and soul. I still don't know quite what to make of Peter. Is he superficial, or does he feel shy even of me? But dropping that, I committed one error in my desire to make a real friendship. I switched over and tried to get at him by developing it into a more intimate relation, whereas I should have explored all other possibilities. He longs to be loved, and I can see that he's beginning to be more and more in love with me. He gets satisfaction out of our meetings, whereas they have just the effect of making me want to try it out with him again. And yet, I don't seem able to touch on the subjects that I'm so longing to bring out into the daylight. I drew Peter towards me far more than he realizes. Now he clings to me, and for the time being, I don't see any way of shaking him off and putting him on his own feet. When I realized that he could not be a friend for my understanding, I thought I would at least try to lift him up out of his narrow-mindedness and make him do something with his youth. For in its innermost depths, youth is lonelier than old age. I read this saying in some book, and I've always remembered it, and found it to be true. Is it true, then, that grown-ups have a more difficult time here than we do? No, I know it isn't. Older people have formed their opinions about everything and don't waver before they act. It's twice as hard for us young ones to hold our ground and maintain our opinions in a time when all ideals are being shattered and destroyed, when people are showing their worst side and do not know whether to believe in truth and right and God. Anyone who claims that the older ones have a more difficult time here certainly doesn't realize to what extent our problems weigh down on us, problems for which we are probably much too young, but which thrust themselves upon us continually until, after a long time, we think we've found a solution. But the solution doesn't seem able to resist the facts which reduce it to nothing again. That's the difficulty in these times. Ideals, dreams, and cherished hopes rise within us only to meet the horrible truth and be shattered. It's really a wonder that I haven't dropped all my ideals, because they seem so absurd and impossible to carry out. Yet I keep them, because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. I simply can't build up my hopes on a foundation consisting of confusion, misery, and death. I see the world gradually being turned into a wilderness. I hear the ever-approaching thunder which will destroy us, too. I can feel the sufferings of millions, and yet, if I look up into the heavens, I think that it will all come out all right, that this cruelty, too, will end, and that peace and tranquility will return again. In the meantime, I must uphold my ideals, for perhaps the time will come when I shall be able to carry them out. Yours, Anna. Friday, 21 July, 1944. Dear Kitty, now I am getting really hopeful. Now things are going well at last. Yes, really, they're going well. Super news. An attempt has been made on Hitler's life, and not even by Jewish communists or English capitalists this time, but by a proud German general. And what's more, he's a count and still quite young. The Führer's life was saved by divine providence, and unfortunately he managed to get off with just a few scratches and burns. A few officers and generals who were with him have been killed and wounded. The chief culprit was shot. Anyway, it certainly shows that there are lots of officers and generals who are sick of the war and would like to see Hitler descend into a bottomless pit. When they've disposed of Hitler, their aim is to establish a military dictator who will make peace with the Allies. Then they intend to rearm and start another war in about 20 years' time. Perhaps the divine power tarried on purpose in getting him out of the way, because it would be much easier and more advantageous to the Allies if the impeccable Germans kill each other off. It'll make less work for the Russians and the English, and they'll be able to begin rebuilding their own towns all the sooner. But still, we're not that far yet, and I don't want to anticipate the glorious events too soon. Still, you must have noticed, this is all sober reality, and I'm in quite a matter-of-fact mood today. For once, I'm not jabbering about high ideals. And, what's more, Hitler has even been so kind as to announce to his faithful, devoted people that from now on, everyone in the armed forces must obey the Gestapo, and that any soldier who knows that one of his superiors was involved in this low, cowardly attempt upon his life may shoot the same on the spot, without court-martial. What a perfect shambles it's going to be! Little Johnny's feet begin hurting him during a long march. He's snapped at by his boss, the officer. Johnny grabs his rifle and cries out, "You wanted to murder the Fuhrer, so there's your reward." One bang, and the proud chief who dared to tick off little Johnny has passed into eternal life. Or is it eternal death? In the end, whenever an officer finds himself up against a soldier or having to take the lead, he'll be wetting his pants from anxiety, because the soldiers will dare to say more than they do. Do you gather a bit what I mean, or have I been skipping too much from one subject to another? I can't help it. The prospect that I may be sitting on school benches next October makes me feel far too cheerful to be logical. Oh, dearie me, hadn't I just told you that I didn't want to be too hopeful? Forgive me. They haven't given me the name Little Bundle of Contradictions all for nothing. Yours, Anna. Tuesday, 1 August 1944. Dear Kitty, Little Bundle of Contradictions. That's how I ended my last letter, and that's how I'm going to begin this one. A little bundle of contradictions. Can you tell me exactly what it is? What does contradiction mean? Like so many words, it can mean two things: contradiction from without and contradiction from within. The first is the ordinary, not giving in easily, always knowing best, getting in the last word. Enfin, all the unpleasant qualities for which I'm renowned. The second nobody knows about. That's my own secret. I've already told you before that I have, as it were, a dual personality. One half embodies my exuberant cheerfulness, making fun of everything, my high-spiritedness, and above all, the way I take everything lightly. This includes not taking offense at a flirtation, a kiss, an embrace, a dirty joke. This side is usually lying in wait, and pushes away the other which is much better, deeper and purer. You must realize that no one knows Anna's better side, and that's why most people find me so insufferable. Certainly I'm a giddy clown for one afternoon, but then everyone's had enough of me for another month. Really, it's just the same as a love film is for deep-thinking people. Simply a diversion, amusing just for once, something which is soon forgotten. Not bad, but certainly not good. I loathe having to tell you this, but why shouldn't I, if I know it's true anyway? My lighter, superficial side will always be too quick for the deeper side of me, and that's why it will always win. You can't imagine how often I've already tried to push this Anna away, to cripple her, to hide her, because after all she's only half of what's called Anna. But it doesn't work, and I know, too, why it doesn't work. I'm awfully scared that everyone who knows me, as I always am, will discover that I have another side, a finer and better side. I'm afraid they'll laugh at me, think I'm ridiculous and sentimental, not take me seriously. I'm used to not being taken seriously, but it's only the light-hearted Anna that's used to it, and can bear it. The deeper Anna is too frail for it. Sometimes, if I really compel the good Anna to take the stage for a quarter of an hour, she simply shrivels up as soon as she has to speak, and lets Anna number 1 take over, and before I realize it, she has disappeared. Therefore, the nice Anna is never present in company, has not appeared one single time so far, but almost always predominates when we're alone. I know exactly how I'd like to be, how I am, too, inside. But alas, I'm only like that for myself. And perhaps that's why... No, I'm sure it's the reason why I say I've got a happy nature within, and why other people think I've got a happy nature without. I am guided by the pure Anna within, but outside I'm nothing but a frolicsome little goat who's broken loose. As I've already said, I never utter my real feelings about anything, and that's how I've acquired the name of chaser after boys, flirt, know-all, reader of love stories. The cheerful Anna laughs about it, gives cheeky answers, shrugs her shoulders indifferently, behaves as if she doesn't care, but, oh dearie me, the quiet Anna's reactions are just the opposite. If I'm to be quite honest, then I must admit that it does hurt me, that I try terribly hard to change myself, but that I'm always fighting against a more powerful enemy. A voice sobs within me. There you are. That's what's become of you. You're uncharitable, you look supercilious and peevish, People dislike you, and all because you won't listen to the advice given you by your own better half. Oh, I would like to listen, but it doesn't work. If I'm quiet and serious, everyone thinks it's a new comedy, and then I have to get out of it by turning it into a joke. Not to mention my own family, who are sure to think I'm ill, make me swallow pills for headaches and nerves, feel my neck and my head to see whether I'm running a temperature, ask if I'm constipated, and criticize me for being in a bad mood. I can't keep that up. If I watch to that extent, I start by getting snappy, then unhappy, and finally I twist my heart round again so that the bad is on the outside and the good is on the inside, and keep on trying to find a way of becoming what I would so like to be, and what I could be if there weren't any other people living in the world. Yours, Anna.
This ends Disc 7. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Disc 8.
Epilogue. Anne's diary ends here. On August 4th, 1944, the Grüne Polizei made a raid on the secret annex. All the occupants, together with Krahler and Coupuis, were arrested and sent to German and Dutch concentration camps. The secret annex was plundered by the Gestapo. Among a pile of old books, magazines, and newspapers which were left lying on the floor, Miep and Ellie found Anne's diary. Apart from a very few passages which are of little interest to the reader, the original text has been printed. Of all the occupants of the secret annex, Anne's father alone returned. Krahler and Coupuis, who withstood the hardships of the Dutch camp, were able to go home to their families. In March 1945, 2 months before the liberation of Holland, Anne died in the concentration camp at Bergen-Belsen.
Afterward. Anna Frank's diary is a work utterly complete in itself, and its eloquence requires no further comment. But the experiences Anna described become perhaps even more meaningful when seen in their immediate historical context. It is the purpose of this brief afterword to provide at least the outlines of that context and to bring Anna's own story to its conclusion. 1. The German Empire, which since the beginning of the 20th century had been the strongest power in Europe, collapsed in 1918 as a result of its defeat in World War I. The Emperor, or Kaiser, fled to Holland, and a group of democratic politicians in Berlin proclaimed the establishment of a German republic. The leaders of the new republic sued for peace, and in April 1919 sent a delegation to the Versailles Peace Conference. Contrary to their expectations, the German representatives were not permitted to help frame the Treaty of Versailles, by which peace was restored to Europe. Instead, the victorious Allies, among them Great Britain, France, Italy, and the United States, submitted the finished treaty to the German delegates, who were told that if they did not sign, Germany would be invaded. The treaty placed upon Germany sole responsibility for the war. It stripped Germany of its overseas colonies and of valuable territories in Europe. It virtually disarmed the once great military power, and it demanded that Germany pay the cost of all civilian damage caused by the war. The leaders of the German Republic had no choice but to accept these terms. Within Germany, the Treaty of Versailles was a subject of widespread indignation. Many Germans thought that their nation was no more responsible for causing the war than any other, and that Germany had been unfairly singled out for blame. Nationalists spread the false belief that Republican politicians had administered a stab in the back to the undefeated German army in November 1918, and branded these politicians the November criminals. To many Germans, this theory proved a comforting rationalization for their country's defeat. The new German government, which became known as the Weimar Republic because its constitution was drawn up at Weimar, faced a number of serious problems. One of these problems was its identification with the unpopular Treaty of Versailles. Another was the fact that no political party was able to achieve a majority in the Reichstag, or parliament, so that the government was always a combination of several parties. Opposition to the Republic came from many quarters. Middle-class Germans who had lost everything in the inflation of the early 1920s blamed the Republican government for their distress. Unemployed workers, impatient with the conservative republic, looked for solutions to their problems in radical movements of both the left and the right. Industrialists, landowners, and army officers longed to replace the republic with a regime more in keeping with the autocratic and militaristic traditions of the old empire. Although there were also many in Germany who hoped that the experiment in democratic government would succeed, the years immediately following the war saw the establishment of a number of political parties dedicated to the destruction of the republic and the reversal of the Treaty of Versailles. One of these was the National Socialist German Workers, or Nazi, Party. Like other extremist groups, the Nazis appealed to all sorts of discontented people, to demobilized soldiers and youthful idealists, to unemployed workingmen hostile to the interests, and to businessmen and property owners fearful of a communist revolution, to cranks and criminals and outcasts of every kind. The Nazi program combined the strong appeals of nationalism and socialism. It promised to restore Germany's power through the establishment of a totalitarian state. It also promised to redistribute the national wealth and to provide jobs for everyone. The man who became leader, or Führer, of the Nazi Party in 1921 was an Austrian-born former house painter named Adolf Hitler. Shrewd, fanatical, never hesitating to use lies or brute force to achieve his ends, Hitler had the ability to rouse an audience to hysterical enthusiasm. Hitler and the Nazis blamed the decline in Germany's power on Jews and radicals, and preached the supremacy of the so-called German or Aryan race. The Germans, Hitler declared, were the master race, creators of all civilization, and fitted by nature to rule the world. To provide ample living space for this race, Hitler planned to expand Germany's frontiers in the east, carving out a great empire in Poland and Russia at the expense of the Slavic inhabitants of those lands. The Slavs, he said, were a subhuman people fit only to be slaves. In Hitler's new order, they would either serve the master race or be exterminated. During the 1920s, the Nazis were prominent only in the southern German state of Bavaria. In the increasingly prosperous years between 1924 and 1929, most Germans regarded them as ruffians and clowns of no great importance. But, with the onset of the worldwide depression in 1929, ever greater numbers of Germans began to listen to Hitler. His simplifications of complex issues satisfied them. His promise of a glorious national future appealed to their pride. His willingness to assume total responsibility, if given total power, relieved them of the unaccustomed burdens of citizenship in a democracy. In the elections of 1930 and 1932, the Nazis became the largest party in the Reichstag. Hitler's most violent racial attacks were directed against the Jews. Despite the many distinguished contributions Jews had made to German life over the centuries, Hitler's propaganda described them as an alien, inferior race. Not only were they non-Aryan, he said, but they were the originators of all those doctrines hostile to Nazi aims: communism, pacifism, internationalism, Christianity. In Hitler's view, as long as Jews remained in Germany, they were a constant source of ideological infection and a threat to German racial purity. The racial theories Hitler adopted, like his nationalism, had deep roots in the German past and appealed strongly to many Germans. After 1930, the 1,000-year-old Jewish community in Germany, numbering 500,000 people, watched the rapid rise of the Nazis with mixed disbelief and foreboding. On January 30th, 1933, the aged President of the Republic, Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg, appointed Hitler Chancellor of Germany. Hitler proceeded to bring the Republic to an end and to establish in Germany a totalitarian regime. Shortly after becoming Chancellor, Hitler demanded that the Reichstag grant him emergency powers for 4 years. On March 23rd, the Reichstag gave in to his demands and then dissolved itself. Thereafter, Hitler ruled by decree. All political parties but the Nazis were outlawed. Churches, labor unions, youth organizations became organs of the state. Every medium of communication, radio, newspapers, motion pictures, books, was used to manipulate public opinion. The majority of Germans supported Hitler or acquiesced in his government, though many were disturbed by his methods. Those who did not support him were suppressed by stormtroopers or by the dreaded secret police, the Gestapo. Midnight arrests, beatings, and torture at the hands of the Gestapo, imprisonment without trial in concentration camps soon silenced most of Hitler's opponents, or drove them underground. Hitler did not long delay putting into effect his anti-Jewish program. Jews were promptly dismissed from public office and the civil service. They were not allowed to teach in schools or universities, or to work in journalism, radio, the movies, or the theater. Later, they were barred from practicing law or medicine, or engaging in business. Even private employment was increasingly denied them, so that many lost all means of livelihood. Both by law and by unofficial police terror, Jews were segregated from their Aryan neighbors. Jewish children could not attend school with Aryans. Jews were forbidden to marry or employ Aryans. Many stores and shops refused to serve Jews or hotels to accommodate them. Emigration, which had been relatively easy for Jews at first, was made increasingly difficult. Many of those who managed to escape from Germany in later years were compelled to leave all their possessions behind. In September 1939, Hitler launched in the East the war for which he had been preparing since soon after becoming Chancellor. Convinced at last that appeasement of the German dictator would lead only to further aggression, England and France declared war and prepared for the inevitable attack in the West. In 18 days, the German army, spearheaded by tanks and dive bombers, conquered Poland. In April 1940, the Germans seized Denmark and invaded Norway. On May 10th, Hitler struck in the West. Within a few days, his armies had crushed neutral Holland and Belgium and were pouring into France. Unable to withstand the highly mobilized German assault, France surrendered on June 22nd. The British miraculously rescued their badly mauled expeditionary force from the beaches at Dunkirk and made preparations for the expected German invasion of England. Hitler was now master of most of Europe, and in June 1941, after unsuccessfully attempting to bomb Britain into submission, Germany attacked the Soviet Union, despite the non-aggression pact that Hitler had signed with Stalin in 1939. Nazi-dominated Europe was a virtual slave empire. On farms and in factories, hungry populations toiled for their Nazi overlords. Thousands of men and women were taken to Germany as slave laborers. The Germans dealt ruthlessly with resistance. The shooting of a German soldier or policeman was avenged by the slaughter of hostages. Captured partisans were tortured and killed in Gestapo prisons. Listening to British broadcasts or possession of anti-German literature were made crimes punishable by imprisonment and death. Everywhere in conquered Europe, the German occupation forces vigorously implemented Hitler's racial policies. For the Jewish question, as he called it, Hitler adopted the final solution: extermination. Special SS, elite guard units, following in the wake of the German army in Russia, killed hundreds of thousands of Jews. To deal with the Jews of occupied Europe, the Germans created an efficient apparatus that rounded up Jews and transported them to special extermination camps, many of them in Poland. There, the prisoners were worked to exhaustion before being shot or gassed. To Treblinka, Belsen, Sobibor, Chelmo, but especially to Auschwitz, the long, slow trains began to move in 1941, carrying their wretched human freight to destruction. Before the Nazi nightmare had passed, an estimated 6 million Jews, men, women, and children, had been systematically murdered. Millions of non-Jews in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, and elsewhere, most of them Slavs, were also victims of the Nazis.
2. Anne Frank was born on June 12, 1929, in the historic German city of Frankfurt. Frankfurt owed much of its commercial and cultural preeminence to its Jewish community, of which the Franks were members. The founders of the great Jewish banking family, the Rothschilds, had been natives of Frankfurt. Anna's father, Otto Frank, a respected businessman, could trace his family in the city's archives back to the 17th century. For Anna and her older sister Margot, the world of early childhood was a secure place, inhabited by loving parents, relatives, and nurses. Beyond the nursery, beyond the comfortable 5-room flat on Ganghofferstrasse, the world was not so pleasant. Otto Frank did not wait for the full force of Nazi persecution to make itself felt. In the summer of 1933, the Franks left Frankfurt. Mrs. Frank, with the 2 girls, joined her mother in Aachen, near the Belgian border. Otto Frank went directly to Holland, where he established himself in a food products business. For centuries, Holland had provided a refuge for the persecuted. In the 1930s, it received many German Jews, as it had welcomed French Huguenots in the 16th century and English Puritans in the 17th. By the spring of 1934, the Franks were reunited and settled in Amsterdam. During the next few years, while crisis followed crisis, and the threat of a Second World War increased, Anne Frank lived happily in Amsterdam like any Dutch girl. She attended the Montessori school, had a host of friends, and discovered with delight that boys liked her. But all of this began to change once the Germans invaded Holland in 1940. Shortly after the invasion, Queen Wilhelmina and her cabinet escaped to England, where they formed a government in exile to cooperate with the Allies. Occupied Holland was ruled by a German High Commissioner, Arthur Seyss-Inquart, who would one day be hanged as a major war criminal. The Germans terrorized and exploited Holland, as they did other conquered countries. They banned listening to Allied broadcasts, muzzled the press, and suppressed political parties and trade unions. They closed the universities and imprisoned the country's political, military, and intellectual leaders. Thousands of persons were sent to Germany as slave laborers. As the resistance movement grew stronger, the Germans exacted savage reprisals. In Holland, as elsewhere, they imposed harsh anti-Jewish measures. Despite strikes and protests by the brave Dutch, the roundup and deportation of Jews to extermination camps began. For Anne Frank, life under the German occupation was at first not greatly different from what it had been before. She was compelled to leave the Montessori school and to attend the Jewish Lyceum, but she still had her family and friends, and she was absorbed in the experiences of everyday life. The growing number of anti-Jewish decrees did not weigh heavily upon her. Her father, however, perceived the direction of events clearly enough. In February 1941, the Nazis launched their first roundup of Jews in Amsterdam. Those arrested were taken to reception camps at Westerbork and Vught, and from there shipped eastward into Germany. As the roundups continued, Otto Frank made plans for his family's safety. He had been forced by a German decree to leave his business, but his Dutch associates and employees remained loyal friends. Secretly, a group of rooms at the top and back of a building on the Prinsengracht Canal, that served as a warehouse and office for the business, was prepared as a hiding place. On July 5, 1942, the Germans summoned 16-year-old Margot to report for deportation. The following morning, the Franks slipped away from their home and went into hiding in the secret annex. They were soon joined there by a business associate of Otto Frank, Mr. von Dahn, and by the latter's wife and 15-year-old son, Peter. Later, they invited an elderly dentist, Albert Jussel, to share their refuge. The 8 Jews in the secret annex remained quiet during the day while business was conducted as usual in the lower part of the building. They stirred only at night when the building was deserted. Their friends in the office below, Mr. Coupuis and Mr. Crawler, Miep van Santen and Ellie Volson, kept their secret, brought food and even gifts, provided what news they could of events in the city. That news, in the fall of 1942, was terrifying. The roundup and deportation of Jews from Holland was proceeding according to plan. When the Franks went into hiding, Germany was at the height of its conquests. Hitler's empire extended from the English Channel deep into Russia, from the Arctic Circle to North Africa. Gradually, the tide began to turn. In the fall of 1942, the German advance into Russia was checked at Stalingrad. At the same time, in North Africa, the British drove the Germans back from Egypt, and with their French and American allies, the United States having entered the war in December 1941, landed in Morocco and Algeria behind the German forces. While the Russians counterattacked along the Eastern Front in 1943, the Western Allies cleared Africa of Hitler's Afrika Korps, conquered Sicily, and invaded Italy, toppling Hitler's fascist partner Benito Mussolini. Daily, Allied air raids over Europe grew in intensity. In June 1944 came the long-awaited Allied invasion of France. For 2 long years, the little group in the secret annex followed these events over their illegal radio. Joyfully, they looked forward to the day when the Germans would be driven from Holland and they could emerge from hiding. But on August 4, 1944, Following information provided by a Dutch informer, the Gestapo penetrated into the Franks' hiding place. The 8 Jews, together with Mr. Coupuis and Mr. Crawler, were taken to Gestapo headquarters in Amsterdam. After a few weeks' imprisonment, Mr. Coupuis was released for medical care. Mr. Crawler spent 8 months in a forced labor camp. The Franks, the Van Daans, and Mr. Jussel were sent to Westerbork. On September 3rd, the day the Allies captured Brussels, these 8 were among the last shipment of 1,000 Jews to leave Holland. The prisoners were herded aboard a freight train, 75 people to a car. The cars, each with only a small barred window high on one side, were sealed. For 3 days and nights the train wandered eastward across Germany, often stopping, backing, detouring. On the 3rd night it reached Auschwitz in Poland. In the glare of searchlights, watched by black-uniformed SS men tightly reining their police dogs, the Jews left the train. On the platform, men and women were separated. It was the last Otto Frank saw of his family. At Auschwitz, the healthier prisoners, their heads shaved, worked 12 hours a day digging sod, driven relentlessly by the sadistic kapos, criminals who served the SS as labor overseers. At night they were locked into crowded barracks. Outside the windows they could see the sky glow red above the crematories. Through the research of Ernst Schnabel, a German writer whose book Anna Frank, A Portrait in Courage, was published in 1958, some of the events of the last few months of Anna's life had been reconstructed. Auschwitz, a former inmate told Mr. Schnabel, was fantastically well organized, spick and span hell. The food was bad, but it was distributed regularly. We kept our barracks so clean that you could have eaten off the floor. Anyone who died in the barracks was taken away first thing in the morning. Anyone who fell ill disappeared also. Those who were gassed did not scream, they were just no longer there. The crematory smoked, but we received our rations and had roll calls. The SS harassed us at roll call and kept guard with machine guns from the watchtowers, and the camp fences were charged with high-tension electricity, but we could wash every day and sometimes even take showers. If you could forget the gas chambers, you could manage to live. The prisoners moved like sleepwalkers, half dead, protected somehow from seeing anything, from feeling anything. But Anna had no such protection, another survivor recalled. I can still see her standing at the door and looking down the camp street as a herd of naked gypsy girls was driven by to the crematory, and Anna watched them go and cried. And she cried also when we marched past the Hungarian children, who had already been waiting half a day in the rain in front of the gas chambers, because it was not yet their turn. And Anna nudged me and said, "Look, look, their eyes." In October 1944, Anna, Margot, and Mrs. Van Daan were among a group of the youngest and strongest women selected to be moved to Belsen in Germany. Left alone, refusing to eat, her mind wandering, Mrs. Frank died in the infirmary barracks at Auschwitz on January 6, 1945. Otto Frank, in the men's camp, saw Mr. Van Daan taken off to be gassed. Mr. Jussel was sent back to Germany and died in the Neuengamme camp. When the SS abandoned Auschwitz in February 1945 to escape the advancing Russians, they took Peter Van Daan with them on the winter march to the west. He was never heard from again. Otto Frank survived to be liberated by the Russians. Belsen, Anna discovered, was different from Auschwitz. There was no organization, no roll call, no food or water, only the barren frozen heath and the starving people looking like ghosts. By January 1945, the Allies had reached the Rhine, but at Belsen typhus raged and hope was dead. At Belsen, Anna found her school friend, Lise Goossens. I waited, shivering in the darkness, Lise related of the night when Anna was brought to her. It took a long time, but suddenly I heard a voice. "Lise? Lise, where are you?" It was Anna, and I ran in the direction of the voice, and then I saw her beyond the barbed wire. She was in rags. I saw her emaciated, sunken face in the darkness. Her eyes were very large. We cried and cried, for now there was only the barbed wire between us, nothing more. and no longer any difference in our fates. I told Anna that my mother had died and my father was dying, and Anna told me that she knew nothing about her father, but that her mother had stayed behind in Auschwitz. Only Margot was still with her, but she was already very sick. They had seen Mrs. Von Don again only after their arrival here in Belsen. Mrs. Von Don died at Belsen, but no witness marked the date. Margot died at the end of February or beginning of March 1945. Anna, who was already sick at the time, recalled a survivor, was not informed of her sister's death, but after a few days she sensed it, and soon afterwards she died, peacefully, feeling that nothing bad was happening to her. She was not yet 16.
3. In May 1945, the war ended. Months later, Otto Frank returned to Amsterdam by way of Odessa and Marseille. Miep and Ellie gave him the notebooks and papers in Anne's handwriting that they had found strewn over the floor of the secret annex after the Gestapo had gone. These were Anne's diary, stories, and sketches. They were all that remained. At first, Otto Frank had copies of the diary privately circulated as a memorial to his family. It was a Dutch university professor who urged formal publication of the book, and with only slight excisions by Mr. Frank, Het Achterhuis, the secret annex, was published in Amsterdam by Contact Publishers in June 1947. The book soon went through several editions. In 1950 it was published in Germany by the Heidelberg firm of Lambert Schneider. The first printing was only 4,500 copies, and many booksellers were actually afraid to show it in their windows. But the book caught on rapidly, and sales of the pocket edition, published by S. Fischer Verlag, totaled 900,000. In 1950, the diary was published in France. In 1952, in England and the United States, under the title Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Now, 20 years after its original publication, the book has been translated into 31 languages, including Bengali, Slovene, and Esperanto. It has been published in 30 countries and has sold more than 1 million copies in hardcover alone. In the United States, the diary and The Works of Anne Frank, both published by Doubleday and Company, have sold well over 150,000 copies, and the pocketbook edition of the diary has sold almost 4 million copies. The diary was also distributed by the Teenage Book Club and the Book Find Club, and was reprinted in the Modern Library. It was serialized by an American newspaper syndicate with an estimated audience of 10 million readers, and millions more read it when it was condensed in Omnibook and compact magazines. A German translation of the book has been used in the United States as a school reader, and a large type edition has been published by Franklin Watts Incorporated. In 1955, a play by Francis Goodrich and Albert Hackett based on the diary and called simply The Diary of Anne Frank opened at the Court Theater in New York. A great success, it received the Pulitzer Prize, the Critics' Circle Prize, and the Antoinette Perry Award for 1956. On October 1, 1956, The Diary of Anne Frank opened simultaneously in 7 German cities. Audiences there greeted it in stunned silence. The play released a wave of emotion that finally broke through the silence with which Germans had treated the Nazi period. For the first time, there were widespread expressions of guilt and shame for what Germans had done to the Jews only a few years before. In Amsterdam, Queen Juliana attended the play's opening on November 27th. This was the city where the events of the play had actually occurred, and many Netherlanders who had lost families and friends in the extermination of the Dutch Jews were in the audience. There were audible sobs, the New York Times correspondent reported, and one strangled cry as the drama struck its climax and conclusion, the sound of the Germans hammering at the door of the hideout. The audience sat in silence for several minutes after the curtain went down, and then rose as the royal party left. There was no applause. In the United States, The Diary of Anne Frank was made into a motion picture in 1959 and adapted for television in 1967. But still, the story wasn't finished. With the passing of the years, more and more details of Anne Frank's life became known. In 1958, Ernst Schnabel published his moving book, for which he interviewed 42 people who had known Anne or whose lives had touched hers. In 1963, a Viennese police inspector, Karl Zilberbauer, was identified as the Gestapo sergeant who had arrested the Franks in 1944. Zilberbauer protested that he had merely followed orders. He was suspended from his post, but was later acquitted of the charge of having concealed his past. In January 1966, the Nazi police chief in the Netherlands during World War II, former SS Lieutenant General Wilhelm Harster, together with 2 former aides, was arrested in Munich. The 3 were charged with having directed the deportation of nearly 100,000 Dutch Jews to Auschwitz. One of their victims had been Anne Frank. At their trial a year later, a former SS major, Wilhelm Zopf, testified that the Franks' betrayer, probably an employee in the warehouse, had received the usual reward of 5 gulden, about $1.40, for each of the persons taken from the secret annex. The German court sentenced Harster to 15 years in prison, his accomplices to 9 years and 5 years. Anne Frank's wish, "I want to go on living even after my death," has come true. Today, the Anne Frank Foundation maintains the building on the Prinsengracht Canal, where the Franks hid for 25 months, as a memorial to Anne Frank. Each year, the house is visited by thousands of people from all over the world. The foundation is also working toward the future by helping to promote better understanding among young people from every part of the world. To this end, it has established the International Youth Center, which serves as a meeting place for young people and which holds lectures, discussions, and conferences covering a wide range of international problems. The Montessori School in Amsterdam is now the Anne Frank School. There are other memorials to her in Germany, Israel, and elsewhere, to atone for the unmarked grave at Belsen. But above all, the diary remains. Her voice was preserved, Ernst Schnabel wrote, out of the millions that were silenced. This voice no louder than a child's whisper. It has outlasted the shouts of the murderers and has soared above the voices of time.
The End. You've been listening to Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl, by Anne Frank.